Welcome with a great round of applause, Shri Rajendra Chodankarji. Welcome, sir. From RRP Group of Companies, we also have Mr. Jitendra Chadda, Global Foundries. Welcome, sir. We have Shri Ashish Bhattad, NXP Semiconductor. Welcome, sir. And we have Shri Umesh Gaikwad, Irvan Technologies. Welcome, sir. And we have moderator for this session, Mr. Ashok Mishra, CEO, Incuba Labs. Hearty welcome, sir. So this is an important session of today. We'll be starting this session. Before that, would like to give a very brief introduction of all our speakers. We have with us today Mr. Rajendra Chodankar, Chairman and CEO, RRP Group of Companies. Rajendra Chodankar is the founder and chairman of RRP Group of Companies, a visionary entrepreneur with over 40 years of experience. We have with us Mr. Ashish Bhattad, Senior Leader, NXP Semiconductors. Shri Ashish Bhattad is Senior Director of Global Validation and HW Design Teams in USA, Europe, and India for NXP Semiconductors and is responsible for business operations for Pune. We have with us Mr. Umesh Gaikwad, co-founder and CTO, Irvan Technologies. Mr. Umesh Gaikwad is a veteran of VLSI and semiconductor industry, currently serving as co-founder and chief technology officer at Irvan Technologies, Pune. We have with us Mr. Jitendra Chadda ji. In his current role as MD and India Country Head and VP of GFES, Global Fab Engineering Services for Global Foundries, JC is responsible for leading strategies direction for GF's overall India growth, strengthening ecosystem connects with government, academics, industries, and community. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. And we have with us Mr. Ashok Mishra, CEO, Incuba Labs, a seasoned tech executive with well-rounded exposure on entire semiconductor tech stack with key skill on semiconductor chip design. So I welcome all of you and I hand over the mic to the moderator, Mr. Ashish Mishra ji. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And good morning, everybody. People are still not warmed up to the session, so I want to hear a good morning back from you guys. Good morning, everybody. Yes, now sounds better. Semiconductors in past few years has been a matter of intense discussion, and it has unprecedented attention to it, right? I mean, back in time, 20 years, when I used to tell somebody that, I work in semiconductor industry, I used to see a, question mark on the face. You do software, you do hardware, but semiconductor, of course, that is not something which anyone knows, right? So it is good, and I'm very glad that, today we have a dedicated session on semiconductors, and we are going to talk about semiconductors and what essentially can be done to take the semiconductor story to the new heights in Maharashtra, and we will, listen from our panelist, very esteemed panelists here. One thing before I start, if you can just, raise your hands to tell that how many of you are directly connected to semiconductors, directly or indirectly connected to semiconductors in any ways. Raise of hands. Okay, wonderful. How many people from investor community? It's Mumbai, so I should ask this question. Okay, nobody. Fine. Okay, so I mean there are good number of people in the room, maybe 30% crowd who understand semiconductors. So we'll probably listen from the experts in in just next few minutes or so. Semiconductors is a very large industry. It's about $600 billion industry today, touted to be a $1 trillion industry in another 5 years or so. But the importance of semiconductor doesn't come from numbers, right? It is a very, very strategic industry which enables to run our daily lives, right? I think when we start from the morning till the end of the day, we use semiconductor maybe umpteen number of time without even realizing it, right? It is very integral part of our defense and space ecosystems, and hence Government of India realized at some point in time that this needs its due attention, and they came up with a scheme of $10 billion.
We have with us Shri Kaustubh Dhawsezi, Joint Secretary, Government of Maharashtra. Welcome, sir.
Okay. Wonderful, sir. Welcome. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I was just giving the context that Government of India has come with this $10 billion scheme to push the semiconductor story forward in India. Before that, we only designed for the world. We were like hired mercenaries, right? We did not, whatever design we have done in India is not for India, but for the, other companies, MNCs, which does not really benefit our ecosystem apart from creating very highly skilled workers here, right? Now, things are changing. I mean, we have Mr. Raj sitting here who is building a semiconductor manufacturing unit in Maharashtra, in Mumbai. So, anyways, I think this story of semiconductor will unfold and it will have its own challenges, right? So what should we do? I mean, as country and Maharashtra as a state, what should we do to take this story forward? So that is the core of the discussion, and I'm happy that Joint Secretary Ji is on stage, and then we will immediately get his views after the panelists have spoken. So I will start this discussion now. So Mr. Raj, so my first question is to you, right? I mean, you are someone who's trailblazing semiconductor in Maharashtra, and and once you start something, there are advantages and disadvantages, right? There are a lot of pipe cleaning you have to do, right? So it's a Herculean task which you have taken up, right? So, but at the same time, Maharashtra is a highly industrialized state, and it knows how to handle this large manufacturing unit. So there are advantages. So if I would like to pick your brain on what are the key advantages for you when you started in Maharashtra, which may probably attract more companies to come here. But then at the same time, I would also like to touch upon the challenges which you are facing in a greenfield area like Maharashtra. So over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone here, respected dignitaries on the desk. Kaustubh sir, good morning. Thank you very much for gracing this occasion. So yeah, I think I am the chairman, founder of RRP Electronics Limited. And to answer your question, Ashish, I think the biggest asset today we have is the proactive approach of the state, I must say. Right from the time we initialized this concept of, bringing in semiconductor industry. And with all due respect, I think while most of the other entrepreneurs obviously had a choice, we also had a choice to probably go to other states. But I think the initial approach by the industries department of the state government was, I think, very commendable. It was very challenging at that time when we started this journey, because it was a 14 months of session that the state government deployed actually before we could actually go into the setup of this semiconductor industry. And I think today we feel that we have emerged out winners over the others, with all due respect, because the initial thrust that the state pushed upon us was to first find a technology partner. And that was the main idea beyond on which we actually set this platform of setting up this semiconductor industry. So we come basically from a defense background. We have significantly worked and contributed to the nation in the nuclear fraternity under the dynamic leadership of Dr. Anil Kakodkar sir, who continues to be our mentor. And thereafter, we ventured into the defense setup where, basically we realized that anything and everything in thermal imaging also is requiring semiconductor chips. And that is where we started our journey with IIT academia in 2016, 2017. It was a long journey. And we were, the team headed by Dr. Subhananda Chakravarti was very much successful in getting some prototypes. But thereafter, we ventured into this industry and we approached the state government. And I think it was a 14-month of round discussion with a lot of calls and meeting technology providers. And eventually, we came to a situation where the state government felt that we are in a position to set up this facility. And we went into this venture. We inaugurated our facility in September 2024, and by October we had a OSAT commissioned in Maharashtra, which was also inaugurated by all dignitaries and our strategic investor Sachin Tendulkar sir also, along with Kakodkar sir and all other dignitaries. So today we are very fortunate. I think we are blessed. While we initially did our best to justify what we can do in terms of technology, and the state took the responsibility to ensure that nothing is going to stop us if we have the technology in our hand. So I feel that, while all the other states are also doing their best, I still feel that our state has been the unsung heroes. And I'm telling this with honesty, because every time, in fact, we are just trying to set up a major fab, and the government immediately processed our land allotment, and we are getting this allotment in a few days from now. It has already been cleared, and we should be setting up a fab in additional Taloja area. So these are the advantages, Ashish, I see actually. I think we are blessed. The subsidies also, applications are being processed at a very rapid pace. Every time I think the industries department is proactive. They are trying to help us, even in trying to get into the captive vendor list, which is where I would like to address this issue later, is we can have the best technology, we can have the best infrastructure, but if we are not in a position to capitalize on the captive vendors, which actually forms the base, right now most of the things are being imported, I think that is the ecosystem that is a challenge, besides the skill force actually.
Thank you, Raj sir. And then moving on, we are a manufacturing obsessed nation in some sense, right? Our design R&D in general, creating new product. The share of our country is 0.6% of the GDP, whereas companies like Japan, they go all the way up to 8 to 10%, right? So what is really gone? Well, I would say somewhat unnoticed, that the real value creation comes from design. The people who design these semiconductor chips are creating about 60% of the value in the entire value chain. So just to give you a data, the total share of design companies in semiconductor value chain is approximately $250 billion, whereas manufacturing of chips is $150 billion, and then other $50 billion is on OSATs, which Mr. Raj is trying to set up in Maharashtra. So we have two gentlemen here who belong to the design community. One represent a MNC, other is a Maharashtra-grown startup. So I'll go to Ashish and ask you the same question. As an MNC operating in Maharashtra, what has been goods and what has been the bads or the challenges? So if you can give your view.
Thank you, Ashok. So, good morning, everybody. My name is Ashish Bhattad. I'm part of NXP Semiconductor, and I had an opportunity to work in US, Europe before moving back to India around 2010. So, as Ashok was pointing out, right, that previously in India it was very difficult to point out or draw a line between hardware and software, right? Everybody would categorize you as an IT engineer, you know. So, and I'm happy to see now people are having an understanding of what semiconductor is and how they are disrupting everybody's life, you know. So recently I heard, you know, our honorable prime minister was at United Nations and he was talking about semiconductors and the importance of semiconductors to our country. See, I think right now semiconductor is around 400, $500 billion market, and it's expected that in the next decade it's supposed to double. It took 40, 50 years to come where we are today, and all the projections are saying that it should be a $1 trillion market in around next decade, right? And it won't happen without India participating in it in an active manner, right? So one of the important thing everybody needs to understand is hardware is very different than software, right? So software was like any engineer can sit on a desk or any organization, update a package and release it to the users, right? But in hardware, it's an infrastructure play, right? There are a lot of players involved. You have design, you have equipment vendors, you have manufacturing, you have fabs. There are a lot of players that need to come together to outsource or productize any product. So it takes a lot of effort of collaboration in terms of bringing any product to life. Now, as Raj also pointed out, right? So there is a lot of traction in India over last 2-3 years, right? There is a lot of government funding that has happened to set up multiple OSAT organization in different states. And Maharashtra also, I see a lot of traction. And I'm happy to be here. You know, I have been working in Pune for last decade, and we have seen all the changes that are happening to influence to make our life easier, you know. So one of the important things I would say is that over the last, in 2010s, you know, all the bright minds would go to software, you know, and they would just work on computers. They didn't have an understanding of how to work in labs or how you can develop hardware, you know, in the labs. And it's important that academia has now started focusing on making sure people have that understanding of how you can influence semiconductors or hardware in their curriculum, you know. So we are seeing a lot of traction there. Also, if you see, there is a lot of traction in terms of how hardware and software is now collaborating. It is no more that, you know, in the previous generation, hardware was very rigid, you know. So you would have motherboards like Dell. Everybody would use different hardware and they were forced to use the same software, right? But now the things have evolved. If you look at all the larger organizations, Apple, Microsoft, Meta, right? They are developing their own IP, outsourcing the hardware, and they are becoming a solution player. So it's important that everybody here understands the need of the whole solution play that is happening, you know. So every company wants its own hardware because the software that gets fine-tuned helps them improve their performance in terms of power consumption, etc. Right? I can tell you a very simple example. I was reading before coming here, you know, LED is such a small niche market, right? But most of the things are imported in India, right? And there is a drive already happening in IIT Bombay and some other places, right? Where we are trying to see how we can, you know, have an end-to-end operation setup where we have R&D, design, manufacturing, the OSAT that has come up in Maharashtra, right? How can we build capacity to them, right? I think government has done its bit. Now I feel that it's up to the private players to step up and help out organizations that are here to build capacity to them, right? Now in terms of challenges, I would say that it's important that we look at it from an infrastructure point of view. Everybody should understand that it's a solution play. It's no more like an hardware or a software, you know. So anything that you are going to do needs a complete closed ecosystem, you know. We need to have all the players. We need to have something like, you know, we need to have a Qualcomm or a Broadcom of India, you know, who caters to India chip designing, you know. People need to understand that we are not going to go into a service model. We need to have a capacity build. We have to come up with chip designing organization that can fund the capacity of all the fabs and OSAT that are developing in India. And it's very important to do that, because going forward, you know, I think hardware is going to be the most crucial play if you have to develop and play into AI, artificial intelligence and other things, So you need to have that piece of hardware and software clubbed together and think as a solution to make sure we are successful in doing that. We are seeing a lot of disruption in terms of what AI is going to do in the decade, and I will shed some light maybe in the next session, but I think these are the key things I would say.
Sure, sure. Thank you. Thank you. And a bit of time check. I think we have overshooted our budget, so just be mindful. It's okay. So Umesh, coming to you. So we have heard the perspective of somebody who's in manufacturing, MNC perspective. What is startup perspective, semiconductor startup perspective? The key advantages and challenges working in Maharashtra, and you are doing it in Pune, right? Yeah.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Ashok, for a fabulous startup or like design services company like Iravan, we are very much integral part of semiconductor Maharashtra ecosystem, where we are trying to do the complete spectrum of verification when it comes to the analog, digital, and the formal verification. We would like to do the complete semicon designs, and that's what we are doing here based out of Pune. To start off with, what are the good things which Maharashtra as an ecosystem is providing? So my journey as a co-founder at Iravan started before 18 months, and we are currently like 30 plus people. I'll be very happy to share all of the engineers, like hire, train, deploy kind of thing which we have done. They are from the colleges based out of Pune, Mumbai and Nagpur, and not to limit to this tier 1 cities, but also to tier 2, 3 colleges as well, just to name all the way to Shegao and all the way to Pandharpur. Such colleges also we have talent who are coming and working with us. Also to thank to the government, through the C2S, that chip to startup mode, they have the access to the EDA tools, which is very, very important for them to understand the design flow, or the verification flow, the analog flow, where they can design the small and understand before they are coming out to the industries. So that is really helping us out. And secondly, I would say there are in a year, I have seen a lot of semicon event been published, or I should say established. One of such event is called Semicon Tantra, which is based out of Pune, where I am also an integral part of it, where we are trying to bridge the industry as well as the academia gaps by conducting a lot of awareness sessions in the colleges, as well as having more technical sessions from the experts of the industry, where they can share things. And very glad to share the VLSID conference is coming up in the month of January, where we'll have more and more experts coming from different part of India to share the knowledge. And of course, with positive things, some challenges also comes. The challenges as a startup, I would say, the access to the EDA tools, they are costly. And in case if we have to have our own IP development and the validation perspective, right, it's a big pocket thing. So how do we enable startups through an incubation or through industry academia or through university collaboration, where we can be a part of it? It will be a win-win situation to the academia as well as to industry like us. Secondly, I see in terms of the funding perspective also that disconnects, because semicon startups cannot be run as SaaS metrics, right? It is a deep technical thing involved in it, so more knowledge to the investor and the VCs if been provided on the semicon. So I feel it really helps to build the capabilities, right? And infrastructure is really, really evolving, but still more of a shared prototype labs, or more of an analog IP facilities, or things which can be collaborated, work together. I see the startup like us, there will be more coming up, and more industry can be built here in Pune. So that's my take on the government.
Thank you, Umesh, for sharing this. So, JC, moving to you, right? I know you represent GF, but I know you more as a ecosystem player who has actually done a lot for the fabulous ecosystem in Karnataka and in India. So as an ecosystem player, JC, right, for a state like Maharashtra, which is trying to build this ecosystem here from almost grounds up, right? And taking the cue from our fellow panelists that the kind of challenges they're facing, right? So what is your take? What is your suggestion? What should Maharashtra do to, kick off this activity in Maharashtra?
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Ashok. And good morning, everyone. And thanks for coming in early. Usually, we don't also see this kind of a crowd in Bangalore, so early morning. Um, but first of all, congratulations, Ashish, Umesh, and Raj for really doing, great work as far as semiconductor or electronics industry is concerned in Maharashtra or around Bombay and Pune. So Ashok, to your question, what we should do, I'll just put it in the context of, what is the story developing for India, and then Maharashtra is no different than India because 13 to 15% last time I checked the GDP comes from Maharashtra. We have great industry and the services industry overall industrial know-how is very effective over here over the last couple of decades. But so India's story is the three things at a very high level. I think one is the consumption story. I will leave other consumptions, but in the electronics and semiconductors, as Ashok you mentioned, it's growing to 300 billion in the electronics, 100 billion by 2030 in the semiconductor space. So, huge consumption story that is building up in India. The second part of India is this is becoming a very entrepreneurial country as compared to what we were 10 years back to what I see in the next 2 decades. And the third most very important part of it is also not, I would not say shift, but from services it is getting into the manufacturing space too. So these two, services and manufacturing, in the next 2 decades, in my view, are going to go parallel. Manufacturing growth from percentage point will be higher, but on the services side also we will continue to see the growth. So it's a consumption story, it's a manufacturing story, it's an entrepreneurship story as far as India is concerned. And with Maharashtra around 13 to 15% having a vision of $1 trillion economy, right, in Maharashtra by 29-30. So if you really look at it, the services sector, financial sector, the IT sector, we just saw some of the leaders on the dais. Agri sector is also very strong. I think if the electronics and semiconductor does not get added, I think that trillion dollar story becomes harder. And not only for Maharashtra, but lot of bigger states that want to go there, and for our $7 trillion goal that India has. Right? So that electronics and semiconductors becomes a very important part of it. Now, why it is important? I think you asked a question that how many people are connected to semiconductors. We saw some 10% hands raised, but folks, just see your pockets today. Just see your wristwatch today. As soon as you go out of the hall and sit in your car, look at how much of the semiconductor you are already connected to, and this is going to grow more and more. So I think all of us will get impacted by the semiconductor story in the next coming decades, and we need to be aware that strategically, yes, for the country and for the states, it is a very good strategic investment, but it is a need investment that we have to have. So for Maharashtra government, I don't need to say much. You already heard people who are already investing here and doing good work. The government is helping a lot. But let me tell you, 5 years back, the same question, Ashok, you were part of that team when we were in Delhi, and the same question was asked by the government of India. And I would say very similar. We need to take a 2-decade at least view of it. I think I would highly recommend electronics and semiconductor kind of a mission be established, which has 4 areas of focus. One is how much of the new research can come out of that mission. whether it is new materials that are going to be used in the semiconductor space, whether it is going to be new devices, the products that are going to get developed out of Maharashtra through that mission, if we can help out with that. The second one, manufacturing, everybody is attracted to it and everybody is talking about it, so I will leave it. Mr. Raj and team can lead that, from it. The third one, I would say, the overall supply chain. See, if you look at it, and I was just reading on the way when I was coming from Bangalore, there is lot of industry in Maharashtra, whether it is a petrochemical industry, whether it is a paint industry, and few others, where the similar kind of gases, materials are already being used, which are needed worldwide for the semiconductor industry. But the grade is not the same that the semiconductor industry needs. So I think we can build that supply chain or the ecosystem that by incentivizing upgrading of the materials and gases to the semiconductor range. And not only for India or for Maharashtra, but this is a need that is there for the worldwide semiconductor industry, right? And the last one, I would say, when we think of Maharashtra, we think of great talent, which is already there. And how do we build the talent for global semiconductor ecosystem? Because this talent need is not only for India or Maharashtra, but I think the talent that we have, we can build it for the worldwide consumption. That's what we are trying to do in Global Foundries, as Global Foundries from India, and I would recommend the same, from Maharashtra here.
Thank you, Jesse, and it was very pertinent. So, coming to Kaustav ji, so you have heard. I know there's an echo, so we really couldn't hear at this side of the stage that a lot of things you guys said. But
yeah, I was wondering why there is an echo.
yeah,
To the guys who are managing the sound, this needs to be better professionally managed.
yeah.
There's a lot of echo.
Yeah, we are not able to hear what those guys said, but anyways, I think we'll still continue the conversation. So whatever you could gather from them and the current initiatives or the thought process which Maharashtra government has, how many of those concerns and the problems enumerated by these gentlemen here are being addressed, or in general, if you can tell us that what is the thought process about semiconductor in Maharashtra government?
Great, thank you so much. Very, very warm welcome and good morning to all of you. On behalf of Government of Maharashtra, it's an absolute privilege and honor to welcome my co-panelists, to welcome all of you. I agree with JC that it's very, very early morning in Mumbai. Generally, people are struggling to cope with traffic at this time. But thanks to some governments who have created the coastal road and the metro, things are far more easier now. Very specifically, today's event, the Maharashtra Industry Dialogue, is a strategic coming together of industry leaders, like some of them are already on the stage, and all of you. And the idea basically is that government wants to speak as less as possible. So I'm very conscious of the fact that I'm going to make only some very important strategic remarks or policy remarks that are essential, and we would like to listen to industry. First and foremost, semiconductor sector is a thrust sector, both for Government of India and also for our government. Predominantly because considering the nature of geopolitics today, considering the nature of what JC just told you and some of the earlier speakers as to how everything around you is changing, and in order to make it better, efficient, it is modularizing itself. There is a lot of deep tech electronics involved. And as a very large consumer, both from a population standpoint globally and also from a devices standpoint, I think maybe 8 to 10% of total semiconductor that were produced in the world are probably consumed by India. So my sense is that this is a very important moment for the country, because country needs to become self-reliant, and which is a definitive narrative that the Government of India has proposed. And traditionally we have not been adept at very deep tech manufacturing. And the reasons are multifold. We caught on to large scale work, whether it was BPOs or whether it was KPOs or whether it was, even arbitrage based design firms. And we caught up to that because it was large scale, high skilled employment. But the niche areas got missed out, and it is nobody's kind of, it was not done on purpose. It was just, in computer science, it's known as a product of a wave. So the work just kept on coming to our country, and that's what we adopted to. Even some of our top tech firms in the country don't have very deep tech expertise. So when JC speaks about what Global Foundries has been able to contribute, because there's a very rich legacy of that institution. And the difficulty with which RRP is trying to do this, or some of the Indian firms which are trying to do this, it is only going to be possible if there is a very, very inviting policy framework around. So there is a huge push by Government of India through the ISM. I'm not going to go into details. It's one of a very, very good missions that has been launched by METI. And its primary purpose is to give the necessary support to entrepreneurs like Mr. Todankar or some of the others who are embarking on this very ambitious journey to create something for the country. And secondly, it is very amply supported by the state governments. Not just Maharashtra, but Karnataka has done it, Telangana is trying to do it, Andhra is going aggressive, Gujarat is obviously very lucky, it has got some very good wins recently, and Uttar Pradesh and some of the other states. So the point is that as a representative of the state, and as somebody from the Chief Minister's office, our role is to enable the ecosystem. So within the value chain, I'm sure that the speakers, we couldn't listen to the last two speakers properly, but they have spoken about the entire value chain. And in that value chain, there are various roles that people play. And again, what JC said, one of the important constituents of this is human resource. And I think not just human resource for the country, but creating that skilled manpower who can handle very high level of chip design, the entire gamut of various aspects related to chip manufacturing. And this human resource is something that we can provide not only to the country, but to the world. So training facilitation is also an important constituent. I just want to leave this thought with all of you, that I can keep on going about the deals that we are involved in or the deals that have already been done, whether it's RRP, whether it's Tower and Adani, whether it's Polymatech, whether it's some of the other smaller constituents, whether it is the presence of NXP in Pune, whether it's a presence of ASML in Pune, and so on and so forth. The point is that we are at it. It's a long-term game, again, as what JC mentioned, and we have a very clear focus on making sure that we enable all the entrepreneurs across the value chain with deep support and guarantee that we will be with you in long term.
Thank you, Kaustubhji, and that's pretty reassuring, I guess, for a lot of people here. So just a time check. We have 20 minutes left, and I want to leave at least 10 minutes for audience questions. So let's go very quick, okay? Maybe a couple of minutes. But one very important thing, I'm coming to you, Mr. Raj, is although we are a very large consumer of semiconductors, but we have gaps in value chain. So if you were to sell your packaging capacity, there are 0 customers in India today, right? Of course we are. So going global, GTM, right? What are the strategies you think will work, and how do you think the state or central governments can help you? For example, things like viability gap funding, etc. So if you can very quickly touch upon and tell your GTM strategy and any help required there.
I think the only 2 issues that we need to address now basically is creating a captive vendors, I think, which is one of the biggest challenge. And I think the state has already started working on it in trying to bring in more captive vendors and also give them the attract them with subsidies actually. And this is, I think MIDC and the department is really working very, they have been talking to us rather than we talking to them, they have been talking to us. And I think this issue is being addressed on a very large scale by the state, I think. the other thing which I feel, which sir was also mentioning about the skill set, I think. And right now, as a stopgap, what we are trying to do is we are sending a few people from here to Taiwan, which is our main center of excellence where, and they get trained for a month. Then they come back with 3 of their people. So ecosystem is created here for packaging for the OSAT. And this is the way we are trying to bridge the gap till the time the skill set is being organized. But I think everywhere, I think we have got a very good sort of an environment actually, and everybody is coming forward to make it happen actually. I see a lot of energy here in this state. I mean, when we started, we never expected that, with all due respect and no flattery, the state government actually had the technical knowledge also to understand the industry. Rather than, and you know, they had very good experts. So basically, this journey has started, I think, and I see a very eventful contribution from the state and from the industry to make this happen in the right sense. We are investing like aggressive investments. The motivation has given us a lot of aggressive investments. So we are doing over 150 million every quarter to ensure that our OSAT and a prototype fab gets ready in the next coming 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. So, Kaustubji, full marks to state government from Raj. So, moving on, Umesh. See, you know, you have, as I said, you know, you have a manufacturing player now in Maharashtra. You have MNCs like NXP, right? So, what is your view on the partnership angle? How you guys can partner and grow together? And it's the most important for you as a startup. So, what is your view on that?
Yeah, so Ashok, like, you know, for a company like us or a startup or design services us to scale up, it needs a strategic mix of deep technical capabilities plus, I would say, large engagements, like ODC kind of an engagements, right, with the large design houses. And like, you know, government, I would say the incentives. So if I have to deep dive into it, right now still it is more into the staff augmentation, right, which has to move to a strategic ODC engagement, right, where we as a startup can collaborate with large design houses and probably co-own or take ownership of like complete verification automation, or like building the whole test bench automation flow or other areas. So that's how probably startup like us can scale up. Joint IP development or like, you know, co-development activities where the large design houses can be a part of us, right? The third thing which we as a startup also would need help is on the procurement side and the like, you know, if there is a way where faster mentor programs can be dealt to enable a scale up, right? And the trusted design partners can be enabled to this. I believe, like, you know, this large MNC players and startup companies can come together to work on it. And from the government perspective, like already, like we touched upon, like more on the funding part, where it can be a co-investment strategy where I know there is a high risk, high reward kind of thing, but if it is done where, like, you know, we have been encouraged more to develop more of the IPs in-house, which can be either working with the large design houses or an independent to be working with the major players. I feel like those are the areas where like the startups can come and more startups can be developed in Maharashtra and across India. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So, all right. Thanks, Umesh. And I think that's a very important point about the risk capital. So, you know, if we have to make this entire about $20 billion plus manufacturing investment successful, we need to have more local fabless companies. So, you know, if central government, or for that matter state government, if you are giving a grant of 100 rupees to a manufacturing unit, just 5% to fabless in the same vein will go a long way building an independent ecosystem. So moving on, Ashish. So, you know, NXP as a MNC and who understands India pretty well, you have been operating here from very, very long time. What do you see as, you know, how you can take the advantage of this evolving ecosystem and also help grow the local ecosystem, say, you know, partnering with companies like RRP or companies like Iravan? So what is your take on that?
Absolutely. See, NXP is global workforce, right? 25% R&D workforce is based in India. Okay, so there is a huge push in terms of growing the R&D capacity in India. Also, there have been a lot of engagement at various government levels, central level and state levels to see how all the OSATs that are coming up or the fabs, right? How can we build capacity and collaborate with them? One of the important things we are trying to study is that what are the products that we can work with these organizations to build capacity. That unification in the ecosystem becomes very important because, I'll give you an example. Tata is coming up with a fab in Assam, right? And it will be very interesting to see what products can we collaborate with them. And that is one thing we should all start thinking, we should not work in a standalone mode, right? We should look at, what are the capabilities like RRP has and what is NXP, which product line of NXP can work with them, right? So that kind of ecosystem needs to be described. And going forward, I would recommend, see, government is already funding a lot of viability gaps. I know 2-3 years back, they funded a lot of things in OSAT. I'm sure the second round will be, as you said, on the chip design aspect, right? To make sure we are building ecosystem. But at the same time, we should look at what products India market needs and what are the products we should start jumping, because hardware is a long-term cycle. It doesn't turn overnight, right? So,
Okay. Thank you, Ashish. So, JC, I'll come to you now. I just take the, the discussion, probably switching gears, right? You being part of Global Foundries, which is probably the 4th largest foundry in the world, you manufacture whole lot of design and cater to entire design spectrum, right from automotive chips to AI chips to general purpose consumer chips, etc. So as Global Foundries, at your own vantage point, what are the key technology trends you see which are emerging? And our ecosystem in India in general, and say Maharashtra in particular, can take advantage of it. A cue to probably the two gentlemen on your left.
No, I think they are very well aware of it. I don't think I need to tell them about it. But if you really look at it from just not from the foundry perspective, but technologically, few of them are very obvious. We are all getting involved with it, dealing with it. How the AI wave is leading. Some of the disruptions across the businesses, across the segments. But that is also creating a lot of opportunities, in the semiconductor space, where the compute power and the power now that would be required on the edge, or the distribution of compute power that would be required on the edge versus everything getting onto the server side of it. So I will talk about 2 or 3 which are really attractive, at least from my vantage point. One is, how within the semiconductor on the foundry business, how some of the usage models are changing. It may be because of the data or compute or AI. So the edge is one of the things that we are focusing very heavily on. There is a lot of congestion that is happening on the server or the backend side. So some of the new technologies like in silicon photonics, for example, moving from electrons to the photonics technologies, I think that is of great advantage that we see for the usage models of the future that are coming up. The new materials, whether it is GaN, silicon carbide, and so on, which are required for power devices, high frequency, high power devices. I think that is one of the trend that we are looking at, and we as Global Foundries are working on some of that. So I think overall those trends are very well known, and I'll go back to what India and what in Maharashtra we can do. How do we really make sure we are at the forefront of leading some of the research in these new trends that are coming up? See, we can be a consumer of it. We will consume a lot of it, right? But how can we really break through of leading the research and the development and the new innovations in these spaces? So I'll leave it to that. I think you are short of time, but those are some of the trends. I'll close with few of the areas that where we are seeing the growth. Of course, everybody knows the smart mobile devices is one, but I think automobile is one space that we are seeing lot of growth happening, and the growth is not happening with the old set of technologies that semiconductor provides, but with some of the silicon carbides and the GaNs that would be going into that space. So if why I'm taking automobile as an example, because just in the backyard within Maharashtra, you are one of the biggest producers of automobiles, right? Whether it is two-wheelers or four-wheelers. And, this could be a great opportunity from the semiconductor to serve that market.
No, JC, thank you very much. In fact, about a year back, I was in Pune, in one of the major automotive tier ones, who is struggling to find their chips from a global supplier, and they signed an MOU with a Bangalore-based startup to do that chip for them. So the problem is real, but we just need to connect the dots. So on that note, Kaustubji, I'll come to you. And I have my previous question to you was about semiconductor. What's the view of semiconductors in the government and the strategies? But now, same question, but very, very pointed, right? So I think you have really gone out of way to help companies like RRP, which is a manufacturing company. But any specific schemes in works about the design companies, semiconductor design companies in Maharashtra?
I think that's a great question. This entire space is ever evolving and policy is always playing catch up. So my advice to all the entrepreneurs is that there is nothing that we cannot do. I want to leave this message with all of you that in this entire ecosystem, while there are some straight-jacketed policies which we have inherited from Government of India, maybe we have looked at what states have done, there is always an evolving nature of an idea that you have, and it fits in the overall scheme of things when it comes to achieving the purpose of becoming a semiconductor capital of the state, country, or becoming better at semiconductor manufacturing. So I would say that reach out to us, share your idea, and we will dovetail the policy to suit the needs of how we can effectively help you. See, we are going to help you on 3 fronts. One, we are going to make sure that we keep your costs as low as possible. Because if we don't do that, then you will not be competitive. Secondly, loss-making companies are of no use to us. Because unless you make money and you pay taxes and you employ people, at the end of the day, the government is focused on making and keeping you profitable. So I would say that any government officer who does not work with this objective is not supposed to be in a seat at all. Second, I would say that, as I said, that the evolving nature of policy, come to us, have a discussion. We are very, very open. Our offices are open. Our jobs are to help you. Never forget this. Our job is to help you, not the other way around. It's a symbiotic process. If you succeed, we look great. It's as simple as that. And third is that there is ample of capital with us, ample of capital which we can enable for you, ample of investors that we can speak to, ample of partnerships that we can strike for you. So we can become an completely holistic, we can bring a holistic perspective to your business and make you successful. So the only thing required with all of you is courage and conviction. That's all. If you believe that you have an idea, give it a try and test us. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, very, very reassuring. So yeah, I think this is it takes 2 to tango. So, government is open, but then, industry also has to really roll up the sleeves and, do their bit. So great. Now I will open the floor for audience question. We have about 5 minutes left. I wanted 10 minutes, but so any questions from audience? There's a hand there at back. Can we give the mic there, please?
Hello. Hi, thank you so much for the amazing session. I wanted to actually bring back a point that for the next 2 decades, it will be very critical to scale the semiconductor industry.
And can you please introduce you quickly?
Yes, quick. Sorry. I'm Sejal Lumba. I work at McKinsey & Company. Yeah. So for the next 2 decades, this is actually in line with the Government of India vision for 2047. They want to become a global business champion in some of the deep tech sectors, including semiconductors. So what should Maharashtra aspire for or have in its vision for the next 10 and 20 years for this industry?
So it requires a very elaborate answer, but thank you so much for the question. I'll try to be as brief as possible. The Honorable Chief Minister is on record and he has answered this question on many forums. So there are three-pronged approach that he has taken. Number one, as far as Maharashtra is concerned, from a growth standpoint for the next, let's say 2035, when Maharashtra turns 75, infrastructure-led development, that's his primary focus. Reason being, he believes that speed of travel is necessary to reach $1 trillion economy. Because when people move faster, they spend more time at home, the quality of life improves, and they can contribute more to the economy. So it's very clear that's the reason why all the infrastructure rollout. We have already tied up 50 billion US dollars and we are rolling out projects in infrastructure. So that's one. Second, policy-led industrialization. I've already spoken a little bit about it. This is addressing all the conventional industries, the nature and change that is happening, and all the new age industries as well. So we are very focused on enabling industries of varied nature, and it's an evolving process. Third, tech-led governance. He is very, very clear that in order for government to become transparent, accountable, effective, efficient, technology is a great enabler. The beauty about technology is that it's inclusive. It doesn't differentiate between JC and me. We both are in a virtual queue to take the same service. So at the end of the day, who has clicked the button first is going to deliver service. The beauty about technology is in its inherent inclusivity, and that creates an amazing platform for everybody to be equal. And that is the beautiful thing that the Constitution also wants. So my sense is these are the three fundamental things as far as Maharashtra is concerned. For a more elaborate answer, we will discuss at lunch.
Yeah, I think we had a gentleman there. Yeah, please
Yeah,
go ahead.
hi. I'm Saksham. I recently graduated from IIT Bombay and I am from Cremenjoy, Aurangabad. So I've been following this semiconductor space very strongly and recently. I wanted to understand that you spoke about fabless design companies and foundries, but given that the advent of AI startups in India and in US has been on a very strong spree, do you see the scope of data centers and the data center providers that power these AI startups in India? What are your views on it?
Data center. So, okay, see, data center is an infrastructure. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the data centers that use GPU-based chips that power the AI startups and
right. So, I think there's a lot of chatter about it, and government of India, there's a let's say talk in the town that government of India is coming up with a very ambitious, about $1 billion program to do these GPU chips in India. Having said that, we have just made single core, simple RISC-V processors in India. Doing a GPU is a non-trivial task. So it's a journey which probably we have to travel and it will take a very long time to take. So my guess is that if we do these lot of chips which JC has just said, say for example power devices, discretes, GAN drivers, simple microcontrollers, battery management system, BLDC motors. I think we have to start from these simpler chips, build the ecosystem, understand it better, and then we go on to do more complex chips. So in short, I think that the GPU is a journey. It is not going to immediate kick off products and solution and revenues in India, but we will eventually reach there with all the momentum which we are building. Any other question I have? I can take one last.
Hello. Sir, I'm here. Can I start? Yeah, please.
Yeah, please, please.
Yeah. So my name is Sarang. I represent a company, Ask Enterprise, which is a MSME company around 4 years old. We have been doing a lot of government work in gas distribution system. Uh, I have been recently to China also. I really saw the industry there, and we have been able to successfully tie up with one of the company which is into gas distribution systems in semiconductor and solar sector, which is called Vigor in China. So my question probably will resonate with few of the people here. We have been trying to work out of makeshift rented places and do things in the last 4 or 5 years. I've also been a part of one of the MIDC tendering process when I tried to get some land, and I saw a lot of big guys bidding and tendering higher values and being very happy getting the land, and we were just looking, our project is gone for a toss if we bid those values. So we are not able to do that. So for MSMEs, when we say that we want to really encourage them, where do we really start from? Because if we start from the land, I don't think we will be able to realize what we really want to do in the factory. So how do we ensure we get plug and play kind of lands at reasonable rates to kick off our works?
Good morning. Let me answer your question. I think, with all due respect, I would beg to disagree on your discussion, because I'm telling you my personal experience. I think today, if you see, I think following the Davos summit also, I think the government signed a lot of MOUs actually. This is just besides the point. I'll come to my journey later. But I think what I heard, some of the entrepreneurs are my colleagues, and they have already been allocated land and at very reasonable rates. And I'm one of the live entrepreneurs, sir, where we've been allocated land in additional Taloja at a very reasonable rate for semiconductors. And I'm telling you this, MIDC, I mean,
we have our next session, Industrial Development Role of Infrastructure in Industry Promotion. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this insightful session on industrial development, role of infrastructure in industry promotion, where we explore how foundational infrastructure, roads, railways, ports, power, and digital connectivity acts as a catalyst for industrial growth and regional prosperity. Today, we have eminent and esteemed guests and speakers for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with a great round of applause our dignitaries for today's session. Dr. Bhushan Gagrani ji, may I invite you on the stage, sir? Dr. Bhushan Gagrani, IAS Municipal Commissioner, MCGM, an esteemed administrator with a keen understanding of city planning and development, known for a unique professional approach in project planning and issue resolution within the corporation. Hearty welcome, sir. May I invite Srimati Ashwini Bhideji, IAS Principal Secretary to Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra and Managing Director of Mumbai Metro Rail Corporation. Hearty welcome, ma'am. Mrs. Ashwini Bhide, a 1995 batch IAS officer from Maharashtra, is renowned for her pivotal role in Mumbai's urban infrastructure, especially as the Managing Director of Mumbai Metro Rail Corporation Limited. Welcome, ma'am. May I invite with a good round of applause Shri Vijay Singhal-ji, IAS Vice Chairman and Managing Director, SIDCO. Shri Vijay Singhal-ji is an accomplished IAS officer from Maharashtra cadre 1997 batch. He holds a BE in Civil Engineering and from IIT Roorkee, MTech from IIT Delhi. Hearty welcome, sir. Also, may I invite Shri Radhakrishnan B., IAS Chairman and Managing Director, Maharashtra State Power Generation Company Limited. Hearty welcome, sir. Shri Radhakrishnan B. IAS assumed the role of Chairman and Managing Director of Mahagenco on December 26, 2024. He is 2008 batch IAS officer. Also, I would like to invite on stage Shri Shirish Sankheji, Partner, McKinsey, a globally recognized expert with over 26 years at McKinsey. Welcome, sir. And I invite the moderator of today's session, Shri Alpesh Kankaria, Partner, PwC, One Consulting. Shri Alpesh Kankaria ji. Hearty welcome, sir. And I invite Shri P. Velarasuji with a big round of applause. IAS officer of 2002. And CEO MIDC. Thank you so much, sir. And now I hand over the mic to the moderator.
Thank you. Good morning, all. I am sure this is going to be a fabulous session because given the line of panelists that we have on the session. So first of all, it's a privilege to be a moderator for this session, all of you. Uh, and just to set the context, the theme for this particular session is role of infrastructure in investment promotion. And we all know there are critical organizations in Maharashtra which play a very important role in infrastructure development, most of which are represented here, sir. And my questions are going to be around what have been the experience, what are the challenges have we faced, and maybe what is that we should do next as Maharashtra to have more investments coming in through infrastructure development and investment promotion. So if I may, sir, Gagrani sir, if it's okay, I'll start with you, sir. So, sir, you've been at the heart of development in Maharashtra, whether it is BMC, whether it is MIDC in the past, SIDCO in the past. In your view, sir, what has been your experience when it comes to have integrated infrastructure development in Maharashtra? What are the things which have worked in your experience? What are some of the challenges that we faced? And I'm sorry, it's a bit of a broad question, but I couldn't squeeze a small question for somebody like you. So, what are the various integrated infrastructure experiences that we have? What are the challenges you faced and how we've overcome? If you can just throw some light on that.
Thank you, Alpesh. I am blessed enough to get exposure of various sectors, including urban development, infrastructure, and related sectors. It is the given fact, and everyone knows, that Maharashtra is on the forefront of infrastructure development, whether it's a hard infrastructure or soft infrastructure, both put together. The challenges, the first thing I'll pick up from your question, the challenges which are faced by any infrastructure project, the trajectory almost remains the same. It is not something unique that the infrastructure project face that challenge. There is a famous model called Cobbler model of grief, where the trajectory of every person remains the same. It is called DABDA. DABDA. Denial, anger, depression, acceptance. So the infrastructure projects also goes through a same kind of a trajectory regardless where it is and how big it is. First of all, there is a denial. Everyone say कि ये project हो ही नहीं सकता, इसमें कुछ नहीं है. It is very difficult to do that thing. If you recall 1996, when there was a thought of first express highway of India joining Mumbai and Pune. If you take out the newspapers during that time, there is opposition from people, opposition from farmers, opposition from environmentalists. There is apprehension among the policymakers, apprehension among the bankers. Same thing. Now if you visit and imagine if this Mumbai-Pune express highway would not have been there, forget about connecting only two cities. But if would not have been there, what would have happened to IT sector of Pune? What would have happened to the automobile sector of Pune? Chakan, Hinjawadi. It is because of this project. So what I am saying is that every infrastructure project faces the same challenges. We will have to be ready with all the solutions, financial modeling. Another one point which I would like to touch upon very briefly is that financial modeling in any project in private sector is very different from the public sector, because public sector we will have to consider the socio-economic cost which cannot be quantified. However, like for example, Vijay is doing airport. I will not snatch that thing from him, the topic. But the socio-economic cost which is not calculated is far more than the financial cost, but the benefit it will derive in future is also non-quantifiable and far more than what we would have imagined. The capability of Maharashtra and Mumbai to put money, policies, regulations, everything at place is phenomenal. Though many of our infrastructure projects lag behind due to operational issues and challenges, but still the projects which are completed with facing all the challenges and hurdles, number of projects and the benefit we are deriving out of it is phenomenal. So I would say yes, we are capable of handling the challenges, modeling the projects, and these projects need long-term operation and maintenance issues as well to be addressed. And I think we are evolving. One more point I would like to say that the agencies, private sector agencies, particularly contractors, they are also evolving with the time in terms of technology, in terms of compliances. So I think infrastructure projects in Maharashtra particularly are evolving over the years, and we are getting good quality long-term projects.
Thank you, sir. So I think two takeaways from your question. I'll build on that particular point. One is obviously the ability to finish them. And ma'am, then I come to you for that because we've seen a lot of projects in Bombay being completed, whether it is metro, coastal road, and numerous others. And you've been at the forefront of most of these projects, ma'am. So in your view, how does it, like sir said, our ability and some of the non-quantifiable aspects of socio-economic aspects, our ability to complete these projects on such a large scale, what does it do to the investor confidence, especially given that these projects are in Mumbai and not just anywhere?
Yeah, since it is Mumbai, I think it's a question addressed to me. See, when we say investor, investing into Mumbai and investing from Mumbai, both require, of course, civic infrastructure. But investing into Mumbai, first of all, the manufacturing industry is almost ruled out. Any metro city in the world, manufacturing industry has to go out of the metro city, and there can be a small hub and spoke model kind of a thing. So investing into Mumbai, as far as manufacturing is concerned, is almost ruled out. So what remains is service industry and captive investment. Now, investing from Mumbai, that means the investor is from Mumbai. It has got all institutional mechanism available here, right from Reserve Bank, SEBI, all banks, the mutual funds, private funds, everything, and the ecosystem. So this is investing from Mumbai. Now, as a civic administration, we will have to take care of both these investors. So creating all sorts of hardware infrastructure in terms of mobility, in terms of water supply, electricity, all this infrastructure is mostly a responsibility of state government, and to a large extent it is a responsibility of Mumbai Municipal Corporation in Mumbai. And the complementary will be a soft infrastructure like law and order, education facilities, medical facilities. The investor is looking for the wholesome package. It is not the only one thing which is attracting an investor to be here and to grow here.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, my next question is to you. Talking about successful some of these projects, and we all know metro, especially the Aqua Line, we've had a lot of challenges in completing that. So what are some of those experiences you've had in getting that completed, and what does it do to the investor confidence? Because it's one line which is not just connecting the suburbs or something. It has industrial areas, it has BKC, it also has airport connectivity. So it's a very critical line. So just if you can share some experience and some of your thoughts on that.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. As has been told, Mumbai is now setting up a new transport infrastructure in the form of expanding the metro network, because we all know that industry or businesses and transportation, they have a symbiotic relation. It's a positive correlation, because earlier also we have seen that businesses and industry grew along the suburban corridors for many decades. But as those corridors are choked, so city is trying to set up or in fact install a complete new public transport, that is the rail-based public transport, and Metro Line 3, which is the fully underground corridor of Mumbai, is one of the most important corridors, important of these corridors. So this particular line is a kind of a spinal corridor, which is the only line going into Island City. And as Alpesh told, it is connecting Seeps to Cup Parade. So if you see that line, there are industries along, there is a service industry along, there is finance sector, and there is even the seat of power, the businesses and the institutional setup which is supportive of industry and businesses, that is also on this corridor. So this was a very important corridor from giving a boost to Mumbai's industry and the business ecosystem. Of course, it was challenging to set up this line because we had to construct this corridor, fully underground corridor, without disturbing the pace of the city. So it was like, as I have said earlier also, it was like doing an open heart surgery without sedating the patient, because we have to continue to allow the existing transportation or commuting which is happening, and at the same time, as Gagrani sir said, lot of socio-economic factors also we had to consider while implementing this project. So this project was very disruptive. It was disturbing the pace of the city, not in terms of the existing commuting pattern, but at the same time, many buildings had to be demolished. We had to change, we have to navigate the route in such congested neighborhood, and that too for a 7.5 to 8 years of construction period. So it was extremely challenging, and the experiences were very unique, because on one hand we were dealing with professional entities, and this project also passed through the same trajectory which Gagrani sir mentioned, that initially there was a complete denial. Even today also you can hear those naysayers opposing the project. There was complete denial. Nobody believed that this kind of project can be taken up in a city like Mumbai, which is already operating like a financial capital of India without disturbing its existing pace. And then construction challenges, of course, bringing such huge machinery in this city, disturbing some of the neighborhoods. So there was a complete denial in the beginning. So we had to do lot of trust building, engagement with the community and all kinds of community, right from the businesses and industry which is there in Seebs and Marol area to the financial sector community in this BKC as well as Cup Parade and Fort area. And then common people, some elite society in Cup Parade, Churchgate area, and there are many common people who got their residences got disturbed, or their daily routine, like we had to take some playgrounds for the project. So the process involved continuous engagement with the community, which was very tough. Then we had to face a lot of legal battles and construction challenges, of course. 55 kilometers of tunneling in the city, in the congested areas, without disturbing the city, without risking a single building. It was a huge challenge. So we had to do a lot of prior surveys before taking up the project. How will we divert the traffic? How will we dispose of the muck which is getting generated? How will we even take care of the safety of the building? So a lot of prior surveys of the building condition survey we had to take up. Shifting of utilities was a big challenge. So all these challenges were there throughout the project. But one thing which I can tell with a lot of pride, that there was no trust by the society or even by industry, and as sir said, even by the financial institution, that government can take up any such huge project, a mega project, and pull through it. So we could do that without creating any major problems and kind of building a trust among the citizens. So I think that has given a big boost to the investors. And Metro 3 was the beginning. We started with that, we have now completed. And the remaining section, which will reach up to Cup Parade, that will also get completed in August. But because of that, government's confidence also got so boosted that after that, so many mega projects were taken by the city. Be it Atal Setu, be it Coastal Road, and Coastal Road South was also completed in a record-breaking time. Atal Setu was completed in a record-breaking time. And now so many new projects have now come up. We are connecting this Eastern Freeway to Coastal Road by an underground tunnel. Coastal Road is getting extended further up to Virar. And all agencies of Mumbai, be it BMC, be it MMRDA, be it SIDCO or MSRDC, they are all now full throttle, taking up these mega projects and completing them also on time. I think this is a big boost to the confidence of industry, investors, and I think Mumbai's overall image is changing. And apart from once the mega projects are done and the connectivity is established, because mobility is the first and foremost ingredient which any industry or business would expect from a city. And all these metro lines are going to get connected to each other. While Metro Line 3 works as a spine going in the island city, but all other lines, Line 2, Line 6, Line 7, Line 4, they are all getting connected. And this is not a picture of future. It is another 1.5 to 2 years, because all these lines are under active consideration. Financial challenges are tackled, social challenges are tackled, land related challenges are tackled, and I'll tell you, each and every agency which is working in these projects, they are finding innovative ways of dealing with the challenges. Government is so open and receptive that any new kind of policy or mechanism to deal with the challenges is proposed to them and they are accepting. Earlier, acquiring land used to be such a big challenge, but today we have found out multiple ways and multiple models to acquire these acquire lands. Even Metro 3 itself, acquiring land in Girgaon and Kalbadevi was a big challenge. But we have not only acquired the land, we have also rehabilitated those people in situ. So I think this kind of receptibility on part of agencies as well as government, and the trust of external financial agencies as well as domestic financial agencies, because while most of these projects are funded by multilateral funding agencies or bilateral funding agencies, but at the same time, interim fund shortage is being met out by the domestic funding agencies, and that trust is there. They are ready to give us loan even without government guarantees. I think there is a lot of positive environment, and this ecosystem is developed where infrastructure is really getting a boost. Government agencies have the ability and the confidence to implement these projects in a very, very proactive manner. Society, even though each project goes through the same trajectory, but the time period, because earlier projects will get stalled for years. Now that is not the case. Political kind of will is also there to proactively engage the political leaders, to talk to people and resolve their issues, find out a package for them which will create a win-win situation. And I think that is a change which I think is something which will boost the industry confidence, the investors' confidence, and Maharashtra is really having that kind of edge over other states where investment is very highly welcomed by all sectors which are there in the, all departments which are there in the infrastructure sector. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That's very heartening. Talking about, again, infrastructure within Mumbai and in MMR, sir, CIDCO is undertaking large projects to boost infrastructure and investment promotion. If you could share some insights, especially on the new airport and some of the other initiatives that CIDCO is taking to ensure that we have robust infrastructure for investment promotion in MMR.
Hi, good morning, everyone. As we know, any big city has two or more than two airports. Look at city like Tokyo or maybe the London. London, New York, London has 4 airports. But so far Mumbai had just 1 airport. Now this Navi Mumbai International Airport, which is coming in the new Navi Mumbai area, is being built by the CIDCO. CIDCO is constructing this airport having a capacity of the 90 million passenger per annum. If you look at the present airport, this is having a capacity of the 45 to 50 million. So the capacity of the new airport is double of the existing airport. This will be the biggest airport in the country, having the 4 terminals and the 2 parallel runway. If you look at the size of this airport will be of Heathrow size, having the same area almost and the same capacity. 2 parallel runways having a distance of the 1.2 kilometer, which is there 1.4 kilometer in the Heathrow also. But yes, we are developing in the phases. To begin with, we are coming up with the Terminal 1 having a capacity of the 20 million passenger per annum. I can say here, this is in a very advanced stage and likely to be operationalized within next 2 months. So this is the kind of a progress which that as regard to the airport is going on. This will be the first airport in the country which will be connected with the water taxis also. So that is under preparation, like in the Singapore or maybe the Hong Kong, you have, or maybe the Venice, you have the water taxis. So from the Navi Mumbai International Airport, we are likely to start to the Radio Club jetty, and the kind of thinking which is going on to have a check-in center at that Radio Club jetty also. So this airport is one of its kind, having all the modern facility, having that maybe the green airport, having the all like 36 megawatt of the power, which is the green power. This airport has had a good connectivity to the rail, road, highways, suburban rails. At the same time, we are also coming up with the new metro line for which mandate has already been given to the CIDCO. That is the Golden Line, Line 8 connecting both the airports. So this will be the 32 kilometers of the line being built at a cost of approximately 20,000 crores rupees, which will connect to number of almost all the existing metros, like line 2A, line 7, even that line 3, line 4, line 12, and existing line. So this airport will cater to South Mumbai, even to the western suburb, even to the eastern suburb, even to the MMR. So probably then one has to change train once, and that any part of the Mumbai, he can come to this Navi Mumbai airport. The way Sir Bhushan sir and ma'am has already spoken about the development going on in the Mumbai, because of the Atal Setu, Navi Mumbai and Mumbai have come close to each other. It is hardly 25 minutes distance. Now Navi Mumbai is not a Navi Mumbai, actually it is a part of the Mumbai now. It is the Mumbai annex or maybe the Mumbai. Now from the Kulaba, even if to reach the Navi Mumbai, we can reach in the 40 minutes. Once that orange tunnel work, which the sir is doing, which that MMRDA is doing, yeah, L&T is doing, MMRDA. Once this is completed, probably will take 3 years. So from the Marine Drive or Nariman Point to reach to the Navi Mumbai airport, it won't take more than 35 minutes. Even people will have a choice to go to this Chhatrapati Shivaji International Airport or Navi Mumbai International Airport. So that is a kind of a development is going on. As regard to the Maharashtra, sir has already spoken, we have the potential, we have the capacity. We are moving towards a 1 trillion economy. Country is moving towards a 5 trillion economy. And we have and as of now, we are already at the $536 billion economy. So the kind of infrastructure developments going on, the kind of a ecosystem is there. So lot is going on in the MMR region. So this airport is one of the biggest project, which is almost at the verge of the completion, for which runway is already completed. Trial landing has already been done, Indigo. Even the airlines has already, MOU has already been done. It is just 95% work is completed. Rest of the work will be completed in the 2 months and will be operationalized very soon.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So we've talked about connectivity across Mumbai in MMR through various modes of transport, which obviously has a huge investor impact. But the other aspect which is important for investments is, sir, industrial infrastructure, right? And as MIDC, we've seen a lot of initiatives, but if you could throw some light on various initiatives that MIDC is taking through various modes of financing, because we understand MIDC is also taking some innovative methods of financing. So if you can throw some light on what MIDC is doing, what type of industrial infrastructure we are developing, and various innovative methods that are being used, sir.
Hello. See, in Maharashtra, MIDC is the only major industrial development corporation. Unlike other states where there are multiple entities, Maharashtra, it is quite focused and it has been quite professional. MIDC, we own and operate more than 300 industrial estates. We have a very strong legacy. Out of these 300, more than 150 are large industrial estates, right? So, and this has been happening over the last 50 years, 55 years. Now, what has happened is recently, because of the growth countries witnessing, and if you see most of the metropolitan regions like Mumbai, Thane, Pune, Nagpur, Sambhajinagar, all the places, if you see the last 10, 15 years, 20 years, the land prices has increased manifold, right? So when you want to develop a industrial ecosystem, there are three aspects to it. One is a physical ecosystem. Okay, so the land, connectivity to the port, connectivity to the good infrastructure, how close it is located, the physical aspect of it. Second is the financial ecosystem. It has to be viable. If you are going to charge 1 crore, 2 crores per acre, obviously industry, it will not sit well in their financial calculations. So obviously they are going to look for alternatives. Third aspect is the social ecosystem. So how good is the people, how good are the resources, human resources, employees, is the trade union problem, is a local political problem. So these are three aspects. If we look at MIDC's growth charter, till 2000, we have been acquiring land, we have developed lots of estates, so like the 300 estates we said, some of it happened during Gagrani Sir's time, so major estates were constructed. But now we face a challenge because the industry demand is close to the cities. So people want land in Chakan, people want land in Talegaon, people want land near Raigad, right? But the cost of land is so much, so high. It is more than 2 crores, 3 crores. In Taloja, it is more than 8 crores per acre. So this is a conflict. We have to understand this. So what we are trying to do is now in MIDC, we want to bring in the private efficiencies, right? So in fact, we are exploring already. Maybe soon we come out with a decision on this. Maybe we are going to have joint venture partners from the private sector, who have the fund, who can put in the money, and they become co-developers with MIDC in developing of all these large industrial estates. We are already in talks with some Singapore companies. We are already talks with the local companies also. So they can chip in as a partner. They can put in the money. They can create the infrastructure. Other the regulations aspect of it, MIDC will handle it. We already have a very old example also. Like Kate City, we have joint venture, which is doing well. Kate City, we have a MIDC estate, which is in association with Forbes, where we are only a 24% partner. The rest is put in by the Forbes. And that industry is really doing well. So considering the demand, location aspects, and other things, we are looking at more PPP mode and private participation in the future.
Thank you, sir. So you talked about cost of setting up, and one of the other costs is operational cost, and a key aspect of operational cost is energy, sir. So what is Maharashtra or even Mahagenco from a, because one of the key aspects which we've heard across is pricing and reliability of power being a critical factor for industries. So what are the steps we are taking from a pricing and reliability standpoint to boost again investments for the state?
Thank you, Alpesh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Like you asked, actually, the state of Maharashtra today consumes the power, around 30 gigawatts is the state's power demand currently. If you look at our $5 trillion aspiration, $1 trillion from Mumbai itself, the power sector is expected to grow around 4 to 5% in the next 10 years, decadal. And what we do from the power generation per se is like actually, if you look at it, Mahagenco's installation capacity since independence, it's 13 gigawatts today. And we are literally doubling it in the next 10 years actually. When we say doubling this energy production in sync with the power demand in the market, naturally there are 2-3 questions come actually. Will it be affordable power? Will it be reliable power? Will it bring in the, look into the sustainability aspects which everybody is looking into. When we make products through industries, will it be competitive in the global stage and everything? The answer to all these three questions are like resounding yes. Because when I say we would be doubling our energy in the next 10 years, what Mahajanko and the state of Maharashtra is looking into is like, we are going to completely change the energy mix, the way we operate currently actually. Like, if you look at the present energy mix today is like almost 72% of energy comes from the coal-based power plants actually. And we have, Honorable Prime Minister has given us the net zero for the country 2070, but the Energy Department had kept a complete transition by 2047 itself. Like, so in the next 5 years, we are planning to add another 8 gigawatt of energy, predominantly from the renewable energy. So when we say renewable, it is going to bring in the affordability aspect to the power actually. This you must have seen in our recent MIT petitions also. So the power is going to be definitely going to get cheaper, but it is going to come with some challenges. Like intermittency of the renewables is going to be a big challenge. How are we going to take care of the grid is going to be a big challenge. How are we going to encourage people who had invested in solar and renewable, and how are we going to make their aspirations in terms of generating captive energy, in terms of granting them open access? How do we going to regulate such a way that the grid is taken into care, at the same time the energy demand of the entire ecosystem is maintained properly. So keeping these things into picture, what we have done, when I say energy mix, we are diversifying. We are not going to rely only on the traditional sources of coal, and the only solar is not going to be the only source of power in the days to come actually. What Mahajanko is doing is actually like, we are bringing in pump storage projects actually, to the tune of almost 5,000 plus megawatt in the next decade actually. What it offers, like the traditional issues which many industries face, the high voltage customers face, like frequency related issues, voltage support, when there is a blackout or brownout, can we ramp up the power? All these grid related issues we are trying to address from the system within. And what we are trying to help the customers is like actually the policy support. Like policy support, when I say, we recently have brought in a lot of clarity and a lot of relaxation with respect to green energy open access regulations actually. When I say like even a 100 kilowatt customer can get a green access or green energy open access today. So even if you take a small industrial region, a customer may not be a 100 kilowatt consumer. He can always come together and they can apply for this green energy open access. So that gives him the liberty to get into the market, get the cheapest source of energy, make his product much more viable and competitive actually. And we encourage captive customers also. There is no mandate for the captive customer. Even if he is less than 100 kV also, he'll be able to do that. So similarly, like banking support we are offering. So we are trying to address this power situation from all these 3-4 parameters, like making the power affordable. How do we make the reliable by bringing in new technologies? Like I forgot to tell that very recently we entered into a long-term partnership with Rosatom, a Russian nuclear, state-owned nuclear company. The idea is actually how do we make sure when we phase out all our coal-based power plants, how do we bring in the base load actually? Like, so we are trying to address from all corners so that the power demand is taken care, at the same time it is affordable, and most importantly, our larger ambition of making our country carbon free, at least the power sector completely carbon free, much before the targets of like 2070. That's the whole idea of power sector in the next 10 years.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. That's fabulous. My next question to you is, Mr. Sankhe, and we've heard all of them and the fabulous works that are happening, right? In your Growth Hub report, you've talked about sustainability. Am I audible? In the Growth Hub report, you've talked about sustainability for infrastructure development. Having heard all of them, how do you think that particular angle applies here, and if you can throw some more light on that?
Hello, yeah. I'm going to base my remarks on the work that we have done for the last couple of years. While of course I worked closely in McKinsey for 26 years, for the last 2 years I've been working closely with 3 state governments, Maharashtra, AP and UP, and in the area of economic growth and energy transition. And I think that's quite relevant. And when we talk about economic growth, it's basically city region growth. So we recently worked on the MMR Growth Hub plan, which includes not just Mumbai, but includes from Vadhavan to Dighi. So very large portion of the Mumbai metropolitan region and so on. So a lot of remarks are based on the works that are done in the last 2 years. I would also like to go a little bit more towards the manufacturing part of the industry, which we spoke a lot about urban infrastructure, including airports, metro, and so on. Very, very important because that's where talent lives. But at the same time, we have to squarely focus on the industrial side and the manufacturing side of the infrastructure. Okay, so I'll come to sustainability, but I just wanted to make a couple of points on that. If you look at India at 2047 and Maharashtra at 2047, we are talking about very large numbers, right? 30 trillion for India, which is from 4 to 37 times, and maybe 5 trillion for Maharashtra, right, which is currently at $500 billion, right? So again, it's a 10x, right? So these are enormous, even in economic terms, these are enormous potential. And industrial development and manufacturing development has a very important role to play. And I wanted to bring 2 concepts or 3 concepts here. One is a concept of cost of doing business, right, for industry. I think we have heard about ease of doing business, very well, and I know we are 13th rank, Maharashtra, and I'm sure that it will move forward, 13th rank in ease of doing business. But I do want to talk about cost of doing business, and of course energy is an important part, but it's not the only part, So we normally benchmark cost of doing business not just with Gujarat or Tamil Nadu, which are of course on the cutting edge, but also with Vietnam and so on, right? Because that's what we are competing with. Okay. So in cost of doing business for industry, we think that Maharashtra should get to a number 1 position. Currently it's not. It may be number 5, number 6. Energy costs are 10 rupees, close to 10 rupees per kilowatt hour, right? PTPK cost, which is per ton per kilometer cost of logistics, is twice as much as what it should be. Right? The cost of water is 2.5 times, okay, what it should be. So if you look at all the cost of doing business for industry, I think it needs to go to the new benchmarks. And I'm sure it's possible with all the connectivity infrastructure and the infrastructure that we are bringing in, but we should really aim to become number 1 in cost of doing business, because that's how decisions get made. In addition to the incentives we give, decisions get made, right? So that just one part on, and specifically on energy. I feel time has come to deregulate industrial tariffs. Currently what we do is we have a cost, then we put a huge amount of agricultural cross subsidy on it, okay? So 2, 3, 4 rupees. And then we give discounts to attract industry, okay, by 1 rupee, right? I think time has come, and the good news is that the energy on the agriculture side is getting deregulated / solarized with low cost. In that prospect, I think Maharashtra should aim for remove the industry cross-subsidization and actually aim for a 5 to 6 rupee per kilowatt hour of power tariffs, okay, uniformly throughout Maharashtra, very possible in the next 5 to 7 years, okay. And the central government is also talking about it. And 50% of that energy from a sustainability perspective should come from renewables and storage. I think Maharashtra has made excellent progress on that front. Really hats off to Maharashtra on the energy transition work that is done. The second point of cost of doing business, which is also a sustainability point, is the rail infrastructure, but not the metro rail infrastructure, but is the rail coefficient for industry. Right? I know that we have this freight corridor going on and so on. We use a number called rail coefficient. It should be 0.5. Okay, so that means 50% of the freight going out of any area should be done by rail, and the cost of rail PTPK is 1 to 1.5 rupees per per ton per kilometer. Truck goes 3, 4, 5, 10 rupees per. So dramatic reduction in logistics cost is possible. And the third one, which is also an infrastructure point, infrastructure and sustainability point, is we have been talking about industrial cities, not just industrial estates. And I know MIDC is making a good progress on that. What we notice is that you go in the industrial estate areas, and outside industrial estate, it looks like a slum with a Gram Panchayat running the infrastructure around that, right? And so therefore the industrial cities need to take into account not only the industrial infrastructure, but housing, recreation, and so on. And I would suggest that our next vision should be create integrated industrial cities like Jamshedpur or like Chongqing in China, or what Vietnam has done. And again, Maharashtra should take a number one post, because that immediately reduces the carbon intensity and dramatically increases the sustainability. So these are the 2-3 points. They affect sustainability. The only fourth point is circularity parks. I think we're talking about, which is recycling and circularity. India can take a big point. So that's the fourth point. So in addition to talking about industrial parks, we start talking about circularity parks. But these are the 3-4 points which directly affect sustainability, but also the industrial competitiveness of Maharashtra, where they have made good progress, but needs to go much further.
Thank you. I'll now move to the next theme, and given the paucity of time, maybe I'll ask smaller questions. So first to you, given what we've been doing so far, and your experience with various organizations, what are a couple of things you would recommend from an ethical governance standpoint and transparency standpoint that we as Maharashtra state should probably undertake for even further pushing our growth in a sustainable manner?
I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that. If you see the timeline and what government and governance for a common citizen 20 years back and today, lot of transparency, lot of dialogue, by design or by default, has already entered into the system. E-governance has almost become a shibboleth for every government, department, organization, ministry, PSU, whatever you may call it. So as far as, and of course right to information, right to service, lot of legislation government has effectively introduced and implementing, particularly Maharashtra government. So as far as ease of doing business is concerned, lot of efforts, initiatives. As far as the transparency is concerned, what you are talking about, it's a process. We can't claim, my colleagues together, that we are 100% transparent. But at the same time, if you again see the timeline, we are as a government much more transparent, much more responsive, and much more accessible than the traditional perception of the government.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, it's an addendum to the same question, but more on operations. Given, and this is also akin to your role as Principal Secretary to the Honorable CM, what are the steps the government is taking to boost transparent, on-time infrastructure development, and how are we doing a few things innovatively or differently to make that happen?
I think just taking forward what Gagrani sir had said, that government has become proactive in every walk of governance, I would say. So if you take all the infrastructure projects, the kind of monitoring and proactive kind of review of the projects which happens right from the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister to Chief Minister, because there are many projects which are reviewed by Honorable Prime Minister in Pragati. That is the reviewing mechanism which they have. And similarly, in Maharashtra, we have Chief Minister's War Room, both for physical infrastructure projects as well as social infrastructure projects. And these war rooms are run in a very, very professional manner with all kinds of dashboard, geotag projects, and the continuously updated details which we monitor from the Chief Minister's office. And it is very, very minutely monitored. Like the Chief Minister himself takes review every 2 months, but in those 2 months, the projects are monitored every day from a team of professionals at my level, and continuous feedback is given to Honorable Chief Minister and the concerned departments, ministers, and the heads of project implementing agencies. Similar thing is being done for social projects, but because they are also equally important from the overall fabric of the state, which boosts investment. Apart from that, all other departments like industry has this Maitri 2 portal where all online approvals and online permissions are boosted. We are trying to do decriminalization of various acts, regulations which are happening, which again is kind of an hindrance for industry or investors. So every aspect of governance, a continuous quality improvement, continuous review at the highest level of administration as well as political leadership, which is happening, and digitization of all services. We are going towards golden data. We have this Aple Sarkar. So all complaints, everything is being tracked. Professional agencies are involved. We are not only dependent on the government setup, which otherwise remains busy with so many daily chores. So all these things are happening. We are having MOUs with various non-profit organizations which are into these kinds of activities, and this is all being done at the agency level as well as at the government level. So all projects are being tagged. Not only that, we are now in the process of preparing our vision document for 2029, for 2035, when Maharashtra completes 75 years, and 2047. And this is being done in a very, very professional manner. On one hand, McKinsey is our knowledge partner. On the other hand, all departments, along with their consultants, non-profit organizations, which are working with them, taking their inputs, they are, interacting with their internal experts, their external experts, even public consultation. We have just launched a citizen kind of survey, and I urge all of you to look at that. And we have been promoting it through various media channels also, where we are expecting even citizens to tell us what kind of vision they see from Maharashtra, and we are working towards that. So I think governance is improving the governance, and which basically facilitates not only the common citizen's life, but even gives boost to investment and industry. That is the first and foremost priority of the government, and we are working towards it jointly.
Thank you, ma'am. So this is for you. Talking about innovative and bold projects, I think one of those is the Mumbai Knowledge City that we have, right? So would you want to share your experience on how will that change the overall investment outlook, and also the outlook of not just investments but also eventually the overall industrial development for the state?
Yeah, thank you for asking this question. As you know, why the SIDCO was created, let's have a brief about the SIDCO. SIDCO was basically created to develop a new and sustainable cities to meet the growing needs of the growing population. So as you know, this Navi Mumbai, earlier we developed the Vashi, Belapur, and even the Nerod, Khargar, other areas. This has already been developed and handed over to the corporation. So this was the basic purpose to develop the SIDCO. Now we are coming up with a new city called Naina. Naina is Navi Mumbai Airport Influence Notified Area. So when Navi Mumbai was not there, it was created because to meet the growing need of the population, I handed over. Now since the airport has come up, so in and around airport development has to come. So this was perceived well before in year 2013 to develop a new city. So this is being developed over an area of 244 square kilometers. This is adjoining airport. To begin with, right now we are developing a town planning scheme, 12 town planning schemes spread over an area of 4,400 hectares, having a 46 villages, for which work is going on in the full swing. All the TPS has been sanctioned. Even the road works have been awarded. So likely to start very soon. So in that area, the development has to come. A lot of like industries, corporate sectors, offices, convention sectors, hotels, they're bound to come. In and around airport, this development is there. Second, the most important is that we have come up with a new concept, that is an international education city. So this is the first of its kind. This project is in a country where we are developing an international education city to have 10 or more than 10 foreign universities at one places. So you must have heard just last week that the Honorable Chief Minister and Honorable Dharmendra Pradhan Sahab, that Honorable Union Education Minister, has given a LOI to the 4 foreign universities. It is a matter of proud for Maharashtra. Till now, Government of India has given a LOI to the 9 universities, foreign universities, out of which 5 are in Maharashtra alone. Now in this 4 are in the international education city and 1 is coming in the Mumbai. 2 are in the gift cities, 1 is there in the Bangalore and 1 is there in the Gurgaon. So concept was like so that our children need not to go abroad. If kind of a world-class education provided at a cheaper cost in our place, then it will be the best. As you all know, Navi Mumbai is the fastest growing city in the country as of now. And this place, location of the international education city, is within 3 to 4 kilometer radius of the New Mumbai International Airport. So right now we have already 4 universities have come up. That is the University of York, that is within the first 100 in the world. That is the University of Western Australia, that is also within the first 100. And few more universities are there. We are trying to tie up with the world-class university. We have spoken to the Cambridge, we have spoken to the others also. So that is to provide a world-class education. So once that university and human resource development is there, when the manpower is there, so the industry will not have to look for these human resources, that will be available. So there is a connect between that financial capital, that is a corporate sector, then the industry, maybe in the Chakan area, this area nearby Pune area. So this all will get a manpower from there. So I'm sure this will have a lot of industrial development. So these are catering to the need of industries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We've talked about Knowledge City and the availability of future workforce in the vicinity of the state. But in your view, what are some of the other industrial projects or large-scale initiatives which will drive to what Mr. Sankhe said, the 10x growth for Maharashtra to 5 trillion in coming years?
When we talk about the increase in the income, maybe the 5 trillion, so that has to come not only from the metropolitan regions, it has to come from all over the state, right? And one of the objectives of industrial growth is also to develop the state equally. It should not be focused only on some specific areas. So keeping this in mind, I think the government is focusing now more into Gadchiroli-Chandrapur border. We are fighting Naxalism through industrialization. Right? So MIDC is in the process of acquiring about 15,000 acres of land to set up 3-4 large steel plants. So all these steel plants will be integrated industrial cities like Jamshedpur. So Lloyd's already started construction, JSW is in the process of initiating it. So the state government is consciously pushing for industrialization even in the most backward regions, okay? And associated township growth. Now, Mumbai, it has been long known for the industrial growth. Earlier, Mumbai was basically a textile town, the Thane was a textile town, pharmaceutical town. It's all, like Gagrani sir said, as we develop, it has to be pushed out, it will go to the remote areas. But the real success is in connecting the whole state through an infrastructure and making it the ecosystem amenable to invest anywhere in the state. That is objective. Like Sambhajinagar, Aurik. Earlier it was considered to be remote when it started. Now there is no place left. There is a huge demand. The Samruddhi corridor, you take it. So reaching Nagpur within 8 hours, right? Maybe we should have given more access points and entry points to promote more industries. Maybe I think we should learn it is not only a transfer, but there has to be more exits and entries so that the different points the industry growth happens, right? Now government is keen about the Shakti Peeth Express. So starting from Varda, it will go up to Goa. So it is diagonally going to cut across the state, right? The objective is to connect all the regions, all the backward regions, all the regions. Now, if you see the Pune ring road, MSRD is going to do it. To avoid the decongestion, to disperse the development, there is going to be a Pune ring road, which is coming up in a big way. Then the MSRDC's coastal road from Mumbai to Goa. So connecting those missing bridges, that is also coming up. Not only roads, if you talk about the port, Vadhavan port. So today we have the Jawaharlal Nehru port, which is the largest port. But I think the Vadhavan port, which is supported by Government of India, I think they have uploaded more than a lakh crores to develop it. It is a natural port. There is a natural drought of water. So natural berthing can happen. So that port, the timeline is about 8 years. If it develops, that is going to be the South Asia's biggest port. The whole turnover, that port will be more than combined turnover of all other ports put together. It is going to be largest port. Not only that, like Mr. Singhal said, we have now Mumbai Airport, Navi Mumbai Airport coming up within another 2-3 months. We have Bandra Airport, of course. But there is going to be another airport near Vadhavan port. It is going to be near Vadhavan. So it will be a seaport and airport. So like New York has 4, we also technically going to have 4 airports in the near future. And not only that, the state public works department, we are doing like the private efficiency I talked about, we are doing a lot of HAM projects, annuity hybrid models, right? So the state highways, most of the highways we are doing under that private equity model. So if you see another 6-7 years, the infrastructure in state is going to be so robust. It doesn't matter whether you put your plant in Chakan or you put your plant in Nanded or you put your plant in Latur. It is going to be such a state in the near future. That is what I foresee. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Radhakrishnan sir, quick question to you, sir. You've, in your earlier response, you did cover about the growth plans we have in Maharashtra from a generation standpoint, both traditional sources of energy and green sources of energy. In your view, sir, and given your experience, what are some of the policy changes that we should have in near future, maybe not immediately, but in near future to meet the growing needs of the state?
Well, like I said, we need to understand how are we going to achieve this energy, new energy creations actually. Like traditionally, if you look at it, we used to generate energy at particular locations and we used to evacuate the power. Like Mr. Sanket said, we are in the process of solarizing our agriculture feeder actually. When we say solarizing our agriculture feeder, the entire energy basket is going to come, generation is going to come from decentralized sources. To the tune almost, for example, Mahagenco itself is doing out of the 16,000 megawatt, 1,000 megawatt from 85 different locations actually. So when we make 8 gigawatts of renewable energy in the next 5 years, this is going to come from all over the state actually. It is going to create economic activity and everything. On one hand, it is going to throw a challenges on the power evacuation. So that is going to be a biggest challenge considering the renewable energy going to come from different 100 number of sources from the traditional way actually. So how are we going to address this transmission constraint and how are we going to make sure this reaches the end customer without losing a lot of our power actually. So that is going to be one aspect the government is going to take a serious look. When we say transmission related issues and how do we optimize our renewable energy? Currently, if you look at renewable energy, though we are making rapid strides in this sector is completely dependent on weather actually. You must have seen last month, May, we had a early monsoon we received this year. So that has created a lot of repercussion on the power sector also. A lot of unpredictability prevailing in the sector needs to be overcome with the AI, ML, with the usage of better forecasting, and maybe we can use how do we bring in the technological clubbing of PSP with the battery energy storage, and we can optimize the renewable energy instead of curtailing the renewable energy, which is the issue which currently we are facing. So there we are going to address the big challenge which we are facing today. And in addition, if you look at it, government of Maharashtra is always little ahead of, at least in the power sector, I can very well vouch for it. We are one of the states going ahead in the green hydrogen sector. If you look at MMR region per se, actually, like with boom in urbanization, there are traditional industries located like oil refineries, there are fertilizer industries around. Green hydrogen is going to be the blessing for them, and it is going to make the decarbonization and make the living in MMR region going to be a much more quality of living going to improve. So to make it happen, there are some technological challenges prevailing today. Like for example, like we can make a green hydrogen, but how do we transport it actually? How do we make the pipelines of green hydrogen much more cost effective? So there lies the challenge for the industries also like today. And how do we make electrolyzer? Like if you look at electrolyzers today per se, very few handful of manufacturers available in the country on a whole. But Maharashtra is marching ahead in green hydrogen field actually. Can we bring in sync between these? Like there is a manufacturing demand in the sector and there is a lot of potential, especially in the MMR region itself actually. So these are all the overall policy landscape in which we would be operating in the days to come, keeping our energy demand, our projected generation into picture. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Sankhe, my last question and a quick one to you. You've been McKinsey for 26 years. As you mentioned, you've been working with 3 state governments. One bold idea which the state is not thinking of today. One bold idea for our vision of Viksit Maharashtra.
Since we are working with them, we have mentioned all the bold ideas already. But I would say that for the skill-intensive manufacturing, and I'm again focusing on the industrial part, can Maharashtra become the #1 in the world? Okay, and this includes batteries, renewable equipments, auto electric vehicles, nuclear reactors, and so on, right? And so therefore, a #1 manufacturing state, which Maharashtra may not be completely known for, and the largest port proximate, because this is a huge area, the largest port proximate, AI-enabled, sunrise industry, manufacturing powerhouse by 2040 is what the bold idea I have. I'm sure they have heard about it, but I think there's a lot that needs to be put into place for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'm not going to summarize this in a traditional way, but just one point, and I think that would probably summarize the context of this. Earlier, we used to think about our kids going abroad for education, right? As a Mumbaikar and as a Maharashtrian, I think after listening to all of you, it feels proud that our kids are growing up in Maharashtra and not somewhere else. And I think that largely summarizes the feeling of the conversation today. So thank you, everyone. Thank you very much for your time. It was a very, very enriching discussion.
Thank you so much, everyone. I request everyone to kindly be on the stage. And I request Shri P. Velarasu sir, CEO MIDC, to felicitate all the guests. We are lagging behind the time and we have next session as well. We'll start the next session here at 12:15 and we will, whatever questions you have, we can take it off the stage. Dr. Bhushan Gagrani ji, Municipal Commissioner, an excellent motivator, team builder, Srimati Ashwini Bhide, known as a Metro woman, over 30 years of experience in various key positions, Shri Vijay Singhal ji, IS, recipient of Prime Minister Award, Shri Radhakrishnan BIS, Chairman and Managing Director, Maharashtra State Power Generation Company Limited, pivotal in steering the organizations towards sustainable growth and financial stability. Shirish Sankheji, Partner, McKinsey, a Senior Partner Emeritus, and the moderator, Alpesh Kankaria. Moderator Alpesh Kankaria ji, Partner PwC 1 Consulting. Thank you so much, everyone. It was indeed an impactful session. And as we want to stick to the time, we will start the next session at sharp 12:15. And also, I would like to announce that there will be a tea break, so you can have tea and snacks. And we will start the next session at sharp 12:15. Thank you so much. Discussion on policy, productivity, and prosperity. Today's sessions I invite the panelist and the moderator, Dr. P. Anbalgan, Secretary, Industries Development, Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, Managing Director, Hiranandani Groups. May we have a good round of applause to welcome all the dignitaries. Thank you so much. Welcome, sir. I invite Srimati Arundhati Bhattacharya, President and CEO, Salesforce. Srimati Arundhati Bhattacharya, President and CEO, Salesforce South Asia. I take privilege to invite Srimati Abanti Sankar Narayanan, Executive Vice President, Mahindra. A warm welcome, ma'am. I invite Shri Raja Ram Pai, Chief Business Officer, JSW. Very warm welcome, sir. I also invite Shri Ashish Kumar Chauhanji, CEO, NSE. I invite Shri Rajesh Nambiarji, President, NASCOM. And I invite the moderator for this function, Shri Mohammad Athar Saif, Practice Leader, PwC. A good round of applause for all our panelists and the moderator. And now, I hand over the session to the moderator. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being here. Thanks to all our panelists. We have a very powerful panel. And for panels like this, moderator, the lesser he speaks, the better it is. And that's what I'll try to achieve. We're sitting in the context of enabling growth for a state which is already doing extremely well. A state which is already #1 on majority of macroeconomic indicators, whether you think about the gross domestic product, when you think about its contribution to exports, when you think about its impact on the financial industry, or in general on the new age sectors investments that have come in. But what you do with a state which is doing well and how do you push it to even do better? There could be some gaps in areas where we could further reinforce our commitments in certain sectors where some other states may have taken a differentiated approach. What are the big, bold ideas that we could think of as we think about transitioning Maharashtra's economy to a $1 trillion economy in the near future? And with that intent, we will start this session to really zoom into big, bold ideas that would be critical for Maharashtra's growth and what kind of enablers we will need to achieve those big, bold ideas. So with that as an intent and context, I'll start the session. And maybe to start off, maybe I'll first ask the CEO, sir, to just outline to all our audiences and members here, sir, the kind of policy initiatives the state government is taking to enable new investments and help the growth of the sector.
Namaskar, good afternoon. First, I think, which like you mentioned, the state really what makes we are different? What makes the state is different? Mere size, first of all, like almost 10% of the population and 10% of the land mass, and our ability, like contributing almost close to 20% of the country's GDP. Second, the scalability. And if you look at the state and compare to like brother and sister states, the state has a, like a massive infrastructural network. And from the almost for the past 2 to 3 decades, the massive infrastructure which has been put in place has really made a different apart. Second, I would say, which like you were mentioning about the policies, the state always used to have a continuity in policy. The change of guard never, some of the state used to have. By and large, the country is like, I would say, stable. But still, some places you do get like a policy shake up. But this state has a very, very strong history of a continuity of policy, and basically any, I would say, any commitment given to the industry by a sub-sovereign or sub-national state is always honored. It's always honored, despite who is in the leadership. And secondly, the strong policy framework which has grown, which has its all the dynamism. It also evolved throughout, I would say, decades. We have a strong industrial policy which takes care of like balanced industrial development from, I would say, west to east and also from north to south. When I look at the spreadsheet of our state, and the industrial policy, the umbrella policy gives a host of the incentives, because the incentive package which like the state doles out, it's almost no state can be compared. For example, almost roughly $1 billion is only in a cash grant is an incentive every year it goes out. And probably our Honorable Chief Minister has mentioned that with $1 trillion in place, this incentive has to go at least double. Yes. So that is what that. And we have almost close to 15 policies, sectoral policies. I will just name, starting with the industrial policy, we have an electric vehicle policy, we have an IT and ITS policy, we have a defense and aerospace. Now we are also combining space tech and nuclear tech in that. And we have an apparel and garment policy, and we have a gems and jewelry policy. We have a circular economy policy coming in, MSME policy coming in. Almost you name a sector, and we have a GCC policy coming in. API, first time in the country, we are going to have a separate policy for the bulk drug and intermediates, which will also have a PLA component. And we have almost, in another, I would say, in a month's time, we are going to have almost all the policy will be reshaped and all the new policy will be in place by 15th of August, and all the draft is ready. Today also we have done quite a stakeholder consultation, because this is a major forum where you do that. And of course, the state was the first to do a logistic policy, integrated logistic policy. And the leather is a one sector we always say we missed it. So we are also coming up with though it's like in the first instance, first phase, we are not looking at a tanneries or a processing, but secondary basically leather, non-leather footwear, fabric, apparels and accessories. This we are going to come up with at least 5 parks we are going to come up with. These policies are going to give a very, very major chunk. When we look at industrial policy also, we have a basic customized packages, but moving away from that to bring in inclusivity, the new policy will also have an impact of like what is the like percentage of women you are going to employ. So again, that will also determine the quantum of incentive you take home, and what is the income deviation from the national and although the state. The state which is far from the national average will get more, and the state which is like far from the state average is also relatively more. Then so that like we will churn out, now the investments will go to, I would say, east and middle, central Maharashtra and also northern Maharashtra. Pune and Mumbai are organically, anyhow they are going to attract, but we need to like major chunk of the investment has to go, because still we have almost close to half of the population depending on the agriculture. So mid-scale industries, agri-processing industries, entire capturing values, they all need to be there. So the state is having almost policy, I said almost for 15 sectors it is having policy. Even like we are coming up with a PLA for like a bioplastic policy. So absolutely we are on track, and that makes state really different from others.
Very, very helpful, sir, for outlining the actions and the impact of those policies. So what I'll do, I'll now deep dive into this journey towards 1 trillion. And if you see essentially what builds an economy is manufacturing, services, agri sector, and then the whole ecosystem, which is infrastructure, quality of living, and capital. And then luckily for us, we have a very good representation from each of those segments. So let me start with the service economy first. And let me start with Mr. Nambiar. 59% of Maharashtra's economy is pegged to be coming from services sector. I have the following question. We have been a big hub for services industry, but we are seeing a major transformation right now happening in the sector. There are impacts of AI happening in the sector. How does Maharashtra gear itself for these kinds of impacts that are coming in? Which segments will really drive the growth, the next growth wave for the state?
Thank you for the question, and very, very pleased to be here. We had a wonderful panel before we came here, which kind of spoke to some extent to some of these issues that you just asked me. Very, very excited for Maharashtra as a state. The fact is that, when you look at the IT ecosystem broadly, it tends to have a tendency towards the tier 1 cities in some sense. So I think Maharashtra enjoys having these 2 tier 1 cities, both Mumbai and Pune, that by itself has got a lot of momentum, and we find that the growth happens because of that. And I was mentioning in my previous panel that it also, when you look at the GDP growth for the world, I mean, not just even for India, it is going to be tech-driven in many ways. The reason is, today there is no industry, irrespective of what business you are in, and I'm sitting next to Ashish, who's from NSE. I mean, NSE should think of them as a technology company, not necessarily a stock exchange, right? Because of the fact that I would want to wager a guess and say 80% of what they do would be technology driven. So I think the point I'm trying to make is that technology will be there everywhere, which means that this economy is going to be driven by technology, and hence there's going to be so much a focus around what we need to do in technology. Not just the tech companies, but every company that worth its salt in some sense. So now coming back to Maharashtra, the fact that we have all of this advantage, and Dr. Anbaragan said beautifully, the focus that they've had on broadly defining the right environment for the companies to come, bring their business to Maharashtra, and then not only just entering but also sort of continuing with this growth, which is a phenomenal advantage. In my previous panel I had Kaustubh with me as well, and the ability for them to sort of really contribute to this and then stay with that, that's a big plus. When you look at what are the other things that we should do, and this is something which we are working very closely with Dr. Anbaragan and the rest of Maharashtra team here, is in terms of how do you bring in an ecosystem. The reason I'm saying ecosystem is because, Mohammed, I think it is important for us to know that the IT broader companies thrive when there are other companies which are, so GCCs won't go into a city where there is nothing. Right? So if you pick a new city, I'm just picking an example of Nasik or something like that, you can't just say, okay, now let's start putting GCCs into the city. It don't work. You've got to have an ecosystem. IT service providers, you have startup ecosystem, we have technology. I mean, when I say technology, I'm talking about engineering technology companies. There are other BPM companies. So how do you make sure that you're creating an ecosystem which has similar requirement around talent, and how do you really grow over a period of time? And then you'll find that everybody is flourishing. The GCCs and their service providers in some way, they sort of feed into each other. So it's a lot of things which the government is doing, and I'm very, very excited that we are part of that story, and then we want to do everything from NASSCOM to make sure that happens over a period of time.
Sure. No, very well said, especially the role of ecosystem in building sectors and parts of economy. Ma'am, I'll come to you, Arundhati ma'am, especially with your extensive experience, and you have seen Maharashtra. Ma'am, digital transformation itself is a big opportunity area across sector which is emerging as a horizontal, and we are seeing intensive investments happening around these technologies and companies over there, whether it is in the banking sector or even for enabling MSMEs operations. And especially digital transformation can enable MSMEs outperform in the way they think about growth. Ma'am, where are you seeing opportunities for Maharashtra, and what should be Maharashtra's focus going forward?
First of all, my thanks to MIDC and to PwC for inviting me to this very distinguished panel. It's indeed a pleasure to talk to you all. So before I start, I just wanted to narrate one incident that happened 10, 12 years back. And this was in Singapore at a conference. And Singapore, as you know, has done exceedingly well. And the Singapore Prime Minister was talking there. And some people, in fact, questioned him that, are you not being paranoid regarding growth? And he said, it's my job to be paranoid. Because if I'm not paranoid, then we will start getting complacent and we will fall behind. Now, that's something I think, Maharashtra needs to internalize. Because yes, we have done excellently well. Just now there was a narration regarding all the policies that have been put in place, the infrastructure, the demography, the human capital, all of that. But even then, I think we really need to work on ensuring that the lead that Maharashtra has, that remains, and that becomes even bigger. Now, coming to technology and what it can do with digital transformation, Maharashtra is home to a large number of very large financial institutions. And I would say that those financial institutions are still way behind the curve where really and truly adopting digital to improve productivity and efficiency can actually, begin to show itself. In fact, I was reading a report a few months back where they are saying that amongst all the banks, public and private, productivity is coming down, not going up, which is not the way it is worldwide. So we need to really deep dive into this and understand what will help them with the digital transformation and how can the state government incentivize these. The other thing that I think we also must understand is, what does digital transformation really do? Digital transformation basically enables you to understand a very large amount of data points. India, by the way, is very data rich, very data rich. It has a very diverse set of data. But data is like, having an oil field beneath your feet into which you have not tapped. Okay, so therefore you can't use the energy that can be used by bringing the oil up and actually putting it to use. Data is exactly like that. You have a lot of data, but are you getting the right insights from it? Because if you get the right insights, you will know where are the weaknesses and where are the opportunities, and you will be able to make the best of them. So that's the reason why I think, Maharashtra government, by the way, has done a lot for providing citizen services, but there is still so much more that can be done in order to improve the citizen services. As for MSME, which is the question that you had, MSMEs are the backbone of this country, and so also in India. But MSMEs can only scale when they can bring in efficiencies and productivities. We have very simple tools that enable MSMEs to get the kind of insights which they would otherwise not be able to have. We have the kind of simple tools that enable these MSMEs to understand where the opportunities lie and to literally shrink the time being taken in order to do a job, in order to ensure that, they are getting much more done with the same people in the same time. And again, there are a lot of questions today that keep getting asked, what about AI? Is it not going to cause job losses and all? And to that, my response always has been that actually AI is allowing humans again to become humans, because you're getting the time to go back and actually talk to your customers, because 42% of your time, as per our survey, is taken up by repetitive jobs that can just as well be done by your systems. We need to take advantage of that, because only when you release the human potential, you will be able to actually increase the productivity and actually see that more efficiency comes into your MSMEs. Yeah. So we are very big supporters of that. We have a lot of tools in that area. And yes, we would love to see that, the units in Maharashtra use more of it.
And ma'am, we have seen the transformation your organization is bringing in MSME, and that's fantastic. Niranjan sir, the question now for you is, you have been one of the largest ecosystem provider for service industry, and we now also see the definition of infra also now has data centers into this. There are new age-old sectors coming for more investment. So how do you see the opportunity from a enabling ecosystem emerge as we have a demand in certain sectors coming up? So would be a need for larger infrastructure, whether on the office space side or the overall data center side. What should the government be doing more? And do you think there is an opportunity for much stronger public-private partnerships in some of that?
First of all, congratulations to MIDC, congratulations to Maharashtra. You've really been the leader in the field of manufacturing in terms of industry and the ability to be able to draw most of the people into this state. The question is, what is the addition that we can possibly do in order to be a further incremental to reach the project of Viksit Bharat? And what is the kind of role that we will do in order to achieve that? The first, of course, is infrastructure. And more than infrastructure, it's the last mile infrastructure. I'm putting up an industry, I get everything, but I don't get the water connection. I get everything, but I'm not getting the last connectivity which is needed on the ground. I'm getting everything, but that last mile of acquisition of that 500 meters to reach my project is not being taken, and nobody helps me to actually acquire it. So while I do believe that the policies which Mr. Anbalagram just mentioned, I think are wonderful, and they are really projecting towards a Maharashtra which is going to take up leadership, I think we need to have a kind of a center which makes solutions for problems of people who have already invested or are in the process of investing. Sure. And it doesn't matter where it is. Sure. I think it can be in urban areas, it can be in rural areas, it can be at periphery of towns. And I think that becomes extremely important in order to a person who's actually putting a huge amount of investment. The second, which I think is mentioned about technology, I think technology is going to take over everything. And I think the focus on technology that we are doing needs to be even further upgraded in order to do it. There's no estimation to which artificial intelligence and we are going to do. And I think that becomes the basis of everything that we are going to do, whether it's manufacturing, whether it is services sector, or it is any other sector that we are doing. We work in the real estate sector, and we find that every aspect of design, marketing, sales, every aspect of it today will be AI driven in the next 12 months. And if we are not there, we will be actually second to somebody else who's actually going to do it. So I think that focus is really important, which we need to do. The third thing which we are totally lacking is skills. And in many of the manufacturing, many of the construction industry, and let me get into the construction so nobody feels hurt about it. In our business, the biggest company, L&T, mentioned 2 months ago that there are 25,000 skilled workers short. 25,000, and they run 17 skilling centers. This is in spite of the fact that they run all those skilling centers. The second part of it is, a company like mine requires 500 skilling people we are short of, as of today. And on the other hand, we talk about unemployment being there. So along with the manufacturing, along with the other things, I think the skilling part of it needs to be further strengthened to an extent to which you will find that you are losing the centers of manufacturing or other things to other states because you will not have enough skilled workers in your state. So I think skilling is a little more than even infrastructure that we have talked about. And the last point of it is the coordination needed by various agencies, which is not industrial, but which is power, which is water, which is transport, which is multimodal transport and other things. My congratulations to the state with the kind of thought process which is being put to multimodal transport, which the state is already doing. I think a huge amount of work is really going into it. But I think a little more emphasis in this area will make a paradigm happen to Maharashtra, which will be there.
Sure.
What I really agree with you on a second point is the kind of people that we have already created as resources in the services industry. So I think we have to think differently if we want to talk about the next 5 years, because the services industry is also undergoing a big change. So we are the leaders today. Will we be the leaders in the next 3 to 5 years or not? It will be a different question. I'm not the right person to answer that question, but I know for a fact that the change is going to happen very, very rapidly. But we can see it even on the ground where we talk about the people who advise us on technology today are out of date, and we are trying to find new people, to better people to give us technology, because the people who gave us technology for the last 5 years are certainly not worth talking to. So that's the difference. So there is a paradigm which I'm seeing, and we even find it difficult to catch up with this whole thing. But so somebody else really has to tell us how we are going to be able to do it. But I think we need to flag it off because it is important.
Absolutely.
If I may just make a comment on Mr. Hernanden's very lucid comments. We are talking skilling. And by the way, that kind of skilling can only happen with the help of technology. There is no other way that you can get these people skilled unless you use technology and the power of technology to disseminate that knowledge, to train them, because each one then can proceed at their own pace and yet be skilled to the level that you want them to be. And there's no other platform, there's no other way that you can humanly deliver it in the brick and mortar stage.
I just want to say amen. I rest my case. The panel is done.
We skill 3,000 people every year, the poorest of poor. Government pays us for 200. Those 2,800 people get 3 times income on the first day that they finish the skilling. That's the way it goes.
I'll just make a point on skilling. See, the government also has like a major plan for the skilling. See, if you really in another 5 years, in conservative estimate goes, if you really want to generate roughly 5 million people like employment, then equal amount of or maybe 2x number of people need to be skilled. That is at the scale at which the government is running, and on various format like through Tatas and through private agencies, like on a BOT model, I'm an ITA and industry tie-up. So it's like the entire roadmap. It's not, of course, we also have a chief ministers that stipend program more on the line of an apprenticeship. Probably, see, we should be skilling almost roughly a crore people in another 5 years. That's what, then maybe in another 1 year, I think Mr. Niranjan Bhai will really realize on the ground. Secondly, on an interdepartmental coordination, particularly for an industry perspective, typically for a manufacturing and services. So the Maitri 2.0 portal is really going to make a game changer. First of all, it has been now done under the Act. Initially, it was just a government resolution. Now, it is also given a teeth. Like in case of any approvals not given, the Maitri is competent to approve it. I would say it's more like an appealing authority. So that way, these two things can be done. And absolutely, when we look at a $1 trillion economy, construction is a major component which is going to play a phenomenal change in another 5 to 6 years, because they may be the largest component which is going to be there. Even in industry component, if you say construction industry, real estate, these two put together, it's going to be the number one. So really, of course, even surprised to see that even for a construction, we are short of that. We will be, of course, we will work on that.
Thank you, sir. We're talking about a lot of disruption. The panel is also getting disrupted a bit, and that's the greatness of when you really passionately think about growth and really try to drive somebody who's doing better to even do much better. I think from a service focus, let me just flip the discussion more towards manufacturing. We have a couple of people from manufacturing sector. Abanti, let me ask you first. Automobile sector itself went through a lot of disruption, IC engines, and then a lot of focus on EV. The entire supply chain is available for investments, but we have seen the investments have also gone in other places. How do you see this whole industry transition? What is the opportunity that's still there for Maharashtra to pursue, and then what kind of actions will it need to really get onto those opportunities?
So I would start by saying that, Maharashtra is today the country's #1 automobile hub. And that's been well deserved and well earned. And we as Mahindra should know it because this is our home state. And we have significant investments across the state. And so I think this conversation then is really about how does Maharashtra maintain its edge. And just like Arundhati mentioned, there are other very hungry states. And again, we know that through all our interactions when we had to make a choice on where we locate our new electric vehicle plant. And what we realized is actually Maharashtra is still way ahead for a couple of reasons. One is because it has a very strong auto manufacturing ecosystem. And back to the point that was made earlier, I think the role of ecosystems and therefore the endowment advantage that Maharashtra has is very strong, even in manufacturing. And so the fact that we have a large number of our vendors and suppliers who are based in Maharashtra, who are able to sort of expand in Maharashtra made a sort of significant difference to our own decision to stay on in Maharashtra. Second is just the overall progressive policy framework that the state has. And I think we see, as Mahindra, we see the role of the state as an enabler. There's a lot that we have to do as industry, including bring CapEx, bring technology, even play a very big role as partners to the state on skilling. But what you need from the government is an enabling policy structure, which we saw that Maharashtra has, including, and I must give a big shout out to the state for the most recent EV policy that has been announced by the state, which is very progressive, takes a whole of the ecosystem approach, manufacturing, charging, R&D, all of that comes together. So that's again, you know, the policy, the progressive policy that we saw in Maharashtra. And then the third, I would say, is just the overall sort of industrial climate, which when we compare it with many other states is stable, it's very professional. You get workers who are skilled. Sometimes we have to make the effort to skill, but who will, as simple things as turn up on time, who, are willing to operate in shifts, etc. All those nuts and bolts things which come together to create a very positive industrial environment. I think in terms of the way ahead to maintain this label as the #1 auto industry hub, clearly in Maharashtra has to maintain that as and evolve into the #1 EV hub. And that requires, again, an overall across the government ecosystemic approach for electric vehicle to become the electric vehicle hub of the country. And I think they are well set to do that.
That's great, Abanti. And maybe within EV, I'll talk about a couple of areas to you in a while. But Raj, JSW, big investors in Maharashtra, a global conglomerate. What's continued you being attracted to Maharashtra? That's one. And B, also one of your portfolio businesses are around creating an ecosystem for manufacturing. And where do you see an opportunity over there? For example, MIDC is doing a fantastic job at developing industrial parks and zone more than 300 parks. But should we also have a lot of private sector parks, public-private partnerships in industrial clusters in sync with the industry needs? Do you see that as a big thematic where private capital can be deployed?
Thanks for that. And yes, definitely like to acknowledge the role of MIDC in propelling the growth in the state and establishing Maharashtra as a very significant state for drawing investments. Today, as we speak, JSW itself has, about 1 lakh crores of investment in Maharashtra and one of the largest investors in the state. And very recently, we've also signed an MOU with the state to bring in about 3 lakh crores of investment. That's significant. And that is essentially underlined by a lot of enabling policies, a lot of, as I think all of our panelists have been sharing, the kind of skills that we've been getting, the very stable the government, very progressive in the way it's been approaching industry. Coming to your point about, if we were to look at the industrial parks, and industry essentially comes where there is, land which is very, very clear, there is digitization there. And to Dr. Hiranandani's point about, the last mile connectivity, I think here the private players definitely have a big role to play, right? So while the external ecosystem can and should be enabled, in terms of the connectivity to the national highways or to the ports or the MMLPs, but in terms of attracting industry, right, and in developing the infrastructure within the parks, I think the private players definitely have a lot of edge. Both in terms of developing the skilling stations, in developing the infrastructure within, in making the business development efforts, in bringing the state-of-art infra which is required for any company, whether it's JSW or Mahindra's or any of the other companies, to come in and set up. It's very important to have that enabling ecosystem. So I think the private and the government have a big role to play. And I'm sure that when we talk about MIDC having close to about 2.5 lakh acres already with them, and half of that and more coming in, I think as we go forward, if we can have some kind of a balance wherein the land is taken care of by them, and we bring in the investments and we build the infrastructure, I think this augmentation and becomes extremely complementary in the synergies that we can drive to attract investments into the state.
So essentially, if I understood you right, you were saying we could even think about industrial clusters where the demand risk is with the government, but you develop the infrastructure of sort, and the land is being provided by government. Yeah, that's a good model to really think of. Ashish ji, I'm coming to you last because you are like a horizontal that cuts across manufacturing services, infrastructure, which is capital, and Maharashtra being the hub for capital, the whole financial markets are here. How do we leverage that presence for growing investments within the states? And B, how can some of that be leveraged for enabling MSMEs growth in a extraordinary growth phase?
No, thank you, Mohammed. Thanks to MIDC and State of Maharashtra for inviting me. I think basically without finance, most of what we discuss cannot happen, right? So in some ways, by quirk of fate or otherwise, and of course due to policies of the state for last 60 years, 65 years since it became a state, that we have been the finance capital of India in Mumbai. And I think that is one, one advantage we must preserve. Because today, finance can work from anywhere, right? And so, if we don't preserve, then many of the advantages we have as the most industrial state in India can also go away fast, right? So, in fact, I mean, there is a precedent to this, that in information technology, we were the pioneers as a state. The Patni computers and TCS and everything, Kale and everything started here. But we lost out, right? So idea is we should not take what we have for granted, right? I mean, it's a humble request because that's where, and although I thank Rajesh for reminding me that NSE started India's IT. Although billionaires happened in Bangalore and they set up NASCOM to tell those stories, but NSE started India's IT, and NSE is the IT of India, right? So broadly, for me, it's important for us to understand what NSE has done in terms of the last so many issues. I mean, from 2010, we had 2.4 lakh crore raised by the Maharashtra companies. 35% of the entire amounts in IPOs raised by Maharashtrian companies from NSE as IPOs. And in terms of SMEs itself, we have 186 companies out of 630 listed on NSE's SME. That is 30% of all SMEs on NSE are from Maharashtra. And of course, they are growing. In financial year 25 itself, we had 50 issues of SMEs, 1,950 crore raised from Maharashtra alone out of 163 issues. In fact, yesterday we listed Patil Automation from Pune, which is another gem from Maharashtra. So effectively, the Maharashtra is currently leading in automation and many other areas. And today we have almost 1.9 crore plus investors in Maharashtra alone. India has 11.5 crore unique investors, out of which Maharashtra is 1.9 crore investors, which is almost 20% of the entire population being investors, which is way beyond what India has. India's average is around 7-8% of population being investors, and Maharashtra actually brings up the average by being there, right? So we have a very highly literate and financially participating population, which of course participates in every company that comes to the market, not only the Maharashtra companies, but effectively we have a home base which we should take advantage of. And we need to also train our people on financial side of things, make them more literate. And so literally again, because we have 20% of the investing population of India coming from Maharashtra, almost 1.9 out of 11.5. We also have almost 20% of our total investor awareness seminars also that happen in Maharashtra. And most of our work naturally, because our headquarters are here, most of our employees, more than 90% are here. So naturally, we work on that. But we also work with the governments on, especially Maharashtra government, on figuring out what is it that is going to come and how do we prepare for it. I think data center is one area we want to, at least we have aspirations to become the center. Like we, in a way, we lost out on IT, but this time we want to be like the center for AI, center for material technologies, 3D printing, which is coming now. It will become mainstream in 10 years. But if we don't do the base here, and that's what we support our new SMEs, the self-driven cars and other mobilities. In terms of defense, we have many new defense companies coming from Maharashtra now that have listed on us. The AI-driven companies or AI-based companies, solar, hydrogen, new energy of different types, space companies from Maharashtra, and so drone companies from Maharashtra. We are basically supporting all of them with MIDC and other governmental institutions to ensure that we handhold them. The issue today, in my opinion, is that earlier the large amount of money had to be raised to set up new companies for them to become productive. Today, you require little capital, a lot of brains and a lot of exposure. I think Maharashtra has all of them, including connectivity to the world. And that's where I call it capitalism without capital. And I think Maharashtra is at a great advantage because of its connectivity within and outside. And of course, finance being there from all banks to NSE to everyone. And that's where I think we will continue to focus on Maharashtra for all the newer things that are happening. But we must, as a state, we must focus on the larger industries, but also the industries which are coming so that we don't stay behind.
Thank you, Ashishji. I think some very useful points, and you brought in the element of AI, and I'll go back to Mr. Nambiar. We spoke about in the first part AI as a disruptor, but AI as a job creator also, there's a large opportunity over there. And that's where syncing our current talent pool with the AI-led opportunities that will be there, because this would be like a horizontal cutting across all industries. What should we be really focusing on in terms of segments of industries that will create large-scale use cases of AI? Hiranandani ji also spoke about that. What kind of actions we should be taking more proactively?
I think it's a very interesting question, right? When you look at AI, today most of the companies will look at it as a headwind, At the same time, they'll also look at it as a tailwind, in the sense there's so much of opportunity which comes in with technology, comes in with not just AI, but also when you look at agentic AI, which is a lot more, directly, these are agents which can be deployed very independent of everything else which is going around, which means there are decision-making tools. These are not, traditional tools that we've been used to with the productivity enhancement tools, which are much more, relevant for job replacement in some sense. But having said that, what we notice in the industry today is that, let me start with this saying, right? In the short term, I think we are overestimating the impact of technology, impact on the job replacement. In the long term, we are underestimating that. So if that makes sense, I think so. Would in the next 1 year or 2 years, lots of job replacement will happen? And my answer is no. But in 5 years, will it happen? Absolutely yes. In fact, much more than what we think it is. So I think we got to be careful to understand that enterprise level solutions deploying agentic AI is yet to come. That means you see a lot of agentic AI in terms of personal productivity, customer service, areas of that nature. We find a lot of replacement, which is is fine, and AI is also creating a lot more jobs than what is replacing today. But in the long run, we got to be careful, and that's why I think we're going back to the skilling point we all talked about. It is important for us to make sure that the reality is that people with AI skills will replace people without AI for sure, right? So how do you make sure that you're able to skill at a mass level, irrespective of what job that you do? I mean, it doesn't matter. Not the programmers are getting reskilled in AI, but how do you make sure that if you're, to your point, I think you mentioned beautifully around construction. I think you will find that whether you're a plumber or you're an electrician, whatever it is, or you're building buildings, you're going to be using AI. So you need to train people to use technology in many ways, irrespective of the job that they're going to be in. You can be an asset manager. You can be somebody who's advising clients in a bank. It doesn't matter what you do, but I think, are you able to leverage technology? Are you able to take advantage of the agentic AI revolution, which you're going to see? And in my mind, I think that's a little bit far out. So you don't have to overly get concerned that in the next 12 months, all of us will lose our jobs and agents will be running around. But we got to have this tendency to make sure that we are ready for that over the next 2-3 years, and we'll prepare for what is required in terms of managing a hybrid workforce. Whereas in this case, hybrid would mean that you are managing people and agents together. Agentic AI meaning agents and people together in a certain ratio.
Sure. So I think we are expecting the Honorable CM. So what I'll do is I'll just take 2 inputs from each one of you very quickly in terms of what will create growth and jobs in the state. What would be your one idea and where we should really focus upon? If I can get quick comments from each one of you, that would be very helpful. So maybe Raj, I'll start with you first.
So while skilling has already been spoken to that extent, but I think digitization, in the industries that we operate in, that becomes a very, very large aspect of, and digitization complementing with AI, that becomes number one. Second is, from an industry perspective, connectivity, making sure that the entire system is digitized, maybe, using the examples of things like DigiLocker and so on. And of course, from an MIDC perspective, coming back to it, is developing stronger land banks. So while it's a great initiative that we have places like Gadchiroli, into which we have also invested, or in Amravati and so on, if we are able to develop clusters and drive those clusters to ensure that industries which come in, find the relevant ecosystems getting built in there. And ecosystems including not just the power, water, electricity, and incentives, but also the skills that are required there in that place, so that people don't have to, flit around. I would think those would be critical for growth.
Yeah, so I would give a big thumbs up to the land point. I think for manufacturing, obviously you require land and large tracts of it. You also need it for renewable energy, which is a big focus. And I think the ease and access to, let's say, reasonably or well-priced land is important, and I think the government is on to that. I will just add to that the point on infrastructure which Secretary mentioned is very important, because then you can move from your factory in point A to the new sort of Gadchiroli or Aurangabad or wherever very fast, and you can keep your logistics cost reasonable. And the second one I would say is again to the point that Secretary mentioned, single window system for clearances, very, very important. And that really needs to work well in actual reality on the ground.
So I would say, having all of us discussed about the fact that IT today sits at the heart of everything, and no industry without a proper IT backbone can survive. I would again say that digital transformation is the need of the hour, especially because we have a lot of legacy industries here, and how can we ensure that we have sufficient amount of skills and incentives for them to start adopting the cutting edge technologies. Otherwise, suddenly we'll find that, we are sort of falling behind.
I'll just take 3 points. One is like we are, if I say unaudited like GDP close to roughly over 550, roughly 580, but 550. And this is, we have come through maybe what, like almost 6-7 decades. And we want to recreate this entire in 5 years. So for every 100 rupees like invested, roughly depending on the consumption of, depending on the size of the state and what is your appetite to consume within, roughly somewhere you capture 1/6 to 1/5. Sometimes our state is huge, so we should be able to capture 1/3. So roughly we really want an investment of like 1 trillion, like we reach 1 trillion GSTP, you need really in 5 years you need 1 trillion investment. This is the estimate. So we need to create the entire MIDC in that. That's what like from I think JSW's opinion is. There are like 10 locations where we are going for a major cluster where 10,000 acres. And that will be having a just what will the entire ecosystem will be there, and skilling is also not only the high skill but also mid skill. There are like, you also need people at the mid-level skilling actually. There are like courses which are like absolutely after the post-engineering there are skilling institutes, but there are mid-skill typically employ the IT because you have almost more than 1,000 plus technical institutes, IT and polytechnic. That is an area we are looking at. And secondly, if you look at, we have almost 6 million MSMEs, out of that almost 2 million is a manufacturing. Even if you add a one workforce for that, you should be adding 60 lakh jobs. So how you are like doing their scalability, their expansion, so aiding there to grow more will make, instead of like scratching from the zero, that is a one area we are looking at. If I say roughly, at 10 locations we are looking at 10,000 acre plot, and here also we are open for private players to chip in, where MIDC will have an SPV with them for to begin with like as a 2,500 acres, MIDC can chip as a land as an equity. Then of course the developer can bring in his efficiency, economy, scale, all that. So there are like entire value chain, entire gamut of like this manufacturing led, because you need a 2-digit growth to reach that, which we are roughly, if you say, if we really go GVS side, roughly around 7.5 to like 9 is like our thing. So we need to real 2-digit. So that really we need to do every aspect, skilling, ecosystem, and even like hand-holding and ease of doing business, because you need to allow the existing business to grow. Then second, the people will come in. And you don't leave any other sector, even the sector which are like far up, I said that there. So we also need to get in that. So, and also create other industrial clusters in hitherto never attended area. That's what I said, the industrial policy will come in with lot of inclusivity. You say like D plus, now we are also going for a D2 plus, D3 plus, depending on their how deviate from the per capita income. So we want to take industry towards east and central Maharashtra. So on that way, I think we should be able to achieve the target. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not affected, but there are many people who are suggesting that the power cost, the cost of energy in Maharashtra as compared to the adjoining states is much higher. So I think one of the things that we need to do is to bring the energy department under the industries department as far as the power cost is concerned. So I think that needs to be taken up very urgently, because when I was president of ASSOCHAM, I had 3 textile people coming into India. and I suggested Maharashtra, and they said they were not doing it in Maharashtra only because the energy cost in Maharashtra is higher. So I think if you want to bring in those type of industries where energy is a very high portion of total cost, in the case of IT and other industries, it is the manpower and the other availability and the ecosystem that you talked about becomes very important. But when you look at these type of industries, there is the thing. And the last part, again, I'm repeating, the last mile is more crucial than the first mile. Because the aspect of it, after you have invested 500,000, 2,000 crores, and then you are stuck with a problem, the government needs to see that that problem is sorted out yesterday. And that is, I think, not happening yet. These are two flag-offs that I want to put up, because I think what I'm trying to say is that congratulations, Maharashtra, congratulations, MIDC, congratulations to the entire ecosystem that we have. And you have correctly pointed out, we have great leadership, sir, in Maharashtra in so many aspects of it. We need to protect that. And these small things will actually make a great difference in order to encourage that the leadership that we have will continue to do. I mean, there used to be all textile industry in Mumbai city. Of course, because of labor and other costs, they went out. But they went out of Maharashtra. That is the problem. So we need to have that ecosystem which clears and flags off industry-wide as to why they are not coming over here instead of the things which are already coming here. We need to flag those off.
So I'll just take Ashish sir's comment.
No, thanks. I second what Mr. Inandani said. We need to also work on preserving what we have. The other ideas I have are that, like the way the central government is giving PLI, we should have state level PLIs for bringing people here. So some of these issues get at least overcome, a hump gets overcome in decision making. The other ideas I have are that Maharashtra is blessed with abundant coastline. And we need to have SEZ framework and a plug and play sort of a factory with all electricity, power, sewage and everything else, including airports within the SEZ and connecting to instant ports. So that basically, if we have to create that manufacturing and that create the jobs, the amount of regulatory hurdles is immense. And if we create those SEZs on the coastline, we are like literally ripe for that, and we have not actually used our advantage to a large extent. Of course, from finance side, we at NSE provide the choice of the bouquet of things like municipal bonds. Maharashtra, many municipalities are taking up those bonds, infrastructure bonds, SMEs and startups, REITs, InvITs, and many other things. So, of course, we are there to support finance raising. But
being in a dialogue with you, Ashishji, I think seems like the CM is here. I'm just so looking forward to remaining in touch with all of you. I'll close this session for all of you. I think there's a small gift from the organizers that we will take it after that. Yeah. Thanks a lot for this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, all the panelists and the moderator. I request everyone to kindly wait on the stage. And I request Joint CEO MIDC, Dr. Kunal Khemnar, to kindly come up on the stage and felicitate all the guests, panelists and the moderator. Dr. P. Anbalgan, sir. Known for his strategic leadership and administrative acumen, then we have Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani ji. Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani is co-founder and managing director of Hiranandani Group, one of the India's most prominent real estate development companies. Shri Ashish Chauhan ji. Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani ji. Srimati Arundhati Bhattacharya ji. Her contributions have earned her numerous accolades, including the prestigious Padma Shri in 2025. Abanti Sankar Narayan ji, Executive Vice President Group Public Affairs, Mahindra Group. Thank you so much. We have with us Shri Rajaram Pai, Chief Business Officer, JSW Group. And moderator, Mr. Mohammad Athar, Infrastructure Leader and Partner, PwC. We have already felicitated Mr. Rajesh Nambiarji, President, NASCOM. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, panelists and the moderator, for this really insightful session. We'll have a group photo. I request everyone to kindly be seated in the auditorium. And ladies and gentlemen, in a short while, Honorable Governor and Honorable Chief Minister will be addressing all of us. So I request everyone to kindly be seated in your places, and soon Honorable Governor and Honorable Chief Minister with all the dignitaries will arrive on the dais. Thank you so much. Maharashtra Industry Dialogue 2025. I request everyone to kindly be seated. We are expecting Honorable Governor and Honorable Chief Minister along with all the dignitaries on the dais in just a few minutes. We are having just few rearrangements of the stage and we will start the function soon. Thank you so much. Maharashtra Industry Dialogue 2025. The dialogue seeks to facilitate structured deliberations across sectors and regions. identify priorities to drive manufacturing and services growth, and objectives are gather inputs on policy ecosystem in the state. Also to enhance our program would start in just few minutes. Again, I request everyone to kindly be seated. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. The event will start soon. The event will be graced by the presence of Honorable Governor of Maharashtra, Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Honorable Minister Industries and the leadership and ranks, the Industries Department of Maharashtra. Senior bureaucrats of government will also grace the event. Maharashtra Industry Dialogue 2025. We'll be starting this session very soon. All the dignitaries have already arrived here and we are just waiting for them. So ladies and gentlemen, I again request all of you to kindly please be seated and we'll start the function in few minutes. Thank you. Maharashtra Industry Dialogue 2025. The dignitaries are arriving. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll welcome all of them with a great round of applause. Honorable Governor of Maharashtra, Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan ji, Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Devendra ji Fadnavis, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Shri Eknath ji Shinde, Honorable Minister for Industry and Marathi Bhasha, Shri Uday ji Samant, Honorable Minister, Marketing and Protocol, Shri Jai Kumar Rawal ji, Dr. P. Anbalgan, IS, Secretary, Industries, and Shri P. Velarasu, IS, Chief Executive Officer, MIDC. Good afternoon. On behalf of MIDC and Government of Maharashtra, I take privilege to welcome all the dignitaries on the dais, also special invitees, speakers and guests in the auditorium. Welcome to Maharashtra Industry Dialogue 2025. The government of Maharashtra has organized a one-day industry dialogue as high-impact discussion to build a strategic roadmap on industrial development of the state, deliberating upon policy, infrastructure and ecosystem. महाराष्ट्र उद्योग संवाद घडवूया उद्याचे भविष्य या कार्यक्रमात मी डॉक्टर मृण्मयी भजक आपणा सगळ्यांचे सहर्ष स्वागत करते. उद्योग आणि उद्यमता यांच्या वाढीसाठी हा संवाद आयोजित करण्यात आलेला आहे. व्यासपीठावरील सर्व मान्यवरांना मी विनंती करते की दीप प्रज्वलनाने त्यांनी कार्यक्रमाचा शुभारंभ करावा. व्यासपीठावरील सर्व मान्यवरांना विनंती की त्यांच्या शुभ हस्ते दीप प्रज्वलनाने कार्यक्रमाचा शुभारंभ करावा. Honorable Governor of Maharashtra, Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan ji, Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Devendra ji Fadnavis, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Shri Eknath ji Shinde, Honorable Minister for Industry and Marathi Bhasha, Shri Uday ji Samant, Honorable Minister Marketing and Protocol, Shri Jai Kumar Rawal ji, Dr. P. Anbalgan, Shri P. Velarasu. दीपज् ज्योति परब्रह्म दीपज् ज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पाप दीपज् ज्योति नमोस्तुते. अंतर्ज्योतिर्बहिर्ज्योतिः प्रत्यग् ज्योतिर्परात्परः ज्योतिर्ज्योति स्वयं ज्योति आत्मज्योतिः शिवोऽस्म्यहम् आत्मज्योतिः शिवोऽस्म्यहम्. We pray the Almighty to take us from darkness to light, from ignorance to awareness. महाराष्ट्र उद्योग संवाद 2025 या कार्यक्रमात दीप प्रज्वलनाने कार्यक्रमाचा शुभारंभ झालेला आहे. यानंतर राष्ट्रगीत होईल आणि त्यानंतर राज्यगीत होईल. मी सर्व मान्यवरांना आणि सभागृहातील सर्वांना विनंती करते की राष्ट्रगीताच्या सन्मानार्थ कृपया आपण सगळ्यांनी आपल्या जागेवरच उभं राहावं. राष्ट्रगीत.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता. पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा. तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा. जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता. जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
महाराष्ट्र माझा गरजा महाराष्ट्र माझा. जय जय महाराष्ट्र माझा गरजा महाराष्ट्र माझा. तुझी मुळी कडकडणाऱ्या नभा अस्मानाच्या सुलतानीला जबाब देती जिभा. सह्याद्रीचा सिंह गर्जतो शिवशंभू राजा.
दरी दरी तुला नाद गुंजला महाराष्ट्र माझा.
जय महाराष्ट्र माझा गरजा महाराष्ट्र माझा.
काळ्या छातीवरी कोरली अभिमानाची लेणी.
ओलादी मनगटे खेळती खेळ जीव घेणी.
दारिद्र्याच्या उन्हात शिजला विठळाच्या घामाने भिजला देश गौरवा
ही त्रस्त राही तो महाराष्ट्र माझा. जय महाराष्ट्र माझा, गरजा महाराष्ट्र माझा. जय जय महाराष्ट्र माझा.
Thank you so much. Kindly be seated. Maharashtra Industry Dialogue 2025, Building Tomorrow Together. यानंतर सर्व मान्यवरांचं स्वागत होईल. मी विनंती करते मुख्य कार्यकारी अधिकारी MIDC श्री P. वेलरसू यांना की त्यांनी सर्व मान्यवरांचं स्वागत करावं. माननीय राज्यपाल महाराष्ट्र राज्य श्री CP राधाकृष्णन जी, Honorable Governor of Maharashtra Shri CP Radhakrishnan ji, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र राज्य देवेंद्रजी फडणवीस यांचं स्वागत करतायत. मुख्य कार्यकारी अधिकारी MIDC श्री P. वेलरसू शाल आणि स्मृतिचिन्ह देऊन हे स्वागत होत आहे. धन्यवाद. माननीय उपमुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र राज्य श्री एकनाथजी शिंदे यांचंही स्वागत करण्याची विनंती मी मुख्य कार्यकारी अधिकारी MIDC श्री P. वेलरसू यांना करते. माननीय उपमुख्यमंत्री श्री एकनाथजी शिंदे. धन्यवाद. यानंतर माननीय मंत्री उद्योग आणि मराठी भाषा श्री उदयजी सामंत यांचं स्वागत शाल आणि स्मृतिचिन्ह देऊन होत आहे. माननीय मंत्री उद्योग मराठी भाषा श्री उदयजी सामंत. धन्यवाद. माननीय मंत्री पणन व राजशिष्टाचार श्री जयकुमारजी रावल यांचं स्वागत होत आहे शाल आणि स्मृतिचिन्ह देऊन. मनपूर्वक धन्यवाद. Maharashtra Industry Dialogue 2025, Building Tomorrow Together. In this function, I request Dr. P. Anbalgan, IAS, Secretary Industries, to give his introductory remarks. Dr. P. Anbalgan.
Namaskar. Good afternoon. Honorable Governor sir, आमच्या प्रेरणास्थान आणि मार्गदर्शक आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय आणि आमच्या मार्गदर्शक आदरणीय उपमुख्यमंत्री महोदय आणि यांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली आम्ही काम करतो असं आमच्या प्रिय डॉक्टर उदय सामंत साहेब, मिनिस्टर इंडस्ट्रीज इन मराठी भाषा, रावल साहब, Velu, and other friends from industry, media, friends. First of all, I extend a warm welcome on behalf of the state of Maharashtra and also Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation. We express our heartfelt gratitude to the Honorable Prime Minister for his bold and transformative vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, which will also in tandem with Viksit Maharashtra 2047 under the able leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister. Honorable PM Sir and CM Sir's energy really inspires us to put our best effort and shoulder the responsibility to contribute towards the country's success story. States are the pillars of India's transformation, and Maharashtra is committed to playing a pivotal leadership role in this country. खरं महाराष्ट्र असं म्हटलं तर आपण देशातला 10% लोकसंख्या 10% क्षेत्रफळामध्ये असतो, तरी आपला कॉन्ट्रिब्युशन GDP तरी पाहिलं आपण ऑलमोस्ट 1/5 असतो आपण ॲक्च्युली. हा एक खरं ॲक्च्युली म्हणजे वी रिअली कॉन्ट्रिब्यूट म्हणजे भारत विकसित होणार असेल तर महाराष्ट्र आधी विकसित झाले पाहिजे. म्हणून Maharashtra also going to have a grand, like it's going to be really a growth engine for the state country, which is like the largest, I would say, subnational economy of the country with unaudited, I would say, the GDP of almost close to 580 billion. So really, we are going to add up another 70, I would say, 70 years of worth of like GST in another coming 5 years. If you look at the country's share, almost close to almost 1/6 of the thing we contribute. If you look at the GDP, and of course, if you look at the export and other thing, we contribute close to around 20-22%. The real, I would say, the short-term vision of the 5 years, Maharashtra Vision 2030, focuses on 5 pillars: agriculture and allied activities, including agri-tech, industry, infra, social sector, and governance. So governance, we always say there should be a less government and more governance, basically a good governance. That is what the state is aiming to do. And we are aiming at, I would say, CAGR of close to 14 to 15% from the current, almost one of the, if you look at the bigger states, and we are almost in the top lead, almost close to around 8 to 9% CAGR. The trust which we built over many years, it's like an FDI capital of the country. I would say 31% of the FDI equity flows into the state. And also we end, I would say, the trust of the world. We look at current World Economic Forum 2045. We signed an investment intentions worth 16 lakh crore, almost close to 200 billion. It's almost, I would say, 40% of Maharashtra's economy. This another 6 to 7 years, this is going to really change the roadmap for the state. Under the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister, Gadchiroli, which is historically an underdeveloped region, is set to become an India's steel city. I'm going to produce, I would say, always we mention, Sir mentions, like only 1/3 of the steel which will be produced in the country will be from Maharashtra, because it has a very good, high quality iron ore resource. And JSW, Lloyds, and a lot of companies are coming up, and also mid-scale companies, almost 10 to 12 companies already signed an intentions with us. So it is going to attract something close to around 3 lakh crore investment. And M-Hub, which is like a tech hub for the state and the, I would say, even for the country, it's going to come up in Navi Mumbai. It's going to house incubator for startups. And MID is also coming up with plug and play for entire districts. I would say, excluding Mumbai and suburban, all the 34 districts, we are going to come up with a plug and play for the small and medium scale industries. If we look at startup, we have the startup capital close to around 28,000, and then I would say the next is like Delhi, which is like 15,000, and Karnataka is I would say 16,000. So even almost we are 2x ahead even the startup ecosystem. And we are also looking at some reforms, and we have come up with electric vehicle policy, AI for agri policy, logistic policy, then IT policy, then of course integrated and sustainable textile policy and green hydrogen policy. And there are new policies coming up, sir, host of 10 to 12 sectors, like the umbrella policy, new industrial policy is going to be there, aerospace and defense policy is going to be there, electronics and semiconductor, and we have a gems and jewelry, apparels, media and entertainment, AVCG, so and GCC, you name a sector we are going to have, even like for a bioplastic, biomolecules and API, we are all going to have some of the policies. First time in the country, we are also looking at the green and manufacturing and circular economy as an aspect which we should be really looking into, particularly in metro regions. And sir, typically our expansion of the road network, Samriddhi, and also the proposed Shaktipeeth, and the clusters along the Samriddhi, defense corridors, and other like mega high-tech parks, which sir we are planning at around 8 locations, spreading 10,000 acres at each location. And the Gadchiroli-Chandrapur investment region is going to almost close to 40,000 acres of industrial area. It's going to be one of the largest in the country and probably maybe in Asia. That's what like we are aiming at. With all the efforts, sir, we should, I think, we should be in, I would say, the country's gateway to 30 trillion economy is not without us, actually. And we are going to contribute almost, as always say, almost 1/5 of that. With able leadership of all, sir, and I think we should be able to make a difference in the coming years. And I would request the friends from industry, because you look at the entire investment, is 10 to 15% is going to be from the public sector, and roughly 80% plus is going to be from the industrial sector. So really we need to like pull our shocks, and we should work towards the goal. And I wish the entire this, I would say the symposium a grand success. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you so much, sir, for your introductory remarks. Now, may I request Honorable Minister for Industry and Marathi Bhasha to say a few words on this grand occasion. माननीय उद्योग मंत्री आणि मराठी भाषा मंत्री श्री उदयजी सामंत.
महाराष्ट्र उद्योग संवादाच्या निमित्तानं या व्यासपीठावर उपस्थित असलेले सन्माननीय राज्यपाल आदरणीय राधाकृष्णन साहेब, राज्याचे लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय देवेंद्रजी फडणवीस साहेब, राज्याचे लोकप्रिय उपमुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय एकनाथजी शिंदे साहेब, माझे मित्र आणि मंत्री आदरणीय जयकुमार रावलजी, आमचे सन्माननीय सचिव, आमचे मुख्य कार्यकारी अधिकारी, समोर उपस्थित असलेले महाराष्ट्रातल्या विविध भागातून आलेले सर्व उद्योजक बंधू आणि भगिनींनो, राज्याचा उद्योग मंत्री म्हणून व्यासपीठावरच्या सर्व सन्माननीय मान्यवरांचं मी आपल्या सगळ्यांच्या तर्फे मनापासून स्वागत करतो. आणि खरं तर आजचा दिवस मागच्या 3 वर्षामध्ये आम्ही काय केलं याचं आत्मपरीक्षण आणि आत्मचिंतन करण्याचा देखील दिवस आहे. आणि म्हणून मला असं वाटतं की दावोसपासून ते जिल्हा उद्योग परिषदेपर्यंत नक्की उद्योग विभागानं आणि महाराष्ट्र औद्योगिक विकास महामंडळानं काय केलं त्याची माहिती देखील आपल्या सगळ्यांना असली पाहिजे. आणि म्हणून मी माझं मनोगत व्यक्त करत असताना 3 वर्षापूर्वी ज्यावेळी माननीय एकनाथ शिंदे साहेबांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली आम्ही दावोसला गेलो त्यावेळी झालेली 1,70,000 कोटीची गुंतवणूक, दुसऱ्या वर्षी झालेली सुमारे 7 लाखाची गुंतवणूक आणि विद्यमान मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्रजी फडणवीस यांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली तिसऱ्यांदा ज्यावेळी आम्ही दावोसला गेलो त्यावेळी 15,72,000 कोटी रुपयाची झालेली परकीय गुंतवणूक हे आमच्या 3 वर्षाच्या उद्योग विभागाचं वैशिष्ट्य आहे. आणि नुसती गुंतवणूक केली नाही, मला मुख्यमंत्री महोदयांना उपमुख्यमंत्री महोदयांना इथं सांगितलं पाहिजे की आजच्या कार्यक्रमाच्या निमित्तानं काल ज्यावेळी उद्योग विभागाचा मी जाणीवपूर्वक आढावा घेतला त्यावेळी साहेब आनंदाची बाब अशी आहे की 46 MOU आपण महाराष्ट्राच्या स्तरावर दावोसमध्ये केले. त्याच्यातल्या 20 उद्योजकांना आपण जागा दिलेली आहे. 8 उद्योजकांना पुढच्या 2 महिन्यामध्ये आपण जागा देणार आहोत. ज्यांना जागा पसंत पडलेल्या नाहीत त्यांना पास थ्रू पद्धतीनं जागा देण्याचा निर्णय आपण घेतला आहे. आणि या 46 पैकी फक्त 4 उद्योजकांमध्ये अजून इनिशियल स्टेजला काही होऊ शकलेलं नाही. त्याच्यामुळं मला सांगताना आनंद आहे की आपला अंमलबजावणी करण्याचा जो पर्सेंटेज आहे तो 80% जास्त आहे. त्याच्यामुळे 3 वर्षाचा साहेब उल्लेख एवढ्यासाठीच केला कारण 3 वर्षापूर्वी शिंदे साहेबांनी आणि तुम्ही पुढाकार घेऊन पुन्हा एकदा महायुतीचं सरकार या राज्यामध्ये आलं. परंतु त्याच्या अगोदरच्या 2 वर्षापूर्वीच्या मुख्यमंत्री रोजगार निर्मिती योजनेचा जरी साहेब आपण आलेख घेतला तर भयावह परिस्थिती होती. 3 वर्षामध्ये सुमारे फक्त 11,000 उद्योजकांना आम्ही स्वतःच्या पायावर उभं करण्यामध्ये उद्योग विभागामार्फत यशस्वी झालो होतो. आमचे विकास आयुक्त देखील या ठिकाणी बसलेले आहेत. मी त्यांना देखील मनपूर्वक धन्यवाद एवढ्यासाठीच देईन की साहेब 3 वर्ष आम्ही टार्गेट घेऊन काम केलं आणि आजची संख्या जर आपण बघितली 3 वर्षातली तर आम्ही 52,000 उद्योजक नवीन मुख्यमंत्री रोजगार निर्मिती योजनेमधनं महाराष्ट्रामध्ये तयार करू शकलो. आणि रोजगाराच्या बाबतीत जर आपल्याला बोलायचं असेल तर 52,000 लोकांना तर रोजगार मिळालेलाच आहे, पण प्रत्येक उद्योगामध्ये 2 लोकांना रोजगार मिळाला असं जरी आपण पकडलं तरी 1,04,000 लोकांना यावर्षी आपण रोजगार देण्यामध्ये यशस्वी झालो. साहेब आपण दावोसमध्ये जातो, दावोसमध्ये गेल्यानंतर उद्योजकांना रेड कार्पेट देतो अशा पद्धतीची संकल्पना आहे. आणि अल्ट्रा मेगा प्रोजेक्ट महाराष्ट्रामध्ये आल्यानंतर त्यांना देखील रेड कार्पेट देतो अशा पद्धतीची भावना आपल्या स्थानिक उद्योजकांमध्ये होती. आणि म्हणून तुमच्या नेतृत्वाखाली असेल, शिंदे साहेबांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली असेल, आपण एक अभिनव कार्यक्रम सुरू केला आणि जिल्हा उद्योग परिषद ही जिल्हा स्तरावर आपण सुरू केली. साहेब या गुंतवणुकीचा उल्लेख आपण कधी करत नाही, परंतु मला सांगताना आनंद होतोय की मागच्या वर्षी 96,000 कोटी रुपयाची एक्सपान्शनमध्ये गुंतवणूक या महाराष्ट्रातल्या उद्योजकांनी केली. आणि यावर्षी आपण जो 100 डेजचा कार्यक्रम घेतलेला होता त्याच्यामध्ये 1,25,000 कोटीची इन्व्हेस्टमेंट स्थानिक उद्योजकांनी महाराष्ट्रामध्ये केली आणि त्याच्यातनं जवळजवळ 1 लाख लोकांना रोजगार देखील मिळणार आहे. साहेब मगाशी सचिव साहेबांनी उल्लेख केला गडचिरोलीचा. आपल्या सगळ्यांनाच माहिती आहे की गडचिरोलीच्या जिल्ह्यामागं कायमस्वरूपी नक्षलवादी जिल्हा असं लावलं जागायचं. परंतु आज ज्या पद्धतीनं स्टीलमध्ये गडचिरोलीमध्ये इन्व्हेस्टमेंट होते, जवळजवळ 75,000 कोटी ते 1 लाख कोटीपर्यंत गडचिरोलीमध्ये इन्व्हेस्टमेंट होते. आणि मला खात्री आहे साहेब उद्योगमंत्री म्हणून काही कालावधीनंतर हा नक्षलवादी गडचिरोली जिल्हा हा उद्योगनगरी गडचिरोली जिल्हा झालेला असेल. अशा पद्धतीची कार्यवाही आपल्या सगळ्यांच्या मार्गदर्शनाखाली गडचिरोलीमध्ये देखील सुरू आहे. साहेब समतोल अनेक बाबतीमध्ये राखला जातो, पण उद्योग क्षेत्रामध्ये देखील विभागीय समतोल राखण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारनं केलं. विदर्भामध्ये परकीय गुंतवणूक आली. छत्रपती संभाजीनगरमध्ये म्हणजे मराठवाड्यामध्ये सुमारे 60,000 कोटीची ऑटोमेटिव्हमध्ये साहेब गुंतवणूक झाली. आजपर्यंत कोकणाच्या बाबतीत जर रायगड सोडलं तर रत्नागिरी आणि सिंधुदुर्गामध्ये कधी गुंतवणूक येत नव्हती. परंतु या 2 वर्षामध्ये रत्नागिरीसारख्या ठिकाणी देखील कोका कोलाचा प्रोजेक्ट नुसता आला नाही तर ते एका महिन्यामध्ये आता प्रोडक्शन देखील सुरू होईल 3,500 कोटीचं. त्याच्या पुढे रत्नागिरीमध्ये आम्ही गेलो. रत्नागिरीमध्ये देखील VIT सेमीकंडक्टरची 20,000 कोटी रुपयाची इन्व्हेस्टमेंट आणि धीरूभाई अंबानी डिफेन्स सिटीसाठी 10,000 कोटी रुपयाची इन्व्हेस्टमेंट अशी कधी नव्हे एवढी रत्नागिरी जिल्ह्यामध्ये म्हणजे कोकणामध्ये 30,000 कोटीची इन्व्हेस्टमेंट करण्यामध्ये आपण यशस्वी झालो. आणि नुसता साहेब MOU केला नाही तर तुमच्या नेतृत्वाखाली धीरूभाई अंबानी डिफेन्स सिटीसाठी 1,000 एकर जागा द्यायचा आम्ही निर्णय घेतला आणि VIT सेमीकंडक्टरसाठी 750 एकर जागा द्यायचा आपण निर्णय घेतला. इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडॉर असतील, त्याच्यामध्ये ऑरिकसारखी उभी राहिलेली सिटी असेल, दिघी पोर्टच्या बाजूला उभी राहणारी आपला इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडॉर असेल किंवा नव्यानं आता मसवडमध्ये होणारा कॉरिडॉर असेल. त्याच्यामुळे या देशात सगळ्यात जास्त उद्योजक हे महाराष्ट्रामध्ये येत आहेत आणि म्हणून महाराष्ट्राच्या येणाऱ्या उद्योजकांना चांगल्या प्रतीची जागा देखील दिली पाहिजे ही भूमिका घेऊन आपण मैत्रीसारखं पोर्टल साहेब लॉन्च केलं. आणि मैत्री पोर्टलच्या बाबतीमध्ये देखील सांगताना मला आनंद होतोय की 99% आलेले अर्ज त्याच्यावर अंमलबजावणी करण्यामध्ये आपण यशस्वी झालेलो आहोत. साहेब इन्सेंटिव्हच्या बाबतीमध्ये जमलेल्या सगळ्या उद्योजकांची एक तक्रार असायची, ठीक आहे यावेळेचा इन्सेंटिव्ह 2-3 महिने कदाचित लेट झाला असेल, पण या वर्षीच्या बजेटमध्ये इन्सेंटिव्हसाठी 6,000 कोटी रुपयाची तरतूद आपल्या नेतृत्वाखाली उद्योग विभागाला आपण करून दिलेली आहे. कधी नव्हे तर लँड ॲक्विजिशनसाठी शासनानं आम्हाला पैसे दिलेले आहेत. आणि त्याच्यामुळे उद्योजकांना मला या ठिकाणी आश्वासन नाही तर वचन द्यायचं आहे की उद्योग विभागामध्ये मग MIDC असेल, आमचा उद्योग विभाग असेल किंवा आमच्या मार्फत चालवणाऱ्या अनेक योजना असतील, याच्यामध्ये कुठेही अडचण आपल्याला येणार नाही हा देखील शब्द द्यायचा आणि वचन द्यायचा आजचा दिवस आहे. आणि म्हणून पुन्हा एकदा आपल्या आलेल्या सगळ्याच उद्योजकांचं मी मनपूर्वक स्वागत करतो. आणि उद्योजकांची साहेब छोट्या छोट्या उद्योजकांची एक मागणी होती, स्टार्टअपसाठी एक मागणी होती की मुख्यमंत्री रोजगार निर्मिती योजनेचं मॅन्युफॅक्चरिंगचं लिमिट आहे ते 50 लाखावरनं 1 कोटी रुपये करावं आणि सर्व्हिस सेक्टरमधलं जे आहे ते 20 लाखावरनं 50 लाखावर करावं. ते देखील साहेब आपण निर्णय घेतला आहे. आणि सेंट्रल गव्हर्नमेंट प्रमाणे 1 कोटी ज्याला आपण कर्ज देणार आहोत त्याला आपण 17% सबसिडी देतोय आणि 50 लाखाचं कर्ज सर्व्हिस सेक्टरमध्ये जो घेणार आहे त्याला देखील 17% सबसिडी द्यायचा निर्णय हा आपण घेतला आहे. आणि मुख्यमंत्री रोजगार निर्मिती योजनेमध्ये OBC घटकाला देखील आपण इन्क्लूड केला आहे आणि दिव्यांग आणि अपंगांना देखील इन्क्लूड करून पर्यटन असेल, हॉटेलिंग असेल, ज्या क्षेत्रामध्ये ज्या तरुणांना आणि तरुणींना स्टार्टअप निर्माण करायचं आहे त्याच्यासाठी सगळे सेक्टर आपण मुख्यमंत्री रोजगार निर्मिती योजनेमध्ये इन्क्लूड केलेत. आणि त्याचा फायदा देखील आज महाराष्ट्रातल्या तरुणांना होतोय. त्यांची देखील बेरोजगारी दूर होण्यासाठी रोजगार निर्मितीची भावना उद्योग विभागाकडनं निर्माण केली जाते. आणि आजपर्यंतच्या साहेब देशाच्या इतिहासामध्ये उद्योग विभाग ज्या ठिकाणून चालतो त्यांनी कधीही स्किल सेंटर उभी केली नव्हती. साहेब आम्ही प्रत्येक डिव्हिजनला स्किल सेंटर उभं केलेलं आहे आणि त्याचं देखील उद्घाटन पुढच्या 2 महिन्यामध्ये आपल्या सगळ्यांच्या उपस्थितीमध्ये आपण करणार आहोत. कळंबोलीला फार मोठं इनोव्हेटिव्ह सेंटर देखील करण्याचा जो बजेटमधला आपला निर्णय होता त्याला देखील मूर्त स्वरूप आलेलं आहे. आणि अशी या खंडातली आपल्या MIDCची सगळ्यात चांगली इमारत असावी यासाठी देखील निविदा प्रसिद्ध झालेली आहे. त्याच्यामुळे आमची MIDC, आमचा उद्योग विभाग हा जगात भारी आहे हा दाखवण्याचा प्रयत्न मुख्यमंत्री महोदय तुमच्या आणि उपमुख्यमंत्री महोदयांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली आम्ही करतोय. त्याला आम्हाला नक्की यश येईल हा विश्वास या ठिकाणी व्यक्त करतो. सगळ्या उद्योजकांचं मनपूर्वक या कार्यशाळेच्या निमित्तानं स्वागत करतो आणि माझं मनोगत संपवतो. जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र.
मनपूर्वक धन्यवाद सर. महाराष्ट्रातल्या सर्व उद्योजकांसाठी अतिशय पोषक असं वातावरण तयार होतं, ही अतिशय आनंदाची बाब आहे. यानंतर मी विनंती करते माननीय उपमुख्यमंत्री श्री एकनाथजी शिंदे यांना की या आनंदाच्या प्रसंगी त्यांनी आपलं मनोगत व्यक्त करावं. ऑनरेबल डेप्युटी चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ महाराष्ट्र श्री एकनाथजी शिंदे.
नमस्कार. आजच्या महाराष्ट्र इंडस्ट्री डायलॉग घडूया उद्याचं भविष्य या समिटमध्ये उपस्थित महामहिम राज्यपाल CP राधाकृष्णनजी, आपले लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीसजी, उद्योग मंत्री उदय सामंतजी, आपले पणन आणि राजशिष्टाचार मंत्री जयकुमार रावलजी, डॉक्टर अनबलगन, डॉक्टर वेलारासू आणि उपस्थित सर्व इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स, पॉलिसी मेकर्स, इनोव्हेटर्सचे मी मनापासून या ठिकाणी आजच्या इंडस्ट्री डायलॉगमध्ये स्वागत करतो आणि आपल्या सगळ्यांना शुभेच्छा देतो. गेल्या महिन्यात याच ठिकाणी भारतातील पहिल्या विश्व ऑडिओ व्हिज्युअल आणि एंटरटेनमेंट समिट संपन्न झाली. देशाचे लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदीजी यांनी चित्रपट, संगीत, गेमिंग, ॲनिमेशन आणि मनोरंजन क्षेत्रातील मुंबईचं महत्त्व जागतिक व्यासपीठावर अधोरेखित केलं. खरं म्हणजे हीच तर महाराष्ट्राची खऱ्या अर्थाने ताकद आहे. महाराष्ट्रात खूप पोटेन्शियल आहे. महाराष्ट्र हा फक्त भारताची आर्थिक राजधानी नाही, तर देशाला औद्योगिक प्रेरणा देणारं राज्य आहे. देशभरातून लोक आलेत म्हणून थोड़ा हिंदी बोलतो. मैं जब मुख्यमंत्री था तब अभी इसका उल्लेख हमारे उद्योग मंत्री जी ने किया. दावोस हम गए थे वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम में. वहाँ सभी इन्वेस्टर जो थे बहुत ही उत्सुक थे. अच्छा रिस्पांस मिला और महाराष्ट्र में निवेश करने के लिए सभी लोगों ने रिस्पॉन्ड भी किया. और अभी हमारे मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र जी जब दावोस गए उन्होंने तो रिकॉर्ड ही तोड़ दिया कि 15 लाख करोड़ का निवेश इस महाराष्ट्र में लाने का बड़ा काम किया. इसलिए मैं उनका भी और उद्योग मंत्री जी का भी और हमारे इंडस्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट के सभी लोगों का अभिनंदन करता हूँ. पिछले 3 साल में महाराष्ट्र के निवेश के रिकॉर्ड MOU हुए, रिकॉर्ड MOUs हुए और सिर्फ MOU नहीं बल्कि उनके कन्वर्जन में भी महाराष्ट्र देश में नंबर 1 रहा है, जिसका जिक्र अभी अभी उद्योग मंत्री जी ने कहा है. महाराष्ट्र में निवेश करके उद्योग शुरू करना अब आसान हुआ है क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, अच्छी कनेक्टिविटी है, स्किल्ड मैन पावर है और अभी फटाफट सब होता है, पहले जैसा नहीं है. सिंगल विंडो क्लियरेंस है, फास्ट कुछ भी शिकायत आती है तो खुद मुख्यमंत्री जी एड्रेस करते हैं. हमारे पास कोई आता है तो हम खुद उसमें ध्यान देते हैं. उद्योग मंत्री भी 24/7 काम करते हैं. और ख़ास बात यह है कि उद्योग को प्रोत्साहन देने वाला ये हमारा पॉजिटिव और प्रैक्टिकल ये स्टेट है, इंडस्ट्री फ्रेंडली स्टेट है और इसीलिए ये सब हो रहा है. ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस इज नॉट ओनली ऑन द पेपर बट इट्स रियलिटी नाउ. अभी पेपर में नहीं, अभी उद्योग मंत्री जी ने कहा है कि कैसे कन्वर्जन हो गया फास्ट. और उद्योग क्षेत्र की चुनौतियां और अवसरों के मामले में महाराष्ट्र हमेशा अग्रणी रहा है. महाराष्ट्र हमेशा देश में आगे रहा है. महाराष्ट्र की नई कल्पनाओं और इनोवेशंस का स्वागत करता है, उन्हें प्रोत्साहन भी देता है. वी डोंट लाइक टू बी स्टैग्नेंट एंड कंप्लेसेंट. स्टैग्नेंट और कंप्लेसेंट रहना आज के युग को मंजूर नहीं है क्योंकि नया नया कुछ करना है, नया नया करके हमारे राज्य को आगे बढ़ाना है. इसीलिए इस हकीकत के साथ तालमेल बिठाने के लिए सभी को तेजी से दौड़ना पड़ता है, जैसे आज का ज़माना है, और इसलिए महाराष्ट्र भी उसे पीछे नहीं रहना चाहिए। महाराष्ट्र इंडस्ट्री डायलॉग का उद्घाटन यहाँ पर हुआ है। मुझे अगले 5 साल में राज्य का औद्योगिक ग्राफ ऊंचा उठता दिख रहा है। हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन पर हमारी टीम जो है पूरी तरह सक्षमता से काम कर रही है और महाराष्ट्र को सक्षम और विकसित राज्य बनाना चाहते हैं। यह औद्योगिक संवाद में राज्य में नई औद्योगिक क्रांति को दिशा देगा, ये मुझे विश्वास है। देश को स्वतंत्रता दिलाने के लिए जो आंदोलन पूरे देश में चला, जो चेतना जागी, उसमें भी महाराष्ट्र सबसे आगे था, ये भी मैं यहाँ पर कहना चाहता हूँ। कपड़ा मिलों, सहकारी चीनी कारखानों से शुरुआत कर महाराष्ट्र ने औद्योगिक क्षेत्र में देश का नेतृत्व किया। आज भी टेक्सटाइल, चीनी, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, फूड प्रोसेसिंग हमारी बेसिक स्ट्रेंथ है। पुणे, मुंबई, नासिक में फार्मा और बायोटेक, आईटी और एग्रो इंडस्ट्रीज का विकास तेजी से हो रहा है। विदर्भ, मराठवाड़ा, कोंकण, पश्चिम महाराष्ट्र में हर जगह बड़े पैमाने पर इंडस्ट्रियल एक्टिविटी चल रही है। पुणे, छत्रपति संभाजी नगर में ई व्हीकल का प्रोडक्शन बड़े माध्यम से हो रहा है। आने वाले समय में डिजिटल, आधुनिक और विश्व स्तरीय उत्पादन महाराष्ट्र में हो, इसके लिए हमारी सरकार ने कई कदम उठाए हैं। सेमीकंडक्टर्स, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, एरोस्पेस, डिफेंस जैसे नए क्षेत्रों में निवेश हो रहा है। डेटा सेंटर, स्मार्ट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सुविधा और एमएसएमई के जरिए प्रोडक्शन और सर्विसेज भी बढ़ रही है। स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम को प्रोत्साहन दे रहे। एआई, रोबोटिक्स, डेटा साइंस, ग्रीन टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए युवाओं को स्किल ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। जिन 9 महत्वपूर्ण क्षेत्रों पर आज यहाँ पर चर्चा होगी, उन पर ही राज्य का औद्योगिक भविष्य जो है डिपेंड है। राज्य की औद्योगिक नीति में भी इसका प्रतिबिंब दिखाई पड़ता है। इसमें मुझे सबसे महत्वपूर्ण लगता है सेमीकंडक्टर निर्माण का उद्योग। इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स उत्पादों का बाजार लगातार मार्केट बढ़ रहा है और इसलिए सेमीकंडक्टर चिप बहुत ही उसकी मांग है और बहुत ही उसका महत्व भी है। अभी हम चीन ये चिप्स ताइवान और दक्षिण कोरिया से इंपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। नवी मुंबई में सेमीकंडक्टर चिप निर्माण का प्रोजेक्ट शुरू हो रहा है। हम लोग गए थे जब मैं, देवेंद्र जी, अजीत दादा सभी थे। ये प्रोजेक्ट भी गेम चेंजर साबित होगा। वस्त्रोद्योग, दवा निर्माण, फूड प्रोसेसिंग, वाहन उद्योग, डेटा सेंटर, ये मुझे हमारे राज्य के औद्योगिक तीर्थस्थल लगते हैं और इसीलिए इसको आगे बढ़ाने का काम हमारा इंडस्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट कर रहा है। जीसीसी यानी ग्लोबल कैपेबिलिटी सेंटर्स भारत के लिए रोजगार की खान बनने जा रहे हैं। वैश्विक स्तर पर देश को सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी और अनुसंधान की राजधानी बनाने का अवसर है। भारत के जीसीसी से दुनिया के 1700 प्रोजेक्ट का काम हो रहा है। अगले 5 साल में अभी उद्योग मंत्री जी ने कहा है कि और भी बढ़ोतरी इसमें होगी। मुंबई, पुणे, बेंगलोर, हैदराबाद में जीसीसी का हब बन रहा है। भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था का बड़ा अर्थव्यवस्था में जीसीसी का बड़ा योगदान होगा। औद्योगिक वृद्धि में क्षेत्रीय संतुलन बनता है या नहीं, ये भी बहुत ही मुझे महत्वपूर्ण लगता है, क्योंकि अगर औद्योगिक वृद्धि सिर्फ मुंबई, पुणे, नासिक त्रिकोण तक सीमित रही तो ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों से अन्य जिलों से भी माइग्रेशन कम नहीं होगा और इसीलिए एक समान डेवलपमेंट करने की आवश्यकता है और उसी पर उद्योग क्षेत्र और हमारा राज्य काम कर रहा है। आर्थिक विकास और मानवीय जीवन को जोड़कर ही हम आर्थिक महाशक्ति बन सकते हैं। आर्थिक प्रगति के में मानवीय चेहरा होना चाहिए। हमारे लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का कहना इसके लिए महत्वपूर्ण है और इस औद्योगिक संवाद से वह लक्ष्य निश्चित रूप से हासिल होगा, मुझे इसका विश्वास है। उद्योगों का विकास सिर्फ सरकार का काम नहीं, बल्कि बड़े उद्योग कंपनियां, आप जैसे लोग, शिक्षण संस्थाएं, नागरिकों का समन्वय इसमें महत्वपूर्ण है। मैं यह कहना चाहता हूं, पिछले 3 साल में मुंबई एमएमआर और महाराष्ट्र के हर शहर में कई इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के काम हुए हैं। आपने देखा होगा कोस्टल रोड, अटल सेतु, मेट्रो, मुंबई पुणे मिसिंग लिंक भी कंप्लीट हो रही है। समृद्धि महामार्ग जो नागपुर से मुंबई तक, ये भी शुरू हो गया। कल ही हमारी कैबिनेट में आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के उपस्थिति में मुंबई, नागपुर, गोवा ये शक्तिपीठ जो उसे भी मंजूरी दे दी है। नई मुंबई में एयरपोर्ट का भी काम बड़ी तेजी से हो रहा है, जल्दी वो शुरू हो जाएगा। वाडवन पोर्ट का काम शुरू हो चुका है, वहाँ भी एक एयरपोर्ट बनेगा। अगले 5 साल में 40 लाख करोड़ का निवेश और 50 लाख से ज़्यादा रोजगार अवसर पैदा होंगे। इसे ध्यान में रखकर हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। हमारा महाराष्ट्र एफडीआई में देश में सबसे आगे है। देश के कुल निवेश का 40% महाराष्ट्र में आया है। यह भी बहुत बड़ी अचीवमेंट है। 5 साल में आपको महाराष्ट्र का चेहरा बदला हुआ दिखेगा। ये गारंटी इस परिसंवाद में हम सब लोग देना चाहते हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में देश को आर्थिक महाशक्ति बनाना है। इसमें $1 ट्रिलियन कंट्रीब्यूशन महाराष्ट्र का है, लेकिन नीति आयोग के मुताबिक मुख्यमंत्री जी यहाँ पर उपस्थित है, $1.5 ट्रिलियन सिर्फ और सिर्फ एमएमआर में पोटेंशियल है और महाराष्ट्र तो बाकी है। और इसीलिए मैं इतना ही कहूँगा कि हम सब मिलकर एकजुट होकर प्रयास करें और सरकार उद्योगों के पीछे मजबूती से खड़ी है। यहाँ पर यह आश्वासन मैं देता हूँ। और फिर एक बार ये घडवूया उद्याचे भविष्य या अतिशय आगळ्या वेगळ्या या MIDCच्या उद्योग विभागाच्या उपक्रमाला खूप खूप शुभेच्छा देतो। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र।
आपल्या प्रेरणादायी वक्तव्याबद्दल मनपूर्वक धन्यवाद सर। Ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 MOUs to be signed now, and this is a great collaboration for the industry and industrial development. It is said that talent wins the game, but teamwork and collaboration, we are better. Now there will be MOU, exchange of MOU between Government of Maharashtra and NASSCOM for having NTFL, NASSCOM Technology and Leadership Forum. For that, I invite on the stage Secretary Industry, Dr. P. Anbalgam and Rajesh Nambiarji, President NASSCOM, and I request them to exchange the MOU. This is indeed a great collaboration which is happening on this day. In presence of all the dignitaries and the august audience, MOU exchange is being done between Government of Maharashtra and NASSCOM. Thank you so much. There will be another MOU signing between MSSIDC and NASSCOM Foundation. For that, may I invite on the stage Joint Managing Director, MSSIDC, Prashali Jadhav Dighavkar, and NASSCOM Foundation CEO, Jyoti Sharmaji, to exchange the MOU. महाराष्ट्र उद्योग संवाद 2025 या उद्योग संवादामध्ये खऱ्या अर्थाने उद्योगांमधला संवाद घडत आहे। मनपूर्वक धन्यवाद। सर्व मान्यवरांना स्थानापन्न होण्याची विनंती करते आणि यानंतर महाराष्ट्राचे लोकप्रिय माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री देवेंद्रजी फडणवीस यांना विनंती करते की त्यांनी सर्वांना संबोधित करावे। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्रजी फडणवीस।
A very good afternoon to all of you. महाराष्ट्राचे माननीय राज्यपाल श्री सी.पी. राधाकृष्णनजी, महाराष्ट्राचे लोकप्रिय उपमुख्यमंत्री श्री एकनाथराव शिंदेजी, उद्योग मंत्री श्री उदय सामंतजी, मार्केटिंग आणि प्रोटोकॉल विभागाचे मंत्री श्री जयकुमार रावलजी, प्रधान सचिव श्री डॉक्टर पी अन्बलगम, त्याचप्रमाणे MIDCचे CEO श्री पी वेलारुसू, या ठिकाणी उपस्थित उद्योग क्षेत्रातील सर्व मान्यवर, मेंबर्स ऑफ द डिप्लोमॅटिक कम्युनिटी, भगिनी आणि बंधूंनो, मी सर्वप्रथम आपल्या सर्वांचं महाराष्ट्र शासनाच्या वतीने या इंडस्ट्री डायलॉगमध्ये खूप खूप स्वागत करतो. People often ask me, what is the strength of Maharashtra? And then we start quoting the statistics that Maharashtra is the largest economy amongst the states in India. Maharashtra accounts for 14% of the national GDP. Maharashtra accounts for 31% of the FDI that comes to India. Barring oil, Maharashtra is the biggest exporting state of India. Maharashtra is a startup capital of India, which accounts for 25% of Indian startups and account for largest numbers of Indian unicorns. Maharashtra accounts for the largest number of MSMEs which exist in our country, and the number goes on. There are several statistics and statistical numbers which I can quote as the strength of Maharashtra. But apart from that, what is the biggest strength of Maharashtra? The biggest strength of Maharashtra is all of you who are sitting in this room and those who could not come here, who have made the state of Maharashtra one of the most enterprising state of country. You have created entrepreneurship ecosystem in the state of Maharashtra, and that is why it has become one of the favorite global destination, and investors around the country and around the globe, whenever they want to make a choice, Maharashtra is always the first choice because of this ecosystem which is created by people like you. And today, why this industry dialogue? This industry dialogue is convergence of thoughts. It is convergence of ideas. It is convergence of action. We want to connect with you. We want to connect with the aspirations of the industry. We want to create an ecosystem which is more friendly towards our investors, and we want to make Maharashtra one of the best destinations when it comes to any type of investment in any sector of our economy. All of us know that India today is world's next big growth story. And when we say that India is next big growth story, we feel that Maharashtra has to be the first chapter of this story. And that is why all of us are here. As already told by our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister and our Industry Minister, we are creating an ecosystem for all type of investments in Maharashtra in different geographies. We all know that Maharashtra has always been at the forefront of manufacturing, of IT, of various type of industries which are in service sector, but it was always felt that this ecosystem is concentrated or is little skewed in terms of its existence in the MMR region, in Pune area, and part of area which is near MMR and Pune, and rest of Maharashtra is a sort of aspiring to catch the ecosystem. But I am very happy that in last 10 years, we have totally changed this narrative, and today we have different geographies in Maharashtra which are competing in this industrial revolution. As already told by my predecessors, the areas like Gadchiroli, 10 years back, it was zero industry area. 10 years back, nobody thought that it can be an industry magnet in less than 10 years of time. But today, because of our policies, I am very happy that it is becoming the new steel city of India, the new steel hub of India, and as told by our industry secretary, due to Gadchiroli and certain other areas, we aspire to produce 1/3 of India's steel, and that will change the entire outlook of the district. Amravati, where already a new ecosystem is being created in the sector of textile, and we used to say that from cotton to fashion, we have to create entire value chain. And in last 10 years, we could do it in Amravati. And now with PM Mitra initiative, India's one of the smartest textile ecosystem is being built in Amravati. Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, which in last 10 years we developed as India's first smart industrial township under the aegis of DMIC with the help of central government. And today we can see that the new industrial magnet for Maharashtra is Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, and soon Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar will be the EV capital of India. The amount of interest which has been generated, the amount of investments which have come in, the amount of people who are working towards this EV ecosystem, in Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar is something which is totally changing this area. Nashik, which will be our new magnet in defense manufacturing. Today, although the defense corridor have been created in Uttar Pradesh and Tamil Nadu, but the highest investment into defense manufacturing and defense technology has been poured in the state of Maharashtra, and now we aspire to create new defense corridors which will be in Nasik, which will be between Pune and Ahilyanagar, which will be around Sambhajinagar, which will be near Nagpur, and especially in defense and aerospace, Nashik will be our next destination where we'll be able to locate these industries, and we can see a lot of investments. Again, if you come to Pune, Pune has always been our industry magnet, and today Pune and New Mumbai and this entire area of Raigad is creating a new ecosystem for GCCs. It's creating a new ecosystem for advanced manufacturing, into green technologies, into advanced and innovation ecosystem. And I think that is putting Maharashtra again at the helm of innovation with our new airport in Pune and the Pune Ring Road. We aspire to create an entirely new business ecosystem, industry ecosystem, logistic ecosystem in Pune, which will actually double the GDP of Pune district and help Maharashtra grow its GSDP. If you come to New Mumbai and Raigad, we have already are creating the third Mumbai between the new airport and the Atal Setu. It is already the data center capital of India. It accounts for 60% of India's data center capacity. It accounts for the GCCs and the IT revolution which has happened in the past, and all type of manufacturing is also getting located in this area of Raigad. And the new magnet which we are creating is Vadhavan. The port of Vadhavan will keep Maharashtra ahead of any other state by 20 years once we complete this port. Today, JNPA is India's biggest port. It accounts for 60% of India's container traffic. But the Vadhavan port will be 3 times bigger than JNPT port. It will be a port which will be amongst first 10 big ports of world. And it's going to create a huge port capacity which would lead to the port-led development and essentially to expand this port-led development, we are connecting the Vadhavan port with the access control road to Samruddhi highway near Nasik. That will give added advantage to Nasik, to Palghar, but it will connect at least 20 districts of Maharashtra with the Wadhwan port, and from any of these districts, the goods will be able to reach Wadhwan port in ranging from 10 hours to 2 hours time. This will reduce the logistics cost. This will keep us ahead vis-a-vis the logistics and will make us part of global supply chain. I think today it is such an exciting time to be in Maharashtra because we are embracing all the new policies which are dynamic, which are the best in the country, and our Cabinet Committee on Investment is very forthcoming. We understand the needs of the businesses, of the industry. We are not rigid, we are ready to tweak. We are ready to embrace what the world is embracing. And that is why I think that we have become the most favorite destination for investment. I am very happy that MIDC, which is our one-stop shop for investment, has created a single window system, Maitri. Now this is real single window. I always say that when people talk about single window, it is a system where you enter a single window and then you knock several doors. This is not like that. It's a real single window system where end-to-end integration, the entire back-end integration has been done so as to give a seamless experience to our investors to make their investment totally hassle-free. And while doing so, I must also tell you that we want to grow, we want to be at the forefront of all type of industrial revolutions, but we also want to be at the forefront of sustainability. For the state of Maharashtra, we have never compromised on sustainability. Today, I'm very happy to tell you that by 2030, the entire power which we will consume, we will double the generation of power, but while doubling, we will achieve a goal that 52% of our power will come from renewable sources. It will be green power. Today when I talk about Gadchiroli and when I say that it is the next steel city, it is the mining hub, in Gadchiroli we are promoting sustainable mining. We are ensuring that in next 2 years or 3 years, we grow 1 crore trees in the district of Gadchiroli to enhance its sustainability. We want to shift our steel making on gas and alternate fuels so that we do not pollute our environment, our jal, jameen and jungle, and we want to transform the entire transportation system in Gadchiroli, all the trucks and all heavy machinery on alternate fuel, on the green fuel, on EV, on hydrogen, so that we just do not manufacture, we just do not mine, but we also add to the sustainability, and not just in Gadchiroli but elsewhere also. We have made it a point that we want to grow, but we want to grow with sustainability. Having said that, I am very happy today that in this dialogue many forums are meeting, forums are discussing on various aspects of new age industry. Our diplomatic community is also here, they are also participating. Our ambassadors and consul generals are also participating in this dialogue. And I am sure that this dialogue will be very fruitful and it will pave a way for our aspiration to become a $1 trillion economy and to support the dream of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji to make India a 5 trillion economy. I must also thank the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. This growth story of last 10 years of Maharashtra, although I know that some 2.5 years in these 10 years were very rough, but we don't count it. So this growth story of 10 years of Maharashtra has been possible only because of unstinted support of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. We owe to his policies, we owe to his dynamism, we owe to his leadership, and we would like to assure that Maharashtra will always try to remain number one to fulfill his aspirations and the aspirations of growing India, of developed India, of Viksit Bharat, of Viksit Maharashtra. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you so much, sir, for your truly inspiring words. This place at this moment is the real strength of Maharashtra. Moving ahead, we are honored to have Honorable Governor of Maharashtra for this important event. I request Honorable Governor of Maharashtra, Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan ji, to address the gathering. Mananiya Rajyapal Maharashtra Rajya, C.P. Radhakrishnan ji.
I touch and salute the holy feet of Bharata Mata, the most powerful and the most merciful. आज येथे उपस्थित सर्वांना माझा नमस्कार. Maharashtra Industrial Dialogue 2025, organized by the Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation at this Geo World Convention Center, where we have seen a wonderful function headed by our Prime Minister, Sriman Narendra Modi ji, waves that makes a big change in thinking about the cine world, the communication, everything. In the same premises, we are having one of the finest function, that is Industrial Dialogue 2025. On this day, the dignitaries who are sharing the dais with me, Sriman, our Devendra Fadnavis ji, Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Sriman Eknath Shinde ji, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Sri Uday Samant ji, the Minister of Industries and Marathi Language of Maharashtra State, Sri Jaikumar Rawal ji, Minister of Marketing and Protocol, and Sriman Indranil Naik ji, Minister of State for Industries, Dr. P. Anbalagan, Secretary for Industries, and Sri P. Velarasu, Chief Executive Officer, Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation, my dear brothers and sisters, I am pleased to associate myself with the Maharashtra Industrial Dialogue 2025. This is a very good initiative by the MIDC, and as it is mentioned by our Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister and the ministers, that Maharashtra is having the wonderful, very friendly, industrial friendly atmosphere in the country. See, the dialogue in group is also possible. The dialogue individually with the ministers is also possible in the state. That's why the state is growing and growing and growing. I find there are discussions on the semiconductor sector, the regional industrial development of and MSME ecosystem in the state, textile sector in Maharashtra, and industry-specific issues relating to pharma, biotech, food processing, defense and aerospace sector, auto and EV sector, global value chain and others. Everything has been taken up, and our industry ministry is very much keen on inviting and encouraging the investments from every sector. And as all we know, that without industrial growth, there is no economical development. Without investment, there is no industrial growth. So one finest atmosphere here, what I find as a governor of Maharashtra is that the political leadership of Maharashtra is very industrial friendly. The investor will come only when the atmosphere is conducive for the investment. First, he must get an inner feeling that his investment is safe and he can run the industry. He can create an industry and run the industry without any fear. That atmosphere is very good in Maharashtra. Then for that, I appreciate all their efforts in keeping the law and order situation very peaceful. And I am especially happy that the annual Council General Conclave is also being held later during the day. That is also, all the dialogues will give a new idea, new innovative things will come up. Every idea has to become a reality. All good ideas have to become reality. That is the only way that economy can grow. There is no mantra. If there is no economic development, we can eliminate the poverty. If the industrial growth is there, job opportunities are there. If the job opportunity is there, the living standard of a family goes up. When they earn and enjoy the earnings with their family, that means the society becomes more calm and the society becomes more energetic. The people will start thinking in the positive way. That is very, very important. So the Industrial Ministry of Maharashtra, their involvement in the serious discussions on the industrial growth and economic progress is really commendable. The state stands as the vibrant heart of India's economic aspirations. A couple of months ago, I had a meeting with the young startup leaders. I am convinced that Maharashtra is emerging the startup capital of India. Already it is the economical capital of India, and we are the #1 state in the whole of the country where the GDP is ever growing. And the Chief Minister's aim of making our Maharashtra, the first state in the country to become the $1 trillion economy, is very much appreciable, and I am sure it is very much reachable also, because the way you are showing your interest in development of these industries here in Maharashtra, I am sure that is going to happen. By India becoming the Viksit Bharat 2047, I think we will be achieving $3 economy for our state alone. I am $3 trillion economy for our state alone is very much possible. Maharashtra probably stands as the India's largest economical engine, contributing over 14% to the national GDP, and this is the single largest state which gets the maximum foreign investment in the Davos conference. And they have the highest administration for India's progress and the leadership under our Prime Minister. Prime Minister has laid the foundation for Vadavan port, which is going to be the deepest port of India that any big vessel can come in. That is going to make a total, thorough change in the economical activity of Maharashtra. This bold vision aligns seamlessly with the Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi's goal of 30 trillion economy for Viksit Bharat 2047 is also possible, and Maharashtra consistently attracts the highest share of foreign direct investment because of the dynamism and the encouragement and the good, very friendly industrial atmosphere here. And you all will be surprised to know that many countries of the world, especially the advanced countries that are aging, are looking up to India to meet their requirements of skilled manpower. And Maharashtra, the education system is one of the finest in the country. The workforce is getting thorough, knowledgeable workforce, as well as the talents of the youngsters are getting groomed up in the education system of our state. That is another greatest advantage what Maharashtra is having. I have also asked all the universities to offer short-term programs in foreign languages such as German, Japanese, Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, and also even the Chinese. This knowledge of foreign languages will give our youth an advantage over the others. That is the thing which we want to encourage. We should not be against any language. Maximum, as many languages as we learn, that much opportunities will come and knock our doors. Rightly regarded as the gateway of India, Maharashtra serves as the India's primary gateway to global commerce and a key hub for seamless trade. The completion of our Vadavan port and the Navi Mumbai airport, we all know that there are some problems in connecting the Mumbai with the rest of the district headquarters, with the rest of the regions of Maharashtra. I am sure after this Navi Mumbai airport is opened up for the air traffic, the problem will be over. Every day morning, if you want to Kolhapur, you should go in the morning and you should come back in the evening. He was talking about Gajroli, we should go in the morning and you should be back in the evening in Mumbai. That alone will help the investors to concentrate on the industrial and industries in the remote places of the state also. As we all know, the foundation of Maharashtra industrial strength lies in our robust MSME sector, home to over 82.63 lakh registered MSMEs, the largest in India. The sector is critical driver of grassroots economy activity and employment generation. our government is set to implement the new Maharashtra electric vehicle policy from 1st April 2025, which is aimed at promoting eco-friendly transportation and reducing our carbon footprint. Yes, we need industrial growth. At the same time, we have to protect the environment also. And yes, it is mentioned by our Chief Minister that we are going out for the green energy. And he was very proudly telling 52% of our electric consumption will be from green energy. That I think you all will appreciate that effort and that idea and the aspiration of that. The Maharashtra Industries Dialogue 2025 is the most timely and appropriate initiative. I call upon you, our esteemed industry partners, innovators and the thoughtful leaders to engage in today's discussions. And I am sure with all your enthusiasm and your entrepreneurship that Maharashtra is going to be the #1 state throughout and making an enduring contribution in making India X Viksit Bharat. I once again congratulate MIDC for organizing the Maharashtra Industry Dialogue and wish all of you a fruitful deliberations. Khub khub dhanavad. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you very much, sir, for the important sharing. We are heading towards the conclusion of the event, and I request Shri P. Velarasu, Chief Executive Officer, MIDC, to propose a vote of thanks.
I would like to thank Honorable Governor of Maharashtra for an ambitious vision for the state, aiming to transform it into a global leader in alignment with Viksit Bharat 2047. I would also like to thank our beloved Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. Fadnavis, for his visionary leadership, unwavering commitment to transforming Maharashtra into a global industrial powerhouse. Maharashtra's initiatives and policies have truly made magnetic Maharashtra come true, and his vision and enthusiasm will act as a catalyst for our Vision 2030, where we intend to reach $1.5 trillion economy. Sir, you are the powerhouse from where we draw our power and ideas. We are also grateful to the Honorable Deputy CM, Sri Eknath Shinde-ji, for his insights into Maharashtra's diverse and resilient industrial base, focus on inclusive growth and benefit every citizen from urban centers to rural communities. Our special thanks to Industry Minister Sri Uday Samantji for highlighting Maharashtra's leadership in various sectors. We also thank our Marketing and Protocol Minister Sri Jayakumar Ravalji for his presence here and adding value to this occasion. I thank various industry people who have come all over Maharashtra for attending this session and adding value to the whole session and exchanging ideas. My thanks are to the diplomatic community, especially the CGs and their staff for being present. I also thank Secretary Industries, Development Commission Industries, full team of Industry Department, MIDC, Knowledge Partners, NASCAM, CIA, PwC, media, and all organizers, including Geo, who are present, who made various efforts to make this program a huge success. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, everyone. I request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Jai Hind. पुन्हा एकदा सर्वांना मनापासून धन्यवाद. After this, we have lunch break and I have few announcements to do. I request everyone lunch is there in front of Lotus And I invite the speakers, Dr. Satish Wag, founder, Supriya Life Science. Can we have him on the stage? Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Satish Wag, a pioneering entrepreneur from Maharashtra, founded Supriya Life Science Limited in 1987 with a commitment to ethical business practices, job creation, and economic growth. Thank you so much, sir, for being here, and very warm welcome. I invite Mr. Dhananjay Singh, Managing Director, Merck Life Science. Dhananjay Singh has been appointed as Managing Director of Merck Life Science in India effective April 1, 2024. He has been with Merck for 26 years. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. I invite Ms. Aditi Panandikar, Managing Director, Indoco. Welcome, ma'am. She is a third-generation entrepreneur known for her sharp business acumen and strong techno-commercial skills. Welcome, ma'am. May I invite Mr. Hitesh Maheshwari, President R&D, IPCA Laboratories. Shri Hitesh Maheshwari is the President of R&D at IPCA Laboratories Limited, a leading Indian pharmaceutical company based in Mumbai with over 25 years of experience in R&D-driven pharmaceutical companies. He is recognized as industry leader in pharmaceutical development. Welcome, sir. May I invite Mr. Rahul Avasthi, Global Head of Operations, Sun Pharma. Sun Pharma has more than 40 manufacturing locations spread across the globe and serve billions of consumers. Thank you so much, sir, for being here, and welcome. May I invite Ms. Archana Jatkar, Secretary General, Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance. Archana ji is a seasoned trade lawyer specializing in international trade and strategic affairs with extensive experience in policy research, analysis, and advocacy. Welcome, ma'am, and I invite the moderator of this session, Mr. Nitin Soundale, Partner PwC. Welcome, sir. Nitin ji has over 21 years of experience in consulting and functional role and works in pharmaceutical and life science practice at PwC. Thank you so much and welcome you all over here. And I hand over the mic to the moderator, Mr. Nitin Soundale. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and thanks a lot, MIDC, for this opportunity. Pharmaceuticals is one of the focus areas for the country, very, very important in everyday life of all of us. So especially focus session on that particular area is very welcome. Thanks a lot, audience, and as earlier said, it's a difficult session post-lunch, so we'll try to keep it more interactive, very, very focused dialogue. Thanks a lot, all the panelists, for agreeing to join this panel today, and look forward to a very engaging dialogue. When we look at pharmaceutical life sciences, of course, we have made a lot of strides. India is known as the pharmacy of the world. Within the developed countries, within generics, we have made a mark. Within that, specifically, Maharashtra has been one of the leading states. A lot of investments, a lot of good work that has happened. We are kind of one of the largest number of USFDA approved plants. So a lot of infrastructure has been put in place. We have made a lot of progress. However, there is more to do, more we kind of wanting in a way. And if I look at the history, while Maharashtra has been at the leading edge of the development and progress, there is a lot of progress other states within India also have made. So obviously this is more of really saying how we can improve the attractiveness further, what can the state do more, and I think it's an amalgamation of the government policy, the industry participants, many of you, associations, and also academia. So maybe a dialogue will focus around some of these aspects to start with, especially focusing on how do we drive from where we are to the next stage. And in the morning session, we heard the government's ambition to get to 1 trillion, what was achieved in last 75 years in next 5 years. So that's the kind of space we're talking about. In that context, maybe I'll come to you, Aditi ma'am. We have seen good development of the pharmaceutical clusters within India, within Maharashtra, across Mumbai, Pune, Sambhajinagar, Nasik. There is some scale which has been built, but really if you look at the next 5 to 10 years of journey, how do we really drive that scale? What are the challenges that lie in front of us? And how does the next decade look like? Somebody like you would be very well set.
Yeah, so thank you. Thank you for having me here, first and foremost. Yeah, so in terms of clusters in pharma, if you look at the state of Maharashtra has more clusters than most of the other states in India. But having said that, if you look at the data, until 2018-19, we were the #1 state for the value of goods we exported in pharma from Maharashtra. Since then, in the last 8 odd years, we are now at #3 position. So one thing is about creating those pharma clusters, which is the hard infrastructure. But we should also analyze beyond creating clusters, what else needs to be done to help pharma. As you correctly said, this is a $52 billion industry. And a peculiar part of our industry is that we export as much as we consume in India. So out of the 52 billion, probably 27 billion is consumed in India and the rest is all exported. Meanwhile, the global market is in trillions, so we are hardly anything in that. So India has this peculiar advantage where we have the 52 billion industry expected to get to 130 billion in just 5 years. So if you're expecting the industry to triple in 5 years, you can imagine how much more produce has to come out of here. So the clusters are important, but what is also important is to create possibly enabling policies which can help industry, because that is very important. There was a time when most of the pharma industry was in India. Today, if you see, Gujarat is probably the #1 state, and then you have Telangana, #2. We might want to look at what they are doing differently, because today Maharashtra's problem is not inviting industry here. It is about keeping the industry here. Many of the people, I mean, we at Indoco have 8 manufacturing sites and 1 R&D center. Very proud to say that 5 of these are in Maharashtra. But that is because we as a company have origins here. But even we have gone to Himachal, even we went to Goa. And if you look at many of the others in the industry, you look at them going to other sectors. So I firmly feel that Maharashtra has a great advantage. And if this scaling has to happen from 52 billion to 130 billion, then this is the time for the pharma industry where the directive is clear. Government is also very keen that we get into innovation and we go from a volume to value industry. Now, if this volume to value shift has to happen, then there is a lot that has to happen at research level within the industry. And I firmly believe that R&D, research is an evolved area. And it typically happens where you have population and generally where you have people who are at the highest stage of evolution. And Maharashtra claims, and Mumbai and Pune, and if you look at our state and you look at Mumbai, Pune, Nashik, Aurangabad or Sambhajinagar, as you said, you hardly have any other state which can claim to have 4 or 5 centers like this, which we already have. I feel in this shift from volume to value, Maharashtra can play a key role by trying to get, as a state, as much R&D investments, foreign direct investment in research as possible. And nobody else can probably, because there would be many other states which can claim to give cheaper land or cheaper labor, but Maharashtra can offer for R&D what nobody else can. So I really feel that is.
No, that's very well said and very contextual to maybe Mr. Vaga will come to you next. Very contextual to what I'm going to ask. The 2 things that remain in my head, what Aditi ma'am said, is one, keeping the industry, maintaining the status quo versus attracting new investment, one. And second part is more about new things that are emerging. And pharma is developing in that context, right? The biotechs, the biosimilars stories coming up. So in that context, when we look at attracting new investment, it could be manufacturing setup, it could be R&D setup, it could be a CRAMS kind of a services setup. So in that context, what progress you have seen, and Mr. Wagh, with your journey, what challenges we still need to address so that we become a destination of choice, if I may, in the context of doing the business?
I thank MIDC for giving me an opportunity to say a few words about the industry. I have been in the industry for the last 40 years, a first generation entrepreneur who has done everything from scratch to here. I have seen Maharashtra growing in last couple of years. We have a talent, hard working, and people are very nice, and the highest US FDA and regulated plants in Maharashtra. The only thing, if you see currently, today the total exports of the world from India is 26,000 crores. Out of that, Maharashtra has 5,400 crores. And it can grow, definitely. And it has been growing only because of the infrastructure which was provided by the industry department and the state of Maharashtra. But these infrastructures, what we have, has to be upgraded now. It has a potential to go from 5,400 to 9 to 10,000 crore also, because the first destination for investment is Maharashtra, because of the skilled labor and the airport and the seaport, that is Nhava Sheva, which has a huge capacity to handle the cargoes. What we have to do is, if you see, Maharashtra has total coastal MIDCs, which are Tarapur, then it comes Roha, then it comes Mahad, Taloja, Patalganga. These are all connected with this. The only thing which we need today is not a solution that you should go for a zero discharge. That's not acceptable. It doesn't give the cost to the product. You have to take the effluent treatment plants, you must upgrade. After that, this treated water has to go and take the advantage of the deep sea. That is the biggest dilution which every country today is doing. I'm sure if you consider the request of the deep sea, your exports definitely can grow to 8 to 9,000 crores, because people are ready to invest in this state. So my priority will be, the pharma should be taken on a top priority. I would like to say also, policies are to be made user-friendly. It should not be made during in a cabin or with some few stalwarts. You should bring the people who has a knowledge, who has come from ground to this level, and they know what is industry. They will definitely do the best as far as pharma industry is concerned, and Maharashtra can definitely grow within next 3 years, because the world today is looking at India as a hub than China. We have good opportunity which we must encash. So my sincere request would be to Government of Maharashtra that under the leadership of the Chief Minister Fadnavis, under the leadership of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, and all the other good people and the bureaucrats, that they should consider Maharashtra should grow and the infrastructure should be provided. Whatever is there is not sufficient. We have to do the best. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Maybe Rahul, I'll come to you next as a logical continuation. As we look at the ease of doing business, creating the layer on top of the infrastructure which is already there. And in the specially broken supply chains of today, and companies are trying to de-risk, right? So there is China plus strategy, China plus one strategy and all. So where do we look at export-oriented kind of focus, and then say, what is the kind of opportunity Maharashtra has to create that kind of infrastructure on top of where we already stand? We have the highest number of US FDA approved plants already, but where do we go next? What are the opportunities, and what kind of interventions might be needed?
Oh, thanks. It is a very, very relevant question because if you see, India is indeed called the pharmacy of the world. And we really enjoy the very high volume share, as Aditi ma'am has already shared with all of us. But if you see, if the if the industry and the state only focus on domestic market, we can grow as much as how much industry is growing. And we can take each other's share, but ultimately growth will be relevant to Indian consumption. So if we want to do a disproportionate change in the way we enhance our value, we as an industry and as a state need to focus on how we can bring in more and more export to the industry and to the state. Now, what I see, definitely there are three areas which are very, very important. The first area is that how we can set a very clear path for regulatory compliances in the state. And both industry and state has to jointly work together towards this. Now, industry has to ensure that all the facility which are there are GMP compliant, and you require a different set of people for that. At the same time, what we believe is that government also should work with various embassies and regulators of other countries to give a positive affirmation that state more or less is compliant and we have right infrastructure in place to comply to all the guidelines. The second thing is how the state will develop the vertical integration, because when you set up a unit, it is not one unit you are setting. There should, for that unit to flourish, you need API supply security. When you go to specialty particularly, you will need different devices, components for the product, and how state will make policies to facilitate that investment also is critical. The third and another very most important is actually we should look at the incentive policies as well. Right now, if you see the policy which is designed to facilitate domestic production, because most of the fiscal benefit to the industry come through SGST. So if you are making an export product, it doesn't add any benefit. So I think government has to look at that aspect as to how they will promote export from the unit, and that will facilitate more and more industry to really come to Maharashtra and invest to improve the bottom line. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think that's very, very valid. And as Aditi ma'am highlighted, it's almost equal proportion domestic and export, and that we have to kind of drive that kind of a thing. So I think attracting investment specifically to also drive exports is important. So maybe building on that, Dhananjay, I will come to you. From just building on the pointers that Rahul said, what should be those progressive policies that will specifically look at, if you look at the pharma value chain, within that API, biopharma, advanced pharmaceutical manufacturing, the newer age areas within pharma, what policy or intervention support you think government should think about that can build on the existing strengths, but really enable companies to do the fastest setup and time to market?
Thanks, and thanks to inviting us to be part of this eminent panelist. I think most of our colleagues have said very well about the policies, with Aditi Madam or Rahul, everyone. As Prime Minister or Honorable Prime Minister looking India to be a 5 trillion economy in next couple of years, and Maharashtra is going to play a very big part. And from where that will come, I think for Maharashtra, along with automobile, medical devices, pharma is the big area from where this money will come, or big growth will come. How this growth will come, the most important part of the growth engine is skilled manpower. And to do that skilled manpower, you need to have a collaboration, more incentivization, and more training or vocational training centers. Because biggest challenge for our companies is just not the products, but also who will make those products, who will invent those products. For that, if I have to see, first thing, like many times we call proudly that pharmacy of the world. I think that was required. If we have to stand on our feet, that was required. But now we have to take a next step in that, and from volume-based bioeconomy or economy, we have to make a value-based economy. And to do again that, we need to have a very intensive research ecosystem. First policy, I will prefer from my side is how we can create We have many bioparks, but where is the research park? If the research park will come immediately, it will pump the better way of manufacturing. So that's first that how academia or public-private partnership with government incentive on the research to create those research parks where companies can come, do the incubation and companies both can come do the research and come out with the products. That's number one. Second, if you are looking forward, how the advancement in the science has to be made. How the current product we can utilize it, digitalization or other areas, we can do in much more smarter way. Like Merck, we are working on smart technology. The current thing where you require hundreds and thousands of square feet, can we do in 100 square feet only? Can we reduce time on that? So already we are working on this smart technology, how we can adopt faster and incentivize. If you see China, why the companies are so successful? Because government came forward and worked with companies, how they can become export oriented. I think that is the need of the Maharashtra, like Aditi madam told about that people are retaining that. Why retaining? Why not attracting more talent? So that where we need to work towards. For me, skill development, creating more environment from the research, and third, helping companies, because in pharma or biopharma, it's a very high cost incentive. Can companies come, particularly for MSMEs or new companies, or along with the big companies, how they can become a partner? So I think government has to come more towards the partner, and exactly Mr. Wak told, not do in the conference room. Can we be called together to create a policies which are more friendly and let people start returning back to Maharashtra? I think that's the focus on the policy side.
Got it. Got it. No, that's very vital. And you touched upon a very important aspect, which is ecosystem. So fast forward with all these investments, we drive the growth. Obviously, one of the big areas of focus will become talent. So maybe Archana, I will come to you. Maharashtra already has a lot of good educational institutes, R&D institutes and all. Significant number of pharmacy colleges. So that talent has been coming up. But from the industry readiness perspective, especially with this kind of investment coming in, availability of that talent, which is ready to be deployed. I think that's the kind of where it comes to fruition. So in that context, what kind of initiatives are needed, Archana? And you representing IPA, obviously you are a broader industry lens also. So in that context, you want to shed some light on that?
Yeah, thanks, Nitin, for this very pertinent question that you have raised. So I agree with my co-panelists where they say that, pharma industry, the Indian industry needs to move up the value chain. Because we all know pharma industry is a knowledge-driven industry. The market size already mentioned about $58 billion with equal contribution from exports and the domestic demand. Now, in that context, obviously Maharashtra plays a significant role with all the kind of infrastructure and the historical importance we have from various elements. The aspiration of the industry is to grow from $58 billion today to $120 to $130 billion by 2030. Now here is where the innovation is going to make a big drive for the industry, and it will be a key focus. So we have to move from volume to value-based industry, and that is where I think your question of talent and how do we integrate, the students from various institutes or the R&D students, how can we work together? I think that's a very pertinent question. I also wanted to, take this opportunity to apprise the audience as well as the panelists that IPA has been working on this in a very focused way on how innovation can happen and what should be done, to achieve that aspiration of moving from volume to value-driven industry. And we've been very closely working with the central government in this. There was a R&D committee which was set up by the Department of Pharma way back in 2021, which was actually a committee set up by the government, but it was driven by our industry captains like Mr. Pankaj Patel and others. In that committee, what we had done is we had identified 4 pillars of innovation which would be required for the industry to move up the value chain. One was the simplification of regulations. How do we streamline regulatory system in India? The second pillar that was identified was collaboration between academia and industry. The third pillar that we had identified was how do we fund or incentivize companies to go take more and more R&D. And the fourth was how do we build infrastructure around the R&D. Right. So those are still pillars which we are working on each of these pillars with different government agencies at the central government level. And, also to give you some statistics for the benefit of audience, which I am not saying anything different, but we've all followed the Global Innovation Index where we have moved, manyfold in terms of, numbers. So we were, I think, around number 81. Now we have, in 2016, now we have come to around 39, when it comes to 2024 figures are concerned. But you'll be surprised to know the same ranking that you have for industry, academia, for the GII index is around 86. So we still many steps to take forward in that space. Sure. And coming to your question, integration between academia and industry, I think there are 3-4 ways in which we can look at. One is how do we build industry partnership? How can industry collaborate with the academia? So we have so many renowned institutions like the IITs, Mumbai, the IIMs, the CSIR labs that you have here in 4 bungalows. I think there are very few people who are aware of this, but there's a whole innovation lab which has been built there. So one is how do we collaborate with these magnificent academic institutions. Second thing is can, probably internships and apprenticeship for students in industry R&D setup is highly required at this point of time. We can also look at how, R&D employees or heads of our companies can go and in these academic institutions, for guest lectures or to impart simply the knowledge of what has been happening in the industry or the companies. The fourth very important element of this is again in terms of students is how do we upgrade our curriculums, which makes these students industry ready. And that is a lot of work. All these works are happening at a great pace when it comes to quality and manufacturing. Very less is being done on the innovation part. I think that's something which is the requirement at this point in time. And give students the experiential learning, of industry-oriented research projects, the industry visits. I think those are things which are low-hanging fruits, which can be achieved, but still to, take place in a big way in the academic institutions. So that's something I would recommend. The overall objective of this is how do we bridge the gap between academic learning and the industry need. And that's the idea where I think we need to keep in mind and take it forwards. So I'll pause here and I'll probably give it back to you. Thanks.
Sure, no, thank you. I think that's very well said. We need to get the talent which is ready to deploy versus needing to really undergo a lot of training further. But good to hear many initiatives already being undertaken and fructifying. So maybe, Hitesh, I will come to you as a practitioner in the industry or even as an investor. So government has been having the policies, multiple incentives, latest being the PLI scheme and all. But in terms of really realizing the benefits out of those, or in the field of infrastructure or the incentives, any specific inputs you would like to provide so that one from the investment as well as second realization perspective, there's a leap that we can try to achieve?
Yeah. First of all, thank you for having me here, and good afternoon to everyone. So yes, the Maharashtra Industry Policy 2019, which you mentioned, it did yield some fruits. There's no doubt about it. The aim was to foster large-scale investment, have a balanced regional development, and with an aim of improving the manufacturing and the productivity of API, drug products, and biotechnology-based products. Um, this, as I said, yielded some tangible benefits. There were a few greenfield projects which came up near Pune and in Marathwada. It also improved the job employment opportunities for people in Marathwada and the Vidarbha region. And also the export growth did improve based on this. However, gap still remains. It remains in terms of ease of doing business, last mile infrastructure reach, and also streamlined approvals. And you asked what can be done to improve on this. I think the central government had proposed, and that has also resulted into a lot of improvements in terms of our API capabilities, especially was the PLI scheme, the performance linked scheme. So maybe at a state level, Maharashtra can have its own PLI and see can that yield better results. Not only that, I think one aspect which is left behind, and I think Dr. Satishwa would agree here, is if we have to really compete with the aggressive China pricing, we have to be highly cost competitive in terms of our key intermediates, the starting materials. So maybe the government should think of providing some incentives to companies who are wanting to invest and set up a plant for key intermediates. Because until unless we are competitive there, there is no way we can compete with the scales of China. Second, I would say, which Aditi ma'am also spoke about, was spending on R&D. I think that is the future, and that's where one should be aiming for. If we are targeting for shifting from volume to value, obviously R&D is the key, and that's the only place from where I think we can take that leap forward. In terms of other infrastructural aspects, I think we could think of making, say, one pharma city in line with other states which are currently doing, with a plug and play kind of facilities. Uh, Obviously, availability of land is a big issue at affordable price in Maharashtra. We need to identify a cluster where huge land mass is available. The allotment is rapid in a fast track manner. We talk about single window clearance, that should become a reality. And maybe we can think of providing all the licenses, be it the pollution, be it the environmental licenses, be it the industry licenses, be it the construction licenses in one go. I mean, that will really fast track the industrial setup and eventually the commercialization. In addition to this, I think in that pharma city which I talked about, it's very important to have a centralized ETP, because that is the crux, that it's a very cost intensive exercise. We can think of providing cold chain storage facilities and cold chain shipments with the new infrastructure development coming up in Maharashtra, Samriddhi Mahamarg, and now the Shakti Bit which is announced. I think this will go a long way in connecting the far-flung places to the port, JNPT port, and the new port which is coming up. Right. I think with all this, we can achieve what we actually have lost in last few years, which Aditi ma'am was talking about, from number 1 to number 3. And one observation I have is, like, when we went out of the college, for us the place to go was Mumbai and Pune. There was no other place. Right. And not only for me, for my entire generation, I would say, for my friend circle, for my extended families and everyone. If I see today, for the same set of people and for the next generation, people are moving out more into places like Hyderabad, Bangalore, Gurgaon, and Gujarat. So a lot of brain drain is happening. If I see, I was reading one article, out of Maharashtra, there are like 10 to 15% workforce is basically from Maharashtra,
Right.
who are going abroad, who are going out of the state and working there. So kind of helping the economy of that particular state. So we as a team may need to think how can we stop this brain drain and bring them back so that we can gain our #1 position back again.
Right. I think that the volume to value journey, we definitely seem to have slipped in the ranking or in terms of positioning. And maybe Dr. Wag, I will come to you. What are those things that have worked? And very clearly, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat have done a lot more in the recent years where they're attracting the more investment. And it's more of holistically looking at value chain aspect. So in that context, to kind of gain that competitive edge again, what is it that we need to intervene, especially on the infrastructure policies angle? What has worked for, say, Telangana, Gujarat, which we need to...
Sir, if you really speak to me, I will always say, I am against getting money from the government. What I need and what I expect is a clear-cut policy, a better infrastructure, and an atmosphere to work in the state. That is very much required. If you really see, I have a different ideology. When Maharashtra was going to have API park, I worked very hard. I made a good brief on that. So, if you are talking about a park, means what? If you see out of the world, I have taken at least not less than 20 MIDC and MPCB people abroad and shown them what is the parks available in Germany and other countries. Sir, there should be a fencing, one way entry, one exit. During that inside the park, everything should be available. When you bring the industry, that time you should also take care of the social responsibilities. When you expect the worker should come there, you should have a good connectivity between transportation first. Right. They should have a place where the companies can provide them to stay. Second level is the manager. Manager also expects him to stay there. If you really see today, managers are applying on Saturdays from the industrial areas, like Lote Parshuram. In my case, I'm telling, they come to Mumbai, they go to Nasik, they go to Pune. Anything can happen in the factory. Right. You are responsible. And today the laws are not that good. So therefore, my suggestion would be, we should plan everything in detail. We should have a brainstorming session on that. We should not lose anything. And after that, the park should be started. Even the effluent, whatever is there, we should not go for 10 MLD. Let's have a bigger effluent treatment plant like 75, 100 MLD. Think of big of next 10 years, okay? Because people are interested to come to Maharashtra because the talent and they are very nice in their work. They are hardworking and they are knowledgeable. And you have a coast. I always say, if you have a coast, why not invest? Rather than giving you these PLI schemes and so many incentives, subsidy, don't do that. Tell the industry that I have created an industry where I'm giving you a dilution direct to the sea. You produce, earn, and give employment, give GST, income tax, whatever is there, you give it. That should be our ideology and that should be our policy. And that policy, you can definitely do it with good knowledgeable people. Call them, 30, 40, 50, doesn't matter. A brainstorming station, and then you keep on filtering and finally you make a policy. That policy should long for next 10 years. That should be our visualization. Right. Thank you.
No, I think very well said. I think that's a vision that we have to keep rather than looking at where we stand and making interventions for now, what is needed after 10, 15 years and enabling that environment. So maybe just building on that, Hitesh, I will come to you. Pharma is a regulated industry and these regulations are important to kind of from the patient perspective, from operations perspective. So how do you see we have made the progress and what is needed from reform on the regulatory environment side so that the ease of doing business that the government has been talking about comes to reality and the companies are able to operate efficiently?
Yeah, that's a very relevant question, and I think Maharashtra's pharmaceutical growth has a lot to do with its regulatory environment as well. I would agree. I will want to say that Maharashtra has a very strong regulatory requirements, and which ensures that the products that are manufactured out of Maharashtra are of good quality. The problem, Nitin, here is this regulatory environment is not uniform across the country. So each state has its own controls and requirements. Some states have diluted versions of these regulatory requirements compared to Maharashtra. So there is no level playing field for the pharmaceutical companies who are set up in Maharashtra. So I am not saying we should bring down our quality requirements or regulatory requirements, because we are in a business where patient's health is the key. We should keep on improving our quality standards. But at least Maharashtra should take this case forward with the center and see that the quality requirements and the regulatory requirements are uniform across all the states. So this will give a level playing field to all the industries in Maharashtra. That is one. Second, maybe when we are saying that our quality is so high, can't we not think of using that as a unique selling point? Can we think of having, say, Maharashtra mark of quality on our products which are getting manufactured in Maharashtra, and use that as an advantage rather than cribbing about it?
Right.
So maybe that was second of my suggestion. Other thing is, like, we in India have a case where we have two licensing authorities, one at the center, one is at the state.
Right.
So all the new products are approved by the center, and the product listed by the DCGI are approved by the state FDA. Now, what is happening here is, for new products, when we have to get the approval, we submit all the documents in the form of dossier online on the Sugam portal, and the CDSCO takes its own time to assess the adequacy of the data that was submitted. And once they are satisfied, they issue an NOC. Once this NOC is issued, then we apply with almost the same set of data to the state FDA. And then state FDA takes its own time in approving that dossier. So can again Maharashtra, as a pilot project, can take up this with center and have a maybe parallel review process, because the documents that are getting submitted are more or less similar. Maybe they are more for the DCGI submission and less for the state FDA submission. So maybe once the review is complete, both the agencies are satisfied, and we get the approval, the NOC and the license together. That will save a lot of time, because when we are talking about innovation and R&D, once the DCGI gives us the NOC, it's already in the public domain. Right. And if the product launch is getting delayed for want of a state license, there are people already competing against those products, and their generic version would be earlier in the market compared to getting the approval together. So that was one step. If Maharashtra can take it as a pilot project, maybe that will help the entire industry. So another aspect was the joint inspections. These days, the state and the central inspectors have a joint inspection for the new industry or for the renewal. Sometimes getting suitable dates becomes a challenge, because if the state inspectors are available, the central inspectors are not available. So maybe again, this is not for Maharashtra, I am saying, but in general, a problem across the country. So maybe this is another aspect where Maharashtra can take the lead and have some unified and a scheduled dates of inspection that will really help the industry.
No, I agree. I think that regulated industry kind of a situation is very important, and the harmonization within the country. I think we are talking harmonization across the markets, global markets, but harmonization within the country probably is within our hands. So simplifying that and improving that is really helpful. So maybe I will come to you, Rahul, as the next question. We talked earlier about exports driving that, but obviously with the current state of the markets, the broken supply chain has increased the cost of operations also. So in that context, driving the competitiveness, regulatory compliance, and now the sustainability together. In that context, what are the kind of things that company like Sun Pharma have done which has worked well? where the industry has to take some initiative and where the government support you see can come in?
Again, a very relevant question, and I will give Sun Pharma's point of view on this. So when we talk about competitiveness, we feel, and it again relates to many of my co-panelists said about moving up the value chain. What we believe is if we remain a competitive player only in generics market, as an industry, we will be vulnerable because the competitiveness only comes from cost. And there are many economies which can do better than us in cost. Maybe Vietnam, China, their cost structures are much lower than us. So if we really want to remain competitive, there is no other way but to move into areas which are more profitable areas. Okay, whether it is specialty, whether it is manufacturing of complex molecule, those are the areas where Sun Pharma and overall industry should work on, and industries are working on. Now, when you go into that area, it will require a different mindset. The way we used to produce a very simple drug, a simple molecule, will not be sufficient for the new realities of the world. So, how the industry will adopt digital? One particular example is, can we create digital twin of our process so that you know beforehand, before the batch is manufactured, as to what will be the golden parameters of those batches. And industry should work on that aspect. And even in the state, we should have a digital infrastructure. A state like Maharashtra, where we have so many good institutes, we can work together to solve really many unsolved issues, many problems. Now, generally in pharma, unlike any other industry, the cost model is quite different. In other industry, if you see 40% is fixed cost, 60% is variable cost. Pharma is actually 80-20. 80 is fixed and 20 is variable. Now, in that case, if we are making a batch wherein batch is rejected because of anything, it directly impacts your cost per unit. Hence, this is very useful. If we can predict what is going to happen and ensure that 100% what we are producing is right, it will really help us in making us more and more competitive. Second area, because many other areas are touched upon by many co-panelists, I will talk about sustainability. It is becoming very, very important, particularly if you are operating in a global environment. Many times to win a tender, the parties will ask you about your DGSI score. What is your Dow Jones Sustainability Index score? How much is your sustainable energy? In that aspect, not only industry has to work, but the government agency also have to facilitate by making policies which really enable you to going 100% renewable energy. Can you set up outside solar plant? Whether the grid is sufficient enough to transfer power to you? Those are the areas where both industries and other people have to work. Now, I am proud to share, not only as an industry, but many of the companies, like if you take Dr. Reddy's, Cipla, Sun Pharma, in DGSI score, we are in the top quartile and working very, very well. This model should be adopted by many other players. Also, government should keep on evolving policies to make it more and more so that we go into top league of those sustainability areas. So that's my build. My rest other things the panelists have already shared, so I don't want to repeat too much.
No, very well said. I think that's a dimension in which we have to move as the net zero and scope 3 kind of elements coming from sustainability perspective. With the paucity of time, maybe I'll move quickly to Aditi ma'am, to you as the next question. I think we talked a lot about initiatives from the government, from the individual companies' perspective, but one thing, a common thread I heard is ecosystem, holistically looking at it. So from creation of that cohesive ecosystem perspective, what is the kind of initiatives, what actions are needed? If maybe that's something as an input to the MIDC or government?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Very, very relevant one. Sadly, probably the answer may not lie with MIDC alone because we are talking of an ecosystem. So we have to look beyond MIDC at what needs to be done. But MIDC could take the leadership in driving such a forum where all relevant members of the ecosystem are probably brought together. As I was listening to some of the other panelists answer questions, I was reminded of certain things that have happened with my company when we have tried to take a simpler technology back to the regulator in a particular state, or when we have tried to do something which is more ESG friendly and tried to change it, and then you go to the statutory body or the regulator and they are doing a checklist job, and they go back and tell you that, oh, you have brought this, but no, go back and get also this. So meaning all the steps you jumped, because AI now allows you to do that. Predictive modeling is there. Or US FDA now, for example, comes back and tells you that there are so many stages where you need not do clinical trials. You could do in vitro studies, and you have done that. And then you go back to the local regulator who says, bring the clinical results. So this kind of a thing keeps happening. And I think in the age of AI, ML, artificial intelligence, machine learning, there is going to be so much disruptive change that one of the first things we need to do in the ecosystem is to ensure that all the support systems for the industry, which include regulators, statutory bodies, vendors, the end users, even the supply chain, everything that forms part of everything that is going to make a successful manufacturer or distributor, if they will have to keep pace. Otherwise, we would be having to do one thing which is good for a geography and having to do it in a very inefficient way, only to satisfy another. And this is an area, I'll tell you, as part of, it is very easy to say everyone should do AI/ML. We've also made a beginning in a very small way in our organization. And the first thing we came across is so much of our equipment probably dates back to a time or has come from such different OEM vendors that, aligning them itself is a huge task. So it is easy to say that one may have to do AI/ML and then create efficiency. What people are not getting is there will be a huge investment upfront so that you can become efficient later. So while Maharashtra leads the way in these old clusters, and I agree with Mr. Wagh, a lot of industry has come to Maharashtra. What Maharashtra government and MIDC may want to focus upon is that many of these companies may need support now while they want to make a leap into the AI/ML times. So they may not be small, as you know, in pharma right now, this is a year where most the Schedule M has got upgraded to WHO GMP levels. And that's so SME sector has had to make a huge investment there. What about the medium to large players like us who have to make a leap into AI and would need another support? So it's not that I agree with Mr. Wagh, we don't need PLI schemes, we don't need, the funds are very much there. But the as industry, and especially as listed, as CEO of a listed organization, I can tell you, with costs of everything going up and per unit returns going down, it is increasingly difficult to keep a shareholder and patient happy at the same time. At such a time, probably Maharashtra can play a key role in creating a supportive infra for industry, which could allow them to pay back a little later, which would allow them or encourage them to go for this kind of an infra change. Because without changing infrastructure, you cannot have ML. That is 100%.
Sure.
That's
no,
my way.
that's very well said. And maybe that brings me, Archana, to you. Just building upon what Aditi ma'am said, that kind of a investment and all. So if there was one with your broader industry view, as an IPA, if there was one or two specific inputs you would like to give from the reforms into the policy environment perspective to enable this kind of a environment, especially as the technology is coming into the system, what would any thoughts on that, please?
I think one suggestion that we can give from industry side is if the government, and there would be a competitive advantage for Maharashtra in the suggestion I'm just going to make is, can we establish Pharma Innovation and Technology Park which actually enables and provides the ecosystem that Aditi ma'am is talking about, streamlined regulatory processes, where industry, academia, and government comes together as a stakeholder. And specifically in the advanced research and development area, like, the new age one, the biologics, the gene and cell therapy. If this park can provide that conducive business environment, not just for the companies, but also going back to the question that you asked me, can we have a full talent being bred in this kind of ecosystem? So we have great number of academic institutions. We have labs like NCL who are already collaborating with CPI, UK, and all others. So can there be these kind of collaborations which can be built in this technology or innovation park? Similar to what we see in US, in the Boston area, in Singapore, in Cambridge, it is something which is the need of the hour, but it's also very futuristic in my opinion, where Maharashtra have all the wherewithals. The point is, can we bring together all the stakeholders to create that environment for the stakeholders to move forward? I think that would be one key.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for that. In the interest of time, maybe Dhananjay, I'll come to you with the last question. I think we talked a lot about ecosystem enablement of that, digital technologies and the change that it can bring in, and with the kind of work that you are doing from CRAMS and newer age investment, that kind of area, what kind of collaboration across government, academia, and the industry you kind of would want to see to enable the vision 2030 for the government?
I think my colleagues have already told about, like Arjit told about pharma ecosystem, then we were talking about digital, and digital is talked a lot. Pharma is very intensive unit, whether R&D is very, very difficult. It takes years to innovate something and then very cost incentive, billions and billions of dollars. We have the AI solution there where discovery and hit to lead can be done in months through simulation. Today, more than 98% of the molecules are chemistry based. But still, if you go to the cloud, we have more than 1 billion chemistry molecules which have not been even surfaced. It is not possible from the human that we can do that. And there AI comes into space. And we already have a solution of that with Merck also, like we have an Edison tool which does that. Second, we talked about the pharma, like batch to batch. Now we have a digital reference materials. You don't need to buy or you do not need the chemicals. Just through a simulation, you can find out in this batch what are the impurities available. We have solutions where I want to know that this is, like we talked about sustainability. We have a softwares where software can tell you this process is how much greener. So every part, whether discovery, manufacturing, or quality control, now we have a digital enabled. But how to do that? If you talk about Maharashtra, we have so many good schools here, universities, where we can come together, private, academia, and pharmaceutical industries can come together to make that park where these labs can be there, where anybody can come and do the research work and go ahead. Because initially it will be a big investment like Aditi told about. But once we make it common, approachable, I think we have a good tools which we can work with Maharashtra government and with the companies to make it affordable and do an intensive research on that.
Sure, no, very well said. I think throughout the discussion, it's very clearly coming out that we as a state have many of those ingredients in place. We need to kind of have a recipe which brings all of this together. And more than the specific incentives, is the environment, the enablement that needs to be provided so that we can actually do that leap to achieve the vision that the government has set for 2030 and drive the growth for pharma sector. So that's it from the kind of questions from the panel perspective. I don't know whether we have time for any question from the audience. If there is one question we can take from the audience, if there is time.
by the time it comes to us, it just gets, hugely inflated when it's in the market. So something on that, when we create a common infrastructure, should be looked at. The second thing, when you talk about markets, let's try to accept more and more Make in India products within the system. I mean, even if it's within the government schemes or hospitals, at least that's something which can instill more confidence within the manufacturers here, because ultimately what Vagsab said was completely making sense. We don't need, हमें बैसाखियों की ज़रूरत नहीं है, but if we have enabling policies, we can really create a huge difference. So I think these are the 2 points that we should look at when we're talking about raw materials and when we're talking about an expanding market in India.
Sure.
Thank you.
Definitely. So that was more as an input on top of what we already discussed. So thanks a lot for that. That kind of concludes the panel. Thanks a lot, everyone, for joining the panel and a very engaging dialogue. I'm sure a lot of these inputs would be very well taken by the agencies going forward. So thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, all the panelists and the moderator. We'll have a group photo, and then of course I invite Deputy Commissioner and Regional Officer MIDC Shri Sunil Butaleji to felicitate the speakers and the moderator. May I invite? Deputy Commissioner and Regional Officer MIDC Shri Sunil Butaleji. Dr. Satish Wagh, Founder Supriya Life Sciences. The company, now 36 years old, manufacturer in bulk drugs. Shri Dhananjay Singh ji. Thank you. Mr. Rahul Avasthi, Global Head of Operations, Sun Pharma. Thank you. Ms. Aditi Kare Panandikar. She has many accolades. Shri Hitesh Maheshwari ji. All the speakers and the moderators are being felicitated with a shawl and a memento. Moderator of the session, Mr. Nitin Soundale, Partner PwC. He has experience across emerging and developed markets including India, USA, Europe, South Asia and Middle East. Also, one more speaker. Ms. Archana Jatkar, Secretary General, Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance. Archana ji is involved with WTO agreements, TRIPS and regional trade agreements. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for your insightful thoughts and sharing. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting the next session immediately. The next topic is Auto 4.0, Maharashtra's role in mobility leadership, a discussion on auto and EV sector in Maharashtra. Welcome to this exciting session on Auto 4.0, Maharashtra's role in mobility leadership, where we explore the future of automotive and electric vehicles. We'll start the session immediately, and I invite the panelist, Mr. Puneet Anandji, Associate Vice President, Hyundai, Mr. Vyankatesh Kulkarni, Executive Director, Mercedes. Mr. Rubin Pathar, Chief Operations Office, GOBP. Mr. Pankaj Garg, Vice President, Ather Energy. And Mr. Sandeep Chaudhary, Chief Technology Office, Greaves Cotton. I also invite Mr. Kavan Mukhtyar, Partner, PwC. Can we have a good round of applause for them? Thank you so much, and without further ado, as we are lagging behind the time, I hand over the mic to the moderator. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and firstly a very warm welcome to all the panelists. Let's have a big round of applause for the panelists. Some of them have traveled from very far to join us today. I'll be the moderator. My name is Kavan Mukhtyar, and I'm National Automotive Sector Leader for PwC India. Auto industry and EV in particularly is going through a very, very interesting time. And this is a time when we are likely to see an inflection, not just in the EV industry, but automotive in general. And India as a base for manufacturing, not just for the domestic market, but for the world is really getting center stage. Whether it is in terms of making vehicles here for regional markets or making components and exporting, we are seeing a good growth in that. Of course, our domestic market is growing as well. So while the demand outlook for the next 10 years for India is very positive, there are challenges as always. Of course, a lot of those challenges are packaged into elements of infrastructure, enabling government policy, skills. We have a very vibrant startup ecosystem in our country. How can we leverage that to do innovation at a lot more cost-effective level? Also, how do we embrace new technology? In the automotive world, using Industry 4.0 and digital in manufacturing is coming to center stage, just because we have so many different variety of models that are getting made. So to discuss this and many such issues, we have a very august panel. I will invite each of the panelists one by one and request them to make their opening remarks on how do they see the auto and EV world from their lens, and particularly how do they see Maharashtra in this context. So let me first begin with Mr. Puneet. Puneet is with Hyundai. So may I request you to make your opening remarks?
Thank you, Kavan, for setting the tone, and good evening, everyone. It's really an honor and pleasure to be, sharing the stage with so eminent personalities. But before I start, I'd like to personally thank the government of Maharashtra, the Department of Industries, and especially MIDC for arranging such a meaningful dialogue at a time when India itself is going through a very strong cycle in terms of the next leg of mobility. At Hyundai, we believe very strongly in progress for humanity. And for us, the progress for humanity remains in the future, which is sustainable mobility. Yes, India has largely been an ICE market. We saw the highest 4.3 million passenger vehicles sold last year. But I think this is the time when all of us, including our Honorable Prime Minister, who has set the vision for the future of mobility in terms of alternate fuels, is looking at a very changing dynamics of the market. We are here in the right time, and we are in the time when India will go through this transformation led by the dream of the Viksit Bharat, which is by 2047. Hyundai has always been instrumental in introducing new technologies into the market, whether it was the MPFI engine with the tall boy Centro in 1998, followed by the power steering, and then the CRDI engine, and then the first EV, a real EV, which was the Kona in 2019, followed by Ioniq 5 and the Creta EV, which was launched recently. I think we have always been defining the industry to see and set the benchmark so that people of this country can really enjoy the products which are meaningful, which are safe, which are sustainable, and which really reflect India in a very strong global market position. We are also very happy to share that we are, present definitely in Tamil Nadu, which was our home place. But thanks to the government of Maharashtra and the strong policies, we are in the process of now opening our third plant in the place called Talegaon in Pune, which will be opening by the end of this year. This actually cements our investment in this country, the seriousness of automotive business, and also giving India, which it needs the most, the technology and the prowess of being the manufacturing hub of for the world. So we are very strongly focused on Make in India, made for the world. We have been the largest exporter since inception, and we are very confident with this investment coming from Maharashtra, we will be setting another benchmark in this industry. And it is only because of our customers and the love they which have in our products that we are where we are today. So again, very thankful for the entire, participants and also for the group. I'm sure this will be very interesting dialogue and very interesting discussions to see what changes we are expecting in the market henceforth. Thank you.
Thank you, Puneet. Let me now move to Venkatesh. Venkatesh, of course, is Executive Director at Mercedes-Benz. Venkatesh, you started, or Mercedes started in investment in India, in Maharashtra 30 years ago. So you've had a great range of experience. So what are your thoughts on how Maharashtra can really, sort of make an impact in the global automotive supply chain?
Thanks. First of all, really honored to be here in this panel, eminent panel. I would like to start congratulating Government of Maharashtra on have this special day, special Maharashtra Industry Dialogue. They are always proving that pioneering spirit which this state has, coming up with the progressive policies, strategic initiatives, and really fueling this growth not only in automotive sector, but now they are pioneering in also taking it towards the EV sector as well. This trust which this government is really providing is not only becoming a preferred partner for domestic investors, but Maharashtra also became a preferred location for all international investors also. And heartily congratulations for that. A lot of hard work and clearly visible on the ground here. When I talk about now Mercedes-Benz 30 years of journey, as you rightly said, was very exciting. We are the car maker, one of the luxury car maker, first in the country. 30 years we have manufacturing facilities in Maharashtra. We have a 100-acre greenfield plant producing more than 11 models, ranging all the range, having a very strong ecosystem which is with the suppliers available here and bringing top technologies from all over the world and producing these cars and making it available for our customers. We talk about the EV transformation, which is very important. And in the EV transformation, I'm very happy and proud to say that Mercedes-Benz was pioneer in EV as well, getting the first luxury EV in India. Way back in 2020, we brought our EQC model, and in September 2022, we brought our flagship luxury model of EQS sedan. I'm very happy that our EQ portfolio manufacturing out of India continues. Recently, we have also started manufacturing of EQS SUV, which is the only location after our mother plant in globally in India and also in Maharashtra, and that really gives me a really feeling that is the location for us for today, for the future, and very happy that Mercedes-Benz in last 30 years contributing towards this development as well as contributing towards technology and servicing our customers in this country, fueling their desire to have a best international products in India. I would say, again, thanks for planning this dialogue. This will be really truly a day where it will again refuel the new energies for the further development in the state, as well as taking the automotive manufacturing and EV transformation to the next level. Thanks from my side.
Thank you, Venkatesh, and thanks for being crisp. We have been given a very tough time target, but I don't want our panel to be not making all the points we wanted to. So let's go a little bit nippy and fast. So let me now move to Mr. Pankaj Garg. He is Vice President at Ether Energy, which of course makes great electric two-wheelers. So over to you, Pankaj, for your view. And you are about to do groundbreaking for a facility in Shambhajinagar. So I believe you have the latest and the freshest experience with Maharashtra. Over to you.
Thank you, Kaman, and very good evening to everybody, and really pleasure to be part of this eminent panel and sharing the dais with eminent industry leader along with these things. And as Kavan mentioned, today's topic is more about EV and automobile, and since I represent a company which is more EV system driven, and there are a lot of buzzwords in the minds of the people that how EV will evolve over a period of time. Before I start talking about the perspective what we are doing at Ether, I just wanted to set in context with the analogy, and I just want us to be back about 20 years back when we were given a device called smartphone or a basic phone which has a few keypads button. We were just making a calls, maybe sometime a text, no internet, maybe snack and later also we used to play it. 10 years down the line, the device got upgraded and we got into the phone something called a smartphone. And that's where the mass started using it. But the revolution really happened during the COVID time when we literally did not have any choice to make a payment, and that's how the evolution has taken place. And today if I go to 100 guys and if I ask who does not have a smartphone, probably I will not be able to find it. Same things, I think the evolution is taking place in the EV market right now. We are evaluating right now, though the market shares talks about 6% or 7% of total two-wheeler industry market, but I think another 2030, I think this is going to grow by 30 to 40%. And we at Ether has believe in making this particular evolutions a journey by building in not only scooters, what we call it, that we don't build the scooters, we build a platform with intelligence where the human can experience that what kind of a riding he has got it right now. And with the involvement and policies, and thanks to the Maharashtra government once again, we are coming up with the new facility in Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar. We have one plant at Hosur, which caters about 4 lakhs vehicles a year, but we assume to fill up this capacity in another 1.5 year time frame. And next year, that's where we want to roll out the plant, the vehicles from this plant, and it will be about 1 million capacity in 2 phases, where we'll have the full-fledged paint shops, body shops, battery, in-house things. And host of the features we want to drive it right now. We want to give an experience to customer. Some time back, the scooters was to mean to be kick start and put in gear, go. But right now we don't build scooters. We have something called Ether Power Pro, which can experience. We have a 7-inch digital screens. You can navigate the maps. You can hill assist. You can stop the vehicle as road. You can do a reverse parking. You can do a follow-up. So it is not just building the scooters. We want to give an experience to the generations who want to go from a destination A to B, and much more is already in the future lineup. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll next move to Mr. Sandeep Chaudhary, and he's Chief Technology Officer at Greaves Cotton. Greaves, of course, is a very long-standing company, and he's running several R&D programs. So Sandeep, if you can share your views on the future outlook for multiple powertrains. As you can see, in India we are going for EV, and also there is encouragement for ethanol, CNG. At least in commercial vehicles, there's also talk of hydrogen. So how do you see this mapping out in the Indian market?
So thank you, Kaman. Good evening, everybody, and thank you for inviting me in this discussion. See, I am representing Greaves Cotton, which is 165 years old company. We are mainly in powertrain business. We provide a powertrain solutions to last mile mobility solution, which is 3-wheeler and 2-wheeler. And you all know that 3-wheeler is basically close to 0.7 million volume segment in India. And these vehicles are being mainly used for, I'll say, livelihood of it's like an employment generation. And it's a very cost sensitive market, cost sensitive target segment. So in this basically till BS6 launch before COVID or before 2020, it was mostly dominated by diesel and gasoline vehicles. So with change in regulatory norms of BS6 plus overall the dynamics of COVID, the market technology demanded for other fuels also to make it cost effective and sustainable product. So market slowly started moving from diesel to CNG and now EV. So regulatory norms plus government policies related to cleaner mobility has asked industry to work on multiple fuels. So basically at Greaves we have decided to align with our objective of Indian government to have a cleaner mobility solution. So we have decided to have all the fuel agnostic solutions. So diesel plus CNG plus EV, and also whatever next fuel comes in terms of flex fuel, whether it's ethanol, biodiesel or hydrogen. So we are going to have the products with all the upcoming fuel technologies also. At present, we have decided to have fuel agnostic strategy and CNG and diesel and EV. Today in three-wheeler market, basically in 2017, it was dominated by diesel. Close to 60-70% was diesel and 30-40, close to 30% was gasoline and 10% CNG. With the build, with infrastructure built of CNG and now EV coming into because of lower cost of ownership. So now three-wheeler market has moved from 60% of diesel to close to 18-20% of diesel and somewhere around 40% of CNG and EV. So market is moving towards CNG and EV. Of course, with EV there are a lot of dynamics in terms of safety, policy, related continuation of policy, robustness of the policy. Yes, this is a transition phase. Market is moving towards CNG, and slowly, maybe in coming next 5 to 6 years, diesel will die down and it will be taken over by EV and CNG. But as an industry, one point I want to make, since this today's session is related to inputs for EV policy finalization by Maharashtra government. So what for any product development, the huge efforts are required in terms of number of years, engineering efforts, capex, investment. So after investing huge efforts, duration, money, I think that product has to sustain for some life. So whatever policy we make for future, I think it should be sustainable and a robust policy, so that all the engineering efforts on capex has something in for that product life. And we have built up a very good facility in Sambhajinagar for EV manufacture. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me now move to Ruben. Ruben is Chief Operating Officer of GeoBP, and they are setting up a network of fast charging infrastructure across the country. So, Ruben, if you can share your roadmap for EV charging network expansion, and specifically with respect to, how do you see, the tier 2, tier 3 cities and like a national rollout going on? What are some of the plans you have?
Thank you, Kavan. So I think in GeoBP, we are very clear on our mission. We exist because we have a role to play in decarbonizing India, or accelerating the decarbonization in India. We have a role to play also in ensuring that customers feel that they can buy an EV car now because the anxiety around charging goes away. So we're the #1 fast charging player in the country. We have a long-term view on how we're going to build the infrastructure, and we are building out across the country. We're putting down, hundreds and hundreds of sites each year, and I think in terms of what our plan is around tier 2, tier 3 cities, we focus initially on all the top 7 cities, and because 85% of all the cars are being sold, EV cars are sold in these top 7 cities, which is Maharashtra, having Pune and Mumbai as the two in the top 7. So the tier 2, tier 3, we are focused on it, but we are getting there on a next trajectory of growth. But what I would like to say is that I think we welcome what the Maharashtra government is doing in terms of incentivizing the purchase of EV vehicles. All this goes towards helping accelerate this decarbonization, and we'd like to see more of this.
Thank you. Follow-up question for you. There is this thought about EV not being that clean after all, right? On a well-to-wheel ratio. I know it's a controversial topic, but a best case scenario would be if the power that goes into charging the EV is solar as well. So from a, sort of GOBP standpoint, how do you see this panning out, especially with solar and the ratio of solar as an input source for you or any form of renewable energy coming through? How do you see that?
So we are on this path. So we have one big, large site in Bangalore that's running off solar. So as you know, with solar, Reliance Industries have big solar plans, and the aim is by 2035 that 80% of all the electrons that we sell to our customers in the EV side will come from these solar plants. Now, there's a lot of complexities to unwind. The generation of solar would be probably in the north, and how do you get the electrons in the south? We have some mechanisms which will require a lot of state policies to be relaxed. For example, the CTU, but we're sure we can get there. This is probably the only way you're going to, sort of alleviate this concern around, is it really green? And I'm quite sure for the plans that we have, it will be really green.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And I think that's when it will truly become sustainable mobility. Let me now move to Sandeep. We are kind of going in the reverse sequence, to be fair to all our panelists. So Sandeep, you are passionate about R&D, right? And how ready is Maharashtra to really be an R&D hub for automotive? And you've been in this business for 30 long years. How do you see this capability scaling up, and how is the entire EV ecosystem shaping up in the state?
See, if you really see Maharashtra, so if you take any vehicle segment in automotive, whether it's a two-wheeler, three-wheeler or four-wheeler or even commercial vehicles, so most of the major OEMs are in Maharashtra. Okay, so their manufacturing setup, R&D setup is based either in Pune, Aurangabad, Mahindra had earlier in Nasik. So for automotive sector, I think Maharashtra is already, the R&D hub is already there for automotive segment. Now coming to EV, so in EV also all this talent availability or R&D setup is already established in Pune, then Sambhajinagar. So I'll see Maharashtra has already, it was a hub for automotive segment in past. Now for EV also, not only already established players in automotive, but even new startups or new players which are entering into EV, they have established their setup in Pune and Mumbai, in Sambhajinagar. So Maharashtra is really becoming a, I'll say, technology hub, and the simple reason is talent is already available in various cities. So with talent, infrastructure availability, and plus some support from government, I think it was there. Now again,
go to the next level.
It is adding.
Absolutely. So moving to you, Pankaj, and you are about to start your new factory for Ether. In the global context, Industry 4.0 and being future ready, making a digital factory is really the in thing. So how are you doing that, especially in the context of your factory in Maharashtra? And also rolling up one more question, how do you build a EV ecosystem, especially if on a PPP basis? How can government of Maharashtra or government in general partner with private sector to build the EV ecosystem?
Yeah, Keval, so to answer your first questions, when you talk about the Industry 4.0, and when you talk anything like smartphone, EV, Industry 4.0, I think these are the buzzwords which is there in the system right now, and they complement each other. Before I get into the Industry 4.0, how I'm doing it, let me just take to a story of a small guy, Ravi, maybe a fictitious character. I was just walking to the factory. He's been trained in almost 3-4 weeks. He's been given a job of tightening the operations on a battery module with kind of a paper SOP, and he will always have question in his mind whether I'm applying a torque properly, am I spoiling the battery because it's very, very expensive, what is my next process of sequence, and what kind of a quality checks I need to do it. But on the contrary, if I provide him a system which has an interlock with the machines, that he did not to worry about whether torque is delivered or not, because the system records what is going to be my next operation in terms of my digital SOPs. So he need not to remember what kind of a quality checks he has to do it if the system throws. And if at all he does some kind of a mistake, there is an alert from the system. And if we are able to provide that kind of ecosystem to that kind of a operator, I think the job is done it. And that's what we believe in Ether, to integrate all the processes, all the lines, all the modules in such a way that the operator who is producing the scooters or performance right is kind of free from all those worries. And at Ether, all our battery lines, all our vehicle lines are designed in such a way that the equipment has got IoT sensors, there are digital SOPs, there are manufacturing execution systems, there are dashboard for online calculating the OES and first time ratios. And with this kind of a knowledge, what we are building in the Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar will be a next level of factory 4.0 or industry 4.0 kind of operations. We also don't believe that we alone can do this kind of a job. So we have started partnership with our suppliers, because what we build, it's kind of a game. If you follow a game of football, where the team who wins has got a lot of coordination with kind of a passes. And unless our supplier partners are building that kind of ecosystem, who will give us passes and we complement each other, we will not be able to come out as a winning partners. So we are partnering with a lot of our supplier partners, value chain creatures, so that they also understand and they also start implementing the industry 4.0 kind of zero concept, so that we are able to do it. Talking about the second question, which you talk about the partnership, I think it's a shift in the mindset. The mindset is if EV can make it, we have to change our mindset to how EV can be successful. Who will build these systems? Rather, we should think how we'll build the good partnership systems. And if we have to answer, it's not one company job, one ministry job, one government job. It's a combination of efforts. And if I can summarize in 3-letter words, which is PPP, public partner private partnership. And there are various areas in terms of the infrastructure, manufacturing, localizations, R&Ds, networks, where both of the players can come together and can do a great job. The journey is not going to be easy, but I think that at the end of the things will be fruitful, and I'm very sure that we'll come out as a winning colors.
Absolutely, and I think sessions like this, industry dialogue, is really a first step in terms of building a PPP model and partnerships. Let me move to Venkatesh. Of course, you've been in manufacturing and you've seen India evolve as a world-class manufacturing hub, or at least that's what we would like to see. But how do you see your Pune plant? Do you see it play a role in the global supply chain, make in India, export to the world? And also, how about the EV ecosystem? How do you see that shaping up, and what can Maharashtra government do to help you in that journey?
No, thanks. I think if we talk about Pune plant, Pune is a great location where we talk about a perfect skilled workforce is available, automotive industry presence is there, the industrial ecosystem of suppliers is strongly present, which is a local and global ecosystem. So that's a perfect recipe for any great outcome in product. And that's what Mercedes-Benz is also proud of, that in last 30 years, we have not only utilized this ecosystem, but we also have contributed to this ecosystem. And in 30 years, plant in Pune plays a significant role, not only in contributing to this success of the state, but also plays a significant role in Mercedes-Benz production network worldwide. This is a 100-acre plant having sophisticated advanced Industry 4.0 systems, having a perfect balance between advanced automations, connected systems. This is a plant, one of the larger plant in the whole network in the CKD, as well as a plant which is the most flexible plant, because to satisfy the desire of customers, we had to transition ourselves from the various ICE products. We were the pioneers, always forefront in bringing technology to India, because our customers in India have those desires. They look up to the brand, that this brand will give me the global content, this brand will give me the global technology, and that's the reason we were the pioneers in many things. Similarly, we were the pioneers not only in EV, which I talked about, but many technologies we brought in India. Those are not only for our plant, but also with the ecosystem which is around us in a supply ecosystem helps in developing it. I would like to really express thanks for Government of Maharashtra for supporting through EV policy towards supporting GST and road taxes, because this will definitely help bridging the cost difference between the traditional fossil fuel IC engine cars as well as EVs. Technologies of EV are new. Based on the volume, the costs are high, and this kind of policy supports always help to increase the demand in the market. It's economics. When we have a demand in the market, then automatically industry will flourish. The other part, also I say at the same time in a request mode, such kind of policies, if they are there, everyone is happy. Customers are happy, industry is happy, government is happy. And as my partner in the panel said, if the robustness and continuity of these policies for a long term, that will give even more trust in all the sides, from customer for adopting it, industry for investing it, and also such long-term policy stability will help the future growth in the state as well as overall 4.5 million plus car market in India. As like you, I'm also looking forward to see it multi-million in the coming days.
Thank you so much, Venkatesh. Now let me move to Puneet. And we have about 5-6 minutes more to go. But after Puneet is done with his statement, I'm going to ask each of the panelists just one wish or one request that you may have from the government of Maharashtra on how they can support you better to scale up further. But so I'm giving you a heads up so you can think about it. But let me first go to Puneet, and maybe you can answer that question in your response itself. But Talegaon, you've been in Tamil Nadu forever, now moving to Maharashtra, expanding to Maharashtra. How is that journey going, and what can you share with us in terms of your, future roadmap, and especially, the great thing about auto industry is the supplier base, and I believe your suppliers are moving here as well, which will have an economic multiplier. So how do you see the whole Talegaon project shaping up for Hyundai?
Well, I think, just to say that, yeah, we entered Maharashtra second after Tamil Nadu, but I must compliment and commend the strong support which we got from the Maharashtra government. In fact, I remember in December 2023 actually was when the land was transferred to us from the erstwhile General Motors. MIDC supported us a lot, and then by March 2024 we actually started the construction, and I'm very happy to share that within 1 year we've actually started the production also in our place. We've already started producing engines. So it is adding to the lot of potential to that area, and very soon we'll be also starting the vehicle production. It is all because of the very forward-looking policies of the Maharashtra government and a single mode of communication, which is the Maitri, which I think the Honorable CM and all the members from the industries also talked about. Because of which, even though we were kind of new entrants to this place, but the kind of love and affection which we got from the Maharashtra government is commendable. And I like to personally once again thank them for this. But it's not only Hyundai which is important. We are also bringing a lot of ecosystem over here. Way back in '98 when Hyundai came into Tamil Nadu, we were the first one to set up a very comprehensive ecosystem in terms of ICE engine technology. And that's where the entire, manufacturing base around Siriperambur was established. And we are sure that we are going to not only repeat, but even multiply the effect when it comes to Maharashtra. Because Maharashtra also a very strong advantage in terms of its export possibility. We have a very strong port, and I think the Honorable CM mentioned about a new port coming up, which will open a lot of new horizons to us as a part of the global theme of Make in India, Made for the World. Second thing, I think in terms of the infrastructure and also in terms of skilled manpower, there is unparalleled availability in terms of Maharashtra. So we never had any problems in terms of acquiring those meaningful people from that belt. And within short span of time, not only our plant has started producing goods, but at the same time our entire ecosystem in terms of our approvals and conditions have already been set right. And we are very strongly focusing upon ensuring that our even vendor base starts working along with us by the time we start producing vehicles. Therefore, it is very important for the government and for the organization to work in tandem with each other. I think we need to realize each other's requirement and see how we can benefit each other. That's where the ultimate dream of becoming a strong manufacturing hub for the world will be merged. And it is not only the theme of us, it is the theme of the Honorable Prime Minister. He's also given us a slogan of Make in India. And I think we will do everything possible under the roof to ensure that we become a strong Make in India hub for the not only small car, but in future so many other technologies are coming. Especially when I look at EV, I think with coming up of our Talegaon plant, not only we are going to free some of our capacities, we are also going to set up new technology marvels in the state of Maharashtra also. And we are a global organization, but our theme is very simple. We are a sustainable mobility solution provider. We have always been leaders in EV, we have always been leader in hydrogen, we have been leader in ICE, and we are sure that all these alternate fuel technologies also will be coming very soon to India. We are fortunately one of the participants of the PLI scheme for the automotive components, where EV plays a very important part. So Government of India, the Government of Department of Heavy Industries is playing a lot of role. Recently on 2nd of June, they announced the new EV manufacturing policy also, which I think will also sustain the development of manufacturing hub for India as far as EV is concerned. So that's the kind of seriousness which central government is having. Even Maharashtra government also has one of the most advanced EV manufacturing policy. And I think that's the policy which is going to set the tone and differentiator from the other states. Yes, continuity of the schemes is very important, but as I always say, that no amount of incentives can sustain the industry. It is the joint collaboration which can bring out the value in the product. That's why even in going future, I think all the incentives, subsidies may not matter much. What really matters is how importantly you can develop the ecosystem, how you can localize your production. And I think localization will be one of the key of making EVs more affordable. Yes, probably EV may not be the final goal, sustainable mobility. We are also working strongly on the hydrogen mobility. We recently entered into an MOU with IIT Chennai to set up a hydrogen innovation hub, which will help us to sustain, develop the national hydrogen mission. And I think with those kind of technologies, with those kind of inputs, we are definitely set to have a new history written for this country and for the state of Maharashtra.
Okay, so let's have this next 4 minutes. Each of the panelists will wrap up their one ask or request from Government of Maharashtra. Only one line, please. No long statements, because I'm already getting cues that we need to wrap up. So how can Maharashtra help you?
So actually, I'll just continue what, at Hyundai we believe in collaboration. And that's where we are the first company to have announced that we'll be setting up 600 ultra-fast chargers in this country. Now that's a very ambitious task. Each fast charger costs us around 1.1 to 1.2 crore rupees. But unfortunately, in the last 1 year we have announced this, we have been able to set up only 150 chargers, which is 25% of our own. So my request, not only to Maharashtra government is, but I think to the other government also, that there has to be some kind of policy wherein we could ease the acquisition of land for setting up these EV chargers. When we talk of these EV chargers with the kind of investment which I have spoken about, the starting of the system should be very meaningful. Therefore, the acquisition of the land, connectivity to the grid, and also buying various equipments, whether it is the transformer or the LT panel or the power cables, if those could be kind of subsidized or those could be given some kind of support in terms of GST of 5%, which is actually on the EV car, but unfortunately the components it's not 5%. If such kind of policies can be made, it will be easy for an OEM to spend that kind of a money and also get return on investment faster, because the utilization of these EV stations initially will be low because of the penetration still is around 2 to 4%. Once that utilization starts increasing, yes, the return on investment will come. But for those first few years, if there could be some kind of a helping hand which we could get from the government, both at the central and the state level. I think our more ambition, why only 600? We could even set up 1,000 chargers. And once that EV ecosystem gets developed, the confidence of the people to invest in EV as a future technology will be bolstered. And that's where we will see the real motorization of India will happen.
Thank you so much, Venkatesh. Although Puneet took much longer than one sentence, so he gets minus points, but I have a special prize for whoever makes their point in one sentence. Yeah.
Okay, then one sentence, I split it into two. First of all, thanks to MIDC, Industry Ministry and State Government of Maharashtra for setting up this dialogue, as well as that support which they are providing to industry and confidence for ease of doing business. Not only this, the only wish and ask is this ease of doing business right from a very basic of infrastructure to all the way up to the policy stability. If they are able to continue this, what they are doing today, I think industry will return this into multifold aspect, and I have a full confidence with the able leadership as well as amazing professional execution capabilities in the system here in Maharashtra. We will get the best in coming days. Thank you.
Rubin, over to you. One sentence if possible. Yeah.
Help us with unlocking the power grid. We have hundreds of millions of dollars to invest in Maharashtra. If you unlock that, we'll go far.
Thank you so much. Sandeep?
Okay. Ensure the ecosystem is developed for which is suitable for CNG and EV system. And another one is ensure the skill development in rural areas so that the fear of people and consumer that EV is immobilized if it's something goes wrong. So if skill development is done in rural area, at least then it can be easily repairable. So
skill development.
No, overall the fantastic support, and this morning Honorable Chief Minister was saying that Chhatrapati Shivaji is going to be a capital of EV capital of India, and we are going to be part of this journey, starting point. Only a few requests, I think we are getting a fantastic support, but of late we were stuck up in some kind of decision of getting the environment clearances from the government of state government or central government. If there could be some leverage to get some priority for the EV specific industries, and as Sandeep said that some kind of a infrastructure development in terms of the manpower skilling, because still that segment is lacks in terms of scaling, and where we can partner along with the local team to build that ecosystem. That would be my request. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you all the panelists, and let's have a big round of applause for them. I think they made really great points in a very sharp and crisp manner. So really appreciate it. I don't think we have time for a question. May I ask the organizer if we have time for one question? Okay. No. So thank you very much, panelists, and really appreciate all your timely comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all the panelists and the moderator. I request you to kindly be here for felicitation, and may I invite on stage Joint Secretary Government of Maharashtra, Mr. Pulkundwar. I request him to be on the stage and felicitate all the panelists and moderator. Auto 4.0, Maharashtra's role in mobility leadership, a discussion on the auto and EV sector in Maharashtra. Indeed, this was a very powerful discussion, and we got many insights from all the participants. Thank you so much for being here. Next, we have a closing section, closing plenary. Global value chain and Maharashtra, seizing the geopolitical moment. This was a session Auto 4, Maharashtra's role in mobility leadership, a discussion on auto and EV sector in Maharashtra. Maharashtra's pivotal role in shaping the future of mobility from traditional automotive excellence to cutting edge EV and smart transport innovations. We got all the dimensions and all the information regarding Maharashtra's role in mobility leadership. Once again, thank you so much, everyone. A group photo, please, for a beautiful memory. And next, we are moving to the next session, closing plenary, global value chain and Maharashtra seizing the geopolitical moment. Welcome to this strategic session on global value chain and Maharashtra seizing the geopolitical moment for India and Maharashtra. As global supply chains undergo a dramatic shift driven by geopolitical realignment, technological disruptions, and sustainability imperatives, India's is emerging as preferred destination for global manufacturing and services. In just few minutes, we will be starting with this closing plenary, Global Value Chain and Maharashtra seizing the geopolitical moment. Thank you so much, and we'll start the session in just few minutes. We will take just half a minute for stage rearrangements, and we will start the session closing plenary, Global Value Chain and Maharashtra seizing the geopolitical moment. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Shall we proceed with the next session? I request everyone to kindly be seated, and we will be starting with the closing plenary, Global Value Chain and Maharashtra Seizing the Geopolitical Moment. I invite on the stage all the eminent speakers and moderator. To start with, I'll invite Shri Praveen Pardeshi ji, Chief Economic Advisor to Honorable Chief Minister Maharashtra and CEO Mitra. Can we have a good round of applause for all our esteemed guests? With 38 years of experience in Indian administrative services, the UN, UNDP, UNI, SDR, UNI, TAR, Mr. Pardeshi has served in various senior executive roles, most recently as Municipal Commissioner of Mumbai. Mr. Pardeshi managed the entire public health structure of Mumbai, a city with 18 million inhabitants. A warm welcome, sir. I invite Shri P. Velarasu, sir, CEO, MIDC. Can we have a good round of applause for sir? He is IS officer from 2002 batch, currently serving as Chief Operating Officer of Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation. Previously, he has the Additional Municipal Commissioner Projects for the BMC. Also, he has been Municipal Commissioner, Kalyan Dombivli Municipal Corporation. May I invite Dr. Ajit Ranadeji, eminent economist. Dr. Ajit Ranade is currently Senior Fellow at Pune International Center. He has served as Vice Chancellor, Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics, a deemed university in Pune. He has also served as Chief Economist of Aditya Birla Group 2003 to 2022. A very warm welcome, sir. May I invite B. Thiagarajan, Managing Director, Blue Star Limited. Thiagarajan, sir, has handled various assignments in service, business, corporate communications, and marketing. A very warm welcome, sir. I invite Shri Piyush Doshi, Operating Partner, Convergence Foundation. A warm welcome, sir. Mr. Doshi is operating partner at the Convergence Foundation and works on shaping and scaling the network organization include Accelerate Indian Philanthropy and Foundation of Economic Development. A warm welcome, sir. And may I invite the moderator of the function of the session, Shri Shardul Fadnavis, partner and leader, Utility Transformations. A warm welcome, sir. Shardulji is a partner with PwC in the energy practice. He has led and held key roles in several strategic and transformational projects for various clients across the globe. And now, without further ado, I hand over the mic to the moderator, Shri Shardul Fadnavisji. Thank you so much.
Am I audible? Okay, thanks so much, ma'am. And so we should get started. One, I would like to thank the audience that is in the crowd. So that clearly, this is the audience that is actually interested in the topic at hand, and they've stayed, beyond the hours. They're going on. Okay, correct. So, let's get going with this one. Look, we've had a great day. We've had a lot of conversations across the four rooms on various sectors. We had the Honorable CM, Deputy CM, and other leaders of the state come in, talk about their vision for the industry and where they're seeing this going. So, as a closing session, right, I think it's apt to talk about what's happening in the world, right, from a global value chain perspective. I mean, if you look at what's happening, starting with Trump in America, right, we have the Trump trade wars, the tariffs that are coming along with Trump, and then, the geopolitical situation evolving around that. You have the Russia-Ukraine war. You also have the situation between Israel and Iran that's coming up, which is disrupting the supply chain. So while with all of this happening, we're beginning to see a bit of an economic slowdown globally, right? And that's been projected by the UN, that's been projected by OECD. Having said that, when you bring that to the India conversation, and you look at what IMF is projecting, we're still saying that India will grow at 6.2, 6.3% in the next couple of years. Perhaps we have an opportunity to better that, correct? So if that's the India case, and from our perspective, and this is an excellent panel for that conversation, right? From a Maharashtra perspective, we are saying that, and we've heard our leaders speak today, that by 2029, we'll comfortably be a 1 trillion economy. By 2047, we aspire to be a 5 trillion economy as a state, right? So with that in mind, and given where the world is today, what would be a good conversation to have, sirs, is, in this situation, is there a silver lining for Maharashtra? While the world is struggling and, no one wishes for the situations that are happening globally, but having said that, that's where we find ourselves as the world. What can Maharashtra do to better what it is doing? And in this situation, is there something it should be doing differently to, perhaps amplify the growth trajectory that it's on, right? So I will say just that. And Pardeshi sir, I'll come to you to get us going on this one. You've played various roles, right? I mean, you were with the UN. You've spent a significant amount of time on international development. You've spent time in various countries, working on their growth strategies, etc. You've spent time in extremely key critical offices in Mumbai during extremely critical times as well. Correct. And now, most recently, you're the chief economic advisor for the state. So, having worn all those hats, how do you look at this situation that we're in? And from your perspective and the role that you're playing now, right? Where do you see us as Maharashtrians going from here?
So, interestingly, this global chains, value chains that we want to get from China. So in Chinese, the characters for crisis has two parts. First part is danger and second is opportunity. So we have to learn that from crisis. Never waste a good crisis. So this is a very good opportunity for India, of course, to get more integrated in the global value chains. But one way that we are approaching it is that everybody is waiting to come to India, which it is not true at all. Because whether it is Vietnam, Mexico, or some of our competitors, they have something which is better than us, let's just say that. And these are not simply regulations, perceptions. They are hard structural factors. We did a comparison in Mitra of the energy costs of any industry which we want to get to India, like API for pharmaceuticals, which is the key, or silicon chips. So the energy cost in India and Maharashtra included is sometimes 2 times to 2.5 times higher than that in China. Whatever we do, value chains cannot come to India if the energy differential is so high, because most of the industry which is not coming to India is those which are very energy intensive. So whether it is refining silicon to make silicon chips, or whether it is data centers, energy is the key input. It is more than 60-70% of the running cost of these types of. So how does the crisis help us to do this? Well, the first thing is we have a very simple solution, but we are not doing it. All we have to do is to make open access to all export-oriented industries, like incrementally, number one. Number two, ensure that there is no additional charge on open access except the transmission charges. This will bring down the power cost to 4 rupees to 4 rupees 50 paise, maximum 5 rupees, which is competitive with China. After that, you have to just sit back and wait for the industry to come in. It's so good. So that's number one. And we can push this. See, our own power utility has been resisting this because they say our paying customers will go away. That's not true. Because we are talking about customers which don't exist. We are talking about customers which are yet to come, like the new data centers, the new at-cost manufacturing silicon purification, and all the rare metals. So that's the first part. The second thing is the tariffs. Again, the high tariffs is a very big opportunity for India. Because just like in the other room, our CEO MIDC was there and the British CG was mentioning, you know, the high tariffs and being forced to reduce tariffs is a very good reform. Because it's not about increasing imports in India, but also increasing exports. Because if most of our component parts is across the world, not just in India, so we might think Atmanirbhar Bharat, but Atmanirbhar Bharat doesn't mean that every smallest component of everything that we manufacture is going to come from India. A Boeing plane gets manufactured with parts coming from so many different countries that you can't keep count of it. So that's going to happen in India also. So component parts and their import duty on that, if they get reduced under the guise of, you know, better, more free trade, this is the second biggest reform which, if it happens, will push us to go. And if the two go together, so while we reduce energy cost, we also make us ourselves more competitive to face high tariffs. So for the time being, I will say that these are two very big opportunities in the current thing for Maharashtra particularly to keep, let's say, do better than the 6.8 or 7% growth rate.
Thanks so much, sir. So, Vellarusu sir, I'll come to you post this one. You've been engaged in the energy transition conversation also, and so sir spoke a little bit about how there fundamentally, if that is changed, a lot changes for the industry as far as the attractiveness is concerned, right? So I'd like you to touch a little bit upon that from an energy transition perspective, how you see it as the MIDC CEO, and also what other specific policies or reforms that should Maharashtra consider, given the current geopolitical situation, and how that can help us move forward a little bit. So if you could touch upon those two things as you address us. Like I said, for the industries to thrive, there has to be at least three factors. One is a financial ecosystem, another is a physical ecosystem, and overall social ecosystem. If you see, there are certain factors in the physical ecosystem and financial ecosystem which are working against Maharashtra currently. One of the main things, like Mr. Palasese touched, is the high energy cost. Large companies, when they come in as a mega project or ultra mega projects, they have agreement with the government of Maharashtra. So there is a refund. So they pay initially high, then they get a refund. But that is not true for all the industries, right? So if you look at the growth of Maharashtra historically, all this growth has happened because of MSMEs and medium scale industries. It is not two or three large industrial units which have contributed to huge employment or huge per capita income. So most of the social wealth distribution, money reaching to all the people, it has happened because of the medium and small scale industries. I think there the immediate important thing is to reduce the capital cost and operational cost. Capital cost is working against us now because, like I was telling in some other session, industrialists will want to start a unit first looking at the price of the land. So the price of the land anywhere in any metropolitan region nowadays, it is nothing less than 2-3 crores at least. So that itself is prohibitive. So if you put in the financial calculations, you want to calculate the return on investment, the biggest blocking thing is the land cost. Then add to it the energy cost. Then add to it, there are some unfinished reforms, like labor reforms, for example. Matadi Kamkar, like that example. If you add everything, it will work against us. I think energy, government is working on it. In fact, our Honorable Chief Minister also mentioned it. We are intensely maximizing the solar and non-renewables. Renewables. So by 2030, so whatever the capacity has been established in Maharashtra so far, it is going to double in coming 6 years. So the energy cost is going to be stable and it is going to come down. So to address the issue, the energy prices will come down. So that is going to help the industries. But there are other understanding issues. For example, like sir pointed out, if you give the open access, then what happens? All good paying industries will go away. That is not the case. Like in economics, you know the J curve, the rate of taxation, it goes up, then it comes down. But it goes up. So your total value maximization can happen if you allow that to happen. This is what I feel.
So you spoke about, creating an ecosystem which essentially is conducive for MSMEs, right? Because that is where, the heart of our industries is. So let me bring in Ajit Ranade, sir. Sir, you've played a role of an economist in the private sector with a large conglomerate. You've been an academician. You've advised on various boards. So from your perspective, right, and just to add to what Velarasu sir also said, right, so beyond the traditional incentives that are on offer today, what are other non-fiscal measures that the government of Maharashtra can implement to enhance the ease of doing business and also to attract, we keep talking about international investments and FDI, etc. But also, I mean, that is critical, but also to attract domestic investments in the state.
Yeah, Shardul, since you mentioned the word geopolitics in your introductory comments, so let me make one statement about that. So India today in the geopolitical situation is in a fairly unique situation. We are that part of the world where growth is expected to be at least 6%, 6.5%, or maybe 7%. And that is driven by structural factors which have nothing to do with electoral cycles, business cycles, weather cycles, or even, wars and conflict cycles. What are these structural features? All of you know it, but it's worth repeating. One is the demography. Second is urbanization. Third is the push towards green and renewable energy and sustainability. Fourth is the expanding digital footprint, and fifth is the making up the shortfall in infrastructure. All these 5 factors, let me repeat, all these 5 factors, demography, urbanization, the green shift, the digital footprint, and infrastructure deficit, all of them have nothing to do with which party is in the government or what are the macroeconomic weather shocks or business cycle. So this is why India is an attractive destination. Demographic changes happen in every country, but not on a scale of 1.4 billion people. And Maharashtra is almost the largest, second largest state by population and second largest state by land mass. So that is what makes Maharashtra very important from a structural point of view. That is point. So in the geopolitics, even Dubai today is anxious and nervous because geographically they are located right in the middle of the geopolitical tensions. So India is going to be like this for at least a couple of decades or longer. That's very important geopolitical factor. We need to impress upon the investors. As Mr. Padeshi said, you can't take investors for granted. That's first factor, geopolitics. Second, I want to repeat this point about energy cost. Just this week, I think 19th of June, $1.3 billion subsidy, industrial policy, 1.3 billion euros, sorry, not dollars. The German government was offering to the largest steel company in the world, ArcelorMittal, to please come and set up industry in my country, in our country. And they have refused, Mr. Padeshi. They have refused because they said, while this policy and incentive is great, attractive, but it still is simply not viable for us. Why? Because energy costs are too high. Now let me not go into the history why German energy costs are high, because of somewhat misguided push towards green energy, solar, but that's not important. What is important, the lesson for us is, don't just think that by announcing incentives, investors are going to come. This is my second point. Please think about, Shardul asked me what are the kinds of incentives. It's not like you announce, hey guys, we are going to give you tax holiday. We are going to give you refund. We are going to give you some, D plus plus. Today, sir, our secretary announced we're going to have D plus D. Great insight, but unless you talk to the investors, unless you listen to them, unless you try to customize what is it, and your energy point is very important. Mr. Hiranandani also in the morning said, just you cross the border into Gujarat or into AP or MP, you go from 11 rupees to 7 rupees. This is not a secret, right? I'm not, in our ASC. That will make such a big, 70% of the story is that, I think, for MSMEs also. It's such a high cost. Why is it that Maharashtra has to have such high, I'm not able to understand. I think I'll tell you why. Because there's a lot of leakage perhaps, or we give a lot of free power. We understand that, there's a lot of, Maharashtra state, so let me tell you one important point, that Maharashtra state is characterized by the fact that we have high inequality. 5 or 6 districts account for 55% of our state GDP. Very high inequality, regional inequality across income classes, across regions. So I understand that perhaps giving free power or subsidized power is a social need. But let's not mix it up with pricing. This is a topper from Delhi school, he'll know. Why are you mixing up subsidy policy with pricing? Make the prices rational and have a separate fund or a separate part of the budget which is giving income support to the people who are needy, vulnerable. So separate the two. What you're doing is because you need to give help to the vulnerable sections, you're making the price too high. But that is penalizing, punishing the industries, and therefore they are going across the state borders. So that's the other thing. What incentives? So talk to the stakeholders, talk to industry. What is it that you need? I mean, ArcelorMittal is an example from 4 days ago. Other point I want to mention is that this doubling of GDP, from $500 billion to $1 trillion will happen anyway. If you just let it be, it will happen in about 12 years. But we don't want to wait for 12 years. We want to make it accelerated. If for that to happen, please remember it is going to be the private sector which is going to drive it. 80% of the job will be done by the private sector, if not 85%. So you need to give importance to what the private sector is looking for. They're looking for stable, predictable, and continuity in your policies. Policy is very important. While decisions and approvals and fast, ease of doing business, but policy should be sort of stable and long term. So that's very important. So let's not confuse policy with decisions. You're just saying that announcements or targets or ambition is not policy. We need to have proper policy. So I'll conclude now, but I'll come back. One policy example, and I've discussed it with MIDC many times. MIDC is the biggest landlord in the country. Is what, 2.5 lakh acres. I think there's no other bigger landlord in the country, in the entire country. Now they are sitting on prime land. They are going to acquire more land. But unfortunately, 20, 30, 40% of your units are sick, right? How many sick units are there? Maybe 20, 30%. Now these sick units are occupying prime land and they're not providing employment or output. Why? Because they owe MIDC a lot of money. They owe the bank. There are investors like me. I mean, I'm just saying figuratively. I'm not. That I want to come in. If I'm getting a discount, I'll happily take over that. So it has to be a tripart. This is an example of policy, Shardul. So it cannot happen at the MIDC board level that we'll do case by case. What I'm saying is, please bypass the court system. Please bypass NCLT. Please bypass debt tribunals, because that will be an infinite process. It should be just a tripartite. MIDC, the SIC unit, and the new investor. Just announce it as a policy that we are going to unlock value by releasing the SIC units. We will take a haircut. You will have to take a haircut, by the way. We will forgive some of the loans. The guy who is coming in will get a discount, so it's an attractive proposition, and it's win-win-win. But that cannot happen as a board decision. You have to do it as a policy at the state level. But there are many such ideas. I'll come back later. I don't want to hog all the front end. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. A lot of food for thought there, and I'll get the Pardeshi sir or Velarasu sir if they would a quick reflection.
He can make the policy happen.
Quick reflection.
Just 2 quick interventions on what Ajit ji said. So first is about why Maharashtra's industrial energy cost is high. So it's not because of leakage. It's really an efficiency. I'm not just saying it. No, it's because of the fact that our agriculture is not flow irrigation based. It is basically underground water pump based. Because of that, more than 48 lakh farmers growing at the rate of 4 lakhs per year are asking for electricity connection. And farmers nowhere in the country are charged at the full price for whatever rightful reason. So what government is doing now is to solarize this part. 40% of our energy needs are going to agriculture. So unless we reform and bring them to a self-reliant source, which is solar power, this subsidy, cross-subsidy will not happen. So that's first point. Yeah, but actually the way that we are finding a solution now is to provide capital investment to all the farmers through local grids, through local solar grids and individual solar pumps. Yeah, and most of them are shifting to solar, so we won't be having to connect, our prices will come down. That I think will help a lot. And on the MIDC front, this is a policy that we are working with MIDC. We've identified more than 2,000 hectares of land which are occupied under SIG industries. But it's not simply a point of taking haircuts. There are court stays, there are lots of things. So, which we, it's not so simple. But some parts of it can be done away with, which is like giving extensions or the high transfer fees that we charge. So some things we can knock out by policy and some things are case by case, unfortunately.
So, thanks for that answer. And on on the energy front, I know there's a lot of efforts going on from a feeder segregation perspective for the agricultural consumers, and they're looking at 2-3 models, which is the best viable for the state. So a lot of good actions on that front. And also, I just want to make one point. I mean, sir, you spoke about stakeholder engagement. So I'll just take a second to compliment MIDC on this one. This is stakeholder engagement. The entire day today has been about talking to private sector, getting an understanding of what they're looking for. And I know sir also wanted to talk about the draft industrial policy, and he's been having discussions with the private sector around that. So of course we all recognize more can be done. It's good to see that a lot is already happening through the day that we've had today, right? So Tyagarajan sir, I'll come to you. So your career has been in leading consumer good companies, right? And you're with Blue Star now, doing a lot of good work with them. One of your biggest plants in India is in Wada, which is about 60 some kilometers from Thane, right? You do have about 6-7 more plants across India. 2 questions to you, and perhaps on behalf of the government officials here. What's it going to take for you to do more in Maharashtra, and what Maharashtra can do better than the other states, given that you have all of this experience working with these different states?
Thank you, Shradul. It's a privilege to share the stage with the eminent personalities, many of them known to me for many years. First of all, we are talking here for an institution which has done exceptionally well. That should be acknowledged, that for over 45 years I have been in the industry. I've dealt with many states, and MIDC's accomplishments are indeed laudable. That cannot be taken away. The question here is that always when you have done exceptionally well, how to keep growing without tapering off. That's where the challenge is. The consumer durable industry, like gypsies, I'm not talking for Blue Star, I'm talking to the industry as a whole, then I have to step out to look at it. Like gypsies, we moved from place to place, some Dadra, somewhere Bandi and Sikkim and all those places, just for some GST, sorry, those days it was excise duty concession or a sales tax concession or an income tax concession. Now, when we didn't have scale in the country, you were looking at, for example, if it is an air conditioner, 50,000 units per annum is a very big plant for someone to set up. When you go to those places, you are already tuned that 10 years I am going to be there, and afterwards I'm going to move somewhere else. The country has grown, market has grown. Now the size of the factories we are talking about is 5 million, 10 million kind of units. Now the journey had been good, but somewhere we were derailed by China is the easiest to route. And for over 15 years, most of us grew because of China supply chain. We can source there and you can grow. The shareholders are happy, and even consultants like you taught us how to be asset light. That has been that in the process we also have grown as executives, and you can shine, you can be on the front page of business magazines and give lectures that how we have grown. Suddenly it happens that the China supply chain is blocked, and through tariff, non-tariff barriers, then you have to reinvent yourself. And so fundamental to that is the research and development and innovation, without which it will not happen. Second thing is, you are now facing a huge scale, and your talent in manufacturing or any discipline is not trained to handle factories of that size, because in any case you are setting up small factories. And in the process, you are looking for concessions that if I walk in, give me some subsidy, and power cost is high, etc. According to me, I don't think these are all the issues at all. And I am of the view that we have to think big in this industry. And today, consumer durable industry is the fastest growing in the world. And by 2050, we will be the largest, we will overtake China as well. In the process, nobody is doing any research and innovation at all, including United States or Europe. The products such as air conditioners are regulated by many things. Number one is the energy labeling program. Number two is ozone depletion. Number three is global warming substances as refrigerants that are being used. The e-waste that is being generated, so on and so forth. Therefore, if we are the fastest growing, and if we are the world's largest market in 2050, we should be the masters of that product. So therefore, the research and innovation infrastructure is very important. And I would urge MIDC to look at like this. You have to look at manufacturing seamlessly with research and development ecosystem as well. So it is not only VADA factory we have got. We do have a center which is more than 800 people doing a global research for even United States and Europe on the air conditioning refrigeration technologies. The next part is the industry. The big issue in Mumbai or the Mumbai region is the manufacturing talent. It has become basically a financial capital. Very difficult to recruit manufacturing talent here. Again, research and development, this is not the place. You rush to Pune. And Pune also has become saturated, and it is difficult for us. So one of the topics that is being dealt with is what are the other regions that we will create. In that context, the point that you made with the stakeholder feedback, that is important. I think CII is doing a lot of work, and there is an industry connect, but I would urge MIDC to enlarge it to a different level altogether. Say, for example, the decisions of the top management are influenced by many people in the organization, and the manufacturing heads are one. There is a manufacturing heads forum CII runs, and I don't think they interact with MIDC. And it will be useful for MIDC to create a forum which CII can enable, keep interacting with the manufacturing heads. It will be a useful thing for you to do, because they are your torch bearers. They are to recommend that keep the factory here, you need not to move to C City, you need not to move to Neem Rana like that. The next part is the quality of life and the executives. quite often the Koreans, Japanese make the decisions based on this also. The problem here is the number of hotels that we have, airport connectivity, and including things like golf and other stuff. So how many golf courses that we have got, how many resorts that we have got, that is important for them. And the next part is the academia connect with the industry itself is pathetic, and it is improving, but MIDC connect with the academia also is very important. I would expect every student here in engineering college to know about MIDC and the good work that is being done by MIDC. Now, the issue that has happened inadvertently is CCT became a destination for consumer durables. Earlier it was NCR, where who is who of consumer durable was there. Everybody moved to CCT, and Maharashtra is entitled to get that back. And for that we have to be now looking at, I would advise not assembly of, Chief Economic Advisor spoke about the component ecosystem. I don't think we should be focusing on final assembly, importing components from somewhere. The core components itself, like the compressors or the core electronic components that we need to manufacture. And that is the next phase of growth. And I think Maharashtra can play a large role with eminent and famous educational institutions that are available here.
Thank you for that, sir. So basically, few things that that I took away from what your comments were is, one, the larger quality of life for the expats that are coming in and are looking to work in the region. More focus on research and development, which is happening through the GCCs, but we need to be a little bit.
I don't play golf.
We're all cricket lovers, sir. We're in India, so golf is for some other folks, let's just say. But so focus on R&D, and also what do we do beyond the Mumbai-Pune belt, right? How do we move beyond that? And perhaps Velarasu sir and Pardeshi sir, you could reflect on that a little bit, because that's always been a conversation, that how do we get beyond Mumbai and Pune? We all come from different cities and want our cities to grow, but the economic belt has been Mumbai and Pune, and we are doing more, but it needs to reflect more solidly, correct? So I'll come back to you on that one, but PhD, let me bring you into the conversation. Also, I have to acknowledge it's great to have a PwC alum on the panel. So thank you for being here, and now you're heading a think tank. So you've been a career consultant, right? You've worked globally, and now you're heading a think tank that is supporting some of these activities that we are discussing today, right? So I'd like you to reflect on a couple of things. One is what Sir was talking about, how does the academia and the industry work together, because the flow of talent is also a conversation, correct? Because flow of talent is critical to ensure that the ecosystem that is brought together beyond the manufacturing conversation, etc., is successful. And if you're doing a top of line R&D, it becomes very critical that we have that flow of talent. And second question I wanted to check with you, because for a lot of people, this whole the think tanks that are now becoming more and more prominent in India. How do think tanks help move the needle on economic development on the ground, right? While there's a lot of good content that comes out, how does that actually impact the reality on the ground? If you could reflect on some of these things, that'll be great.
Sure. So your first question, I think, on how can academia and industry collaborate better, I have a very simple suggestion, which is to align the incentives. fundamentally what happens is that academia, the way it is funded, it has no particular incentive to do what the industry needs. So just as a very specific thing, if academic research, let's say if government is giving grant for academic research, first of all in the governance, industry should be included. And let's say if I am giving grant for 5 crore, it should be contingent on academia raising another 5 crore from the industry. So then there is an incentive. The industry will only give that money if the academia is going to do some research, a technology support, which is useful for them. So basically, if we align how the money flows, then incentive flows, the collaboration will happen. So that's my simple suggestion on that. And then you make it up in the governance where, industry is also involved in their evaluation. On the question of think tanks, I would have I see basically two problems conventionally with think tanks, which can be addressed for them to be more useful for our economic journey. One is that on what they do, which is, think tanks like to chase big ideas and new ideas. But very often the big and new ideas are, like Einstein discovering relativity once in a century. Very often the ideas that are useful are incremental. So think tanks need to not look down upon things which are actually maybe have been thought before, but need to be fine-tuned and detailed. And therefore be more involved on the ground situation, not be in ivory towers. So that's one. Do stuff which is more practical, relevant today, rather than trying to come up with the grand unifying theory all the time. And second is being persistent with those ideas. So that's the other thing. Think tanks like to come up with an idea and then move on to the next big idea, versus once there is an idea which has some root, then refine it gradually, engage more until it happens. So move from being a think tank to a do tank. So those are the two things. But if I may, just take a couple of minutes also to reflect on your earlier question around the geopolitical thing and what's happening. See, the geopolitical thing, the wars, Trump and tariff will come and go. But out of the things that were mentioned by Dr. Anand, the couple of mega trends I want to point out, because one is a threat and one is an opportunity. The two mega trends, the threat is AI. India's growth engine over the last 25 years has been services. Half of our exports are roughly services now, from about 10% of our exports. So our growth engine has been services. AI can seriously threaten our key growth engine right now, including GCC, because a lot of the low to mid-end work which is happening can get outsourced. So that's the threat from a global megatrend perspective. The opportunity is demographic, specifically the point around the huge decline in TFR, the fertility rate, and therefore expected decline in population in many developing countries. So for the next 20 to 30 years, the workforce balance is going to be significantly in India's favor. What does that mean? Is that while we should continue to do what we can in services, our real opportunity is manufacturing. Because manufacturing is not something which AI can take away. A lot of this labor-intensive manual jobs, and fortunately or unfortunately, we have a very significant unskilled labor force, which can actually only be employed in manufacturing. So for the next 30 years, if we have to tap the demographic dividend, we cannot ignore manufacturing. Unfortunately, we are stuck at 15%. We need to get to 25%. So just two very specific suggestions on that, which is true for India, true for Maharashtra. To get manufacturing, we need to go after the big companies. We did an analysis. If we are looking at this China-US thing, 500 billion of exports from China to US today. Out of 80% of that, we can attack simply by going after 50 companies. Do we have a list of those 50 companies which we need to go after? And by hook or crook, we need to get them to India, we need to get them to Maharashtra. What is our mechanism to go after them, negotiate? Today, every second day when I pick up the newspaper, I see Apple did this, Apple is doing so much exports. Just the impact Apple is creating for Indian manufacturing, electronics manufacturing. One Apple brings 300 suppliers. Those 300 suppliers bring 3,000 MSMEs. That's how the manufacturing ecosystem builds. What are we doing to get those 50 companies, out of which about 10 are in electronics? Why shouldn't Samsung be making India its electronics exports hub? Dell, Asus. Similarly, in garments, there are 12 companies which are sourcing. And then there are their counterparts in Taiwan and Hong Kong, which we can get to a country. So we need to have a very focused task force to get these 50 countries, almost like a dashboard. A company would, a private sector company would have a task force to say, here are my target accounts. Do I have similar target account methodology for Maharashtra? And then finally, in terms of getting them, grounding them, I'll come to the question. We talked about cost of doing business, where electricity matters, logistics matters, labor cost matters. That's CODB, and the other part of it is EODB. EODB, we have talked a lot about deregulation, etc. So one thing which we haven't touched upon, I wanted to bring up, which is the biggest issue around ease of doing business, when we look at India versus our counterparts, is the culture one. And the way I describe the culture factor is in our competing countries, the entire the machinery acts like a coach, where, you know, while in our country, the officials who are responsible for giving approvals and so on act like referees. If you are acting like referee, you almost are feeling that industry is on one team and people are on another team. So labor, environment, people, they are on another team. And my job is to show the red card whenever a company commits the foul. But I will not tell them what to do to not do it, right? While if you're a coach, then you need to believe that both people and industry are on the same team. And so if an industry is struggling to meet environment norms, can our machinery actually say that, look, it's my problem as well, it's not only industry's problem, can I help them solve it, right? And that's what happens, where if I want to make an investment, you know, the investor gets chased. You made an application, I haven't heard from you in 15 days, what's wrong? Can I help you in this? Can we be the coach? Our government machinery can be coach, and their targets are around not just the industry department, which is chasing investment, but every department should have target of bringing investment and jobs. Only then this cultural change can happen and the incentives can be aligned. Sorry for taking a bit longer than you thought.
Shadu, just 1 minute intervention. I want to take up Mr. Piyush's suggestion and give it to the Chief Economic Advisor to Government of Maharashtra. Can you please set up a special cell, maybe 4 or 5 people? It won't be, in terms of budget, it's not be big. They, you know, in a focus week to go after investors globally. He's saying there's only 50 companies or something. So surely, you know, you can give them a target by the end of the year or in 18 months, we should be able to attract at least, say, $10 billion of investment. And sell directly, you know, reporting to the CMO with your, you know, the Chief Economic Advisor's coordination. I think that is surely doable. That this is a very specific suggestion.
Firstly, I think there are a lot of initiatives which industries department are taking to chase these individual companies to bring them. Of course, nobody stated it so boldly as 50 big companies to come, and that's really great. I mean, that's eye-opener. And the other point which Ajit, you mentioned, yes, that, you know, that cell doesn't need advocacy role. It needs ability to knock down rules. So what happens when every company comes, like we know the story of Foxconn. By the way, very interesting story for everyone. Foxconn is the biggest producer, and its current was almost stood for elections in Taiwan, but his biggest manufacturing is in China, which is trying to take it over. And when what's his name? Terigao. So when Foxconn's Terigao, he told me that when he visits the Shenzhen region for the first time, the governor came to receive him, governor of Chinese province, came to receive him right in the aeroplane. And he got down from the aeroplane, got into his car and went straight to the free trade zone. And that's how their dealing is. Now, that is because every rule is empowered to be changed. It's not really about financing, subsidies, as rightly you said. It's about ability to change. Like we talked about this Mathadi Act, which Mr. Anmalgan spoke about. Now that act has been amended, it is in the assembly, but it's being blocked by a couple of, you know, let's say stakeholders. Every reform, you can't do a single reform unless there are losers. The only way to measure that a reform is happening is if somebody is opposing it. There is no reform which nobody opposes. So there's no reform. It's just, you know, some superficial changes. So those who are opposing it are those who are gaining from a failed system. And those who are not opposing it don't know that what will happen when such a new system comes into being, the gains that will be there. So because of that, this Mathadi Act has been blocked. The losers are basically regulatory capturers. They're not even genuine losers. See how the agricultural reforms were blocked. They're not blocked by farmers. They're blocked by the intermediate traders who are pretending to be farmers. So how to get rid of these types of people? Every regulatory capital. So my first point is, yes, it's a good idea. Let's do it. But my request to both Mr. Velarasu and at the government level is we have to advocate for change power.
Right. And I want Velarasu sir to respond to a statement around the officials should be coaches and not referees, right? Given that, from the last Davos visit, over 70% of the investments have been grounded, under your leadership, and then the larger industries fraternity here. So somewhere I think, the coach role is being played. So if you can reflect and share a little bit on that, sir.
See, Maharashtra, if you see, we have a good ecosystem, right? So our benchmark is we compare ourselves with the rest of the states in India, right? So if you see the performance indicators, where the FDI comes, where the major investment happens, and where the major interest is shown, most of the things you would see people are coming to Maharashtra. Like Professor said, it may not be because you are the best, that might be, that could happen because there are other structural factors. Like you have a port, you have a beautiful and good city to live in, you have those ecosystems. But there is no case where the investment is knocked out because we played the game too hard. ऐसा तो नहीं हो सकता. कभी ऐसा नहीं होता. So only thing is, we could have made the journey more easier and smoother. Sometimes some rough ride happens. Okay. And maybe at the top level, at the medium level, or at the other session, they were talking there are a lot of rough rides happening at the lower level, right? But for the industry to thrive, then we have to go back to the old economic school thought. No, you should only facilitate. So it's the invisible hand. You have to let it happen. The Adam Smith theory, you have to go back. They have to do on their own. Then your major problem, the pollution control board. So they can self-certify. So now the question is, should we allow them to self-certify or there has to be a regulation? These are all the larger questions, right? Now the building plan permissions. So you can say you should let them do it themselves and you have to believe unless the contrary is proven. So 90% of cases, there may not be any violation. It could happen. We can always let them do their own buildings with self-certification. But what about those 10% violations? Then the question is, to catch their small violations, whether you need so much regulation, so much policing, so much refereeing. These are, I think, these are the questions we have to look at the pros and cons. At the end of the day, these decisions are to be taken by the political executive, right? To take these decisions, even it is not easy for them also to bite the bullet, right? For example, like we said, Mathadi Reforms Act, so and Labor Act, the Industrial Inspection Act, so many acts. It is not easy even for the political legislator also to decide because it is too hard so to handle. I think, but thing is, there can be lot of trust, mutual trust. We can let the industry function on their own. There are lot of things which we currently do can be done away with. That is my take.
No, this is wonderful. Yes. Yes.
You said good thing about grounding the work, but there's one thing which comes out of what Mr. Velarasu said. It's very important. You know, the main reason why reforms are getting stymied in India is because genuinely Indian think tanks don't know how to place and answer those questions. Very simply. So look at agricultural reforms. Simply a smart think tank, including, let's say, Niti, could have stopped the whole agitation by showing with numbers the counterfactual that if the agricultural reforms go through, which is the Contract Act, the APMC removal of monopoly, then show it with actual numbers that in 5 years Karnataka farmers would be gaining so much income, and people in UP would be getting so much more income, and therefore we are actually depriving these farmers of this. But there is no such counterfactual quantitative work done by anyone. So same thing is true for these labor acts. What we are able to show is, okay, if Mathadi Act goes, so many people who are registered as Mathadi workers may not get their due. What we are not saying is that so many more thousand unorganized workers will get additional jobs which industry is not coming in. And we have to show it credibly by actual crunching numbers.
This is great. I'm really enjoying this candid talk, but I'm also aware of the fact that we're at the top of the hour. We have a wonderful audience that has stayed with us through, so I just want to give the audience a chance for a couple of questions, if with your permission, if that's okay, and then we can close the conversation. So if there's any questions in the audience, we could take those. We're not ready for audience.
We will share it from
Chinmay. We'll share it here.
Hello. Sir, I'm Girdhari Mantri. I'm from Nagpur, and I'm representing Association for Industrial Development, particularly Vidarbha. I heard Pardesi sir commented that the power cost should be less, then the production will go on. But then Ranade said ki there are a lot of differences in the, they cannot reduce because there are so many other problems. You cannot subsidize. Here I need some policies on part of, because industry keeps on doing their energy audit. Why can't government have a policy to audit their energy? Whatever they are spending, whatever they are producing, that has to be there, the policy you make it. I think it can improve. For an example, you mentioned that a lot of agriculture, we are spending a lot on agriculture. The agriculture pumps, whether we have, I had seen, most of the agriculture pumps are inefficient. They are almost, if suppose you correct them, if you correct these agriculture pumps out of 40 lakhs, because solarization is not possible in a day, it will take a long time. By that time, I think the industry will suffer. If audit is being done, an efficient pump are changed for it, it will save 75% of, because I had discussed with MSADCL people also. So,
B. Thiagarajanji, Managing Director, Blue Star Limited. Dr. Ajit Ranade, eminent economist. His professional career has spanned academic and corporate assignments, including teaching in universities in India as well as the US. Piyush Doshiji. Thank you so much, sir, for being a part of this session. And the moderator for this session, Shardul Fadnavisji, Partner and Leader, Utility Transformations. I request everyone to be here for a group photo, and then we can disperse. I request all the panelists and the moderator for the group photo. As we say goodbye to the ceremony, let's look forward to the future with hope and enthusiasm. Maharashtra Industry Dialogue 2025. As we conclude for the day, with heartfelt gratitude, I, Compeer Mrunmayee Bhajak, take your leave for the day. Thank you. Namaskar. The end of the day. And I also request MIDC team and government team to come up on the stage for a group photo. Let's cherish the beautiful